Chapter 3692, Chapter 766, Colossal Existence, Chapter 766, Colossal Existence. T.L. notes, changed Divine Pattern Scroll to Divine Engraving Scroll to stay consistent with Chapters 596 and 603. Now, all that's left to do is to wait and see how well these Divine Engraving Scrolls will sell. After seeing the Abyss Chamber of Commerce starting official operations, Shi Feng grabbed a guild transfer scroll from his bag and teleported back to Shattering Town. He dared not spend even a moment longer in Luminous Sky City for fear of being recognized by others. Divine engraving scrolls were considered a lost technology by both the human race and the holy race. Any player who could learn divine engraving to an amateur degree would be treated as a VIP by the various powers. This would be especially so after the implementation of the Major System Update. After the Major System Update, the demand for divine engravers would skyrocket, utterly eclipsing all other subclasses in God's domain. At that time, even players who could produce only unfinished basic divine engraving scrolls would enjoy status rivaling the craftsmen of other subclasses. In his previous life, a large part of why he had invested a lot of effort into researching divine engravings was in the hopes that he could mass-produce basic divine engraving scrolls. That way, Zero Wing could have the financial capability to resist Demon's Gate, now having obtained a complete divine engraver legacy and secretly nurtured a large batch of divine engravers. If he let the rest of the world learn of his secrets, it would spell doom for both himself and Zero Wing. Although he didn't intend to sell all 3,000 divine engraving scrolls at once and only intended to display a dozen at a time, it was still enough to cause an uproar in Luminous Sky City. Not to mention, once it became known that the Abyss Chamber of Commerce would be selling divine engraving scrolls long-term, even a fool would understand that there existed divine engravers behind the Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they should exist in considerable numbers. Although neither human nor holy race powers could threaten the Abyss Chamber of Commerce's safety in the current Luminous Sky City, it was a different story for Zero Wing. Destroying the current Zero Wing wouldn't be a challenging task for Apex and Royal powers. It was merely a question of intent and whether the endeavor would be worth the effort. Hence, for the sake of concealing Zero Wing's connection with the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, not only could Shi Feng not advertise it, but he also had to keep his distance from it. Otherwise, the consequences would be fatal. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng left, many players walking in the nearby street quickly took notice of the newly opened Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Hey, there's a player shop there. Crap! Who's the prodigal who opened up a shop here? Do they not know that the only players who walk by this area are those transporting goods? Maybe they selected the wrong shop when finalizing their purchase? The players on the street could clearly tell that the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was a shop that had recently entered private ownership, so they couldn't help but have their curiosity piqued. After all, very few players and powers currently had the ability to purchase a shop in Luminous Sky City. Not to mention, the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was located in a section of the city's outer area that did not house any special constructions. Regardless, since it is a player shop, there should be some good stuff for sale, right? Let's go and take a look. I wonder if this shop accepts consignments. If it does, I wouldn't mind paying a little extra. Due to the current situation in Luminous Sky City, most players operating there were naturally curious about player shops. This was because only players and powers of extraordinary caliber could qualify to purchase a shop in the city, which in turn led to the natural assumption that their shops would offer items of extraordinary quality. While the players on the street were having their discussion, about a dozen players approached the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Of these players, some were from the human race, while some were from the holy race. When these players stepped into the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, all of them were immediately dumbfounded by the scene before them. There were over 100 display shelves on the first floor, and all of them displayed weapons and equipment that radiated a glow unique to fragmented legendary items. It should be known that while the various powers had many fragmented legendary items in their possession, not even pseudo-Apex and Apex powers would be willing to sell so many fragmented legendary items to outsiders. In God's domain, fragmented legendary items were considered a strategic resource to any power. Because of this, it would already be fortunate if the various powers would be willing to barter their fragmented legendary items, let alone sell them directly for money, although it was still possible to see fragmented legendary items being sold for money from time to time. These were normally sold by adventurer teams or solo experts who couldn't find a use for these items. It was practically impossible to find any shop selling over 100 fragmented legendary items at a time. However, the surprise of these dozen or so players did not end there. A moment later they noticed something that blew their minds. Divine engraving scrolls. Am I hallucinating? Crap. It's not just basic divine engraving scrolls. There are actually intermediate versions as well. They're insanely cheap as well. Each basic divine engraving scroll only costs 300 eternal gold, while intermediate ones only cost 3,000 eternal gold each. When everyone took a closer look at the 12 glowing scrolls displayed in front of the display shelves and saw the flowing divine runes on them, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Divine engraving scrolls were considered products of the mythical era in both the human races and the holy race's greater gods' domains, even in the past. Basic divine engraving scrolls, which could strengthen only epic weapons and equipment, were already valued nearly as much as a fragmented legendary item. In the current God's domain, where players needed powerful mental strength to use fragmented legendary items and above, the value of divine engraving scrolls had increased even further, multiplying by several dozen times. Nobody move, all of these divine engraving scrolls belong to the Ocean Whale Adventurer Team. Scram, how dare a second-rate adventurer team spout nonsense in front of the 100 Lions Nation? Following a brief silence, every player in the shop began to go crazy. Whether it was the human players or the holy race players, they immediately sought to snatch all 12 divine engraving scrolls sold by the Abyss Chamber of Commerce and resell them to make a fortune. After all, the value of these divine engraving scrolls wasn't limited to just strengthening weapons and equipment. They also had great research value. However, despite the fuss the players caused, none of them actually had the necessary funds to purchase the divine engraving scrolls. After all, a sum of several thousand eternal gold was not something the average player or power possessed in the current eternal realm. Hence, the players in the shop promptly contacted their acquaintances to borrow money. At the same time, they also started to purchase battle array scrolls at the silver rank and above in bulk, thinking of reselling these scrolls to the Abyss Chamber of Commerce to accumulate funds. Meanwhile, news of the Abyss Chamber of Commerce selling divine engraving scrolls quickly spread. Moreover, as the Abyss Chamber of Commerce was a player shop, the various powers operating in Luminous Sky City promptly began investigating it, trying to find out which power was behind the generous action of selling divine engraving scrolls for money. Eventually, even Demon's Gate and the royal power operating in the southern region joined in the fray, trying to uncover the power behind the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. The two powers had also declared that if the Abyss Chamber of Commerce refused to partner with them, they would make it so it could not do business in Luminous Sky City. However, instead of receiving a favorable response, the two powers' members immediately entered the Abyss Chamber of Commerce's blacklist and were permanently forbidden from setting foot into the shop's premises. When news of this matter leaked, it caused an uproar across the southern region, causing many players and powers to wonder what kind of colossal existence stood behind the Abyss Chamber of Commerce for it to dare to offend an apex power and a royal power. While the southern region was in an uproar, Shi Feng, who had just returned to Zero Wing's residence in Shattering Town, received a system notification. Shattering Town's construction is completed. Do you wish to remove the seal on the town? Chapter 3693, Chapter 767, Town's Debut. Remove the seal. When Shi Feng saw the system notification, he chose to unseal the town without hesitation. In God's domain, if players did not remove the magic barrier sealing their guild towns, not only would the town be incapable of increasing its popularity, but it also couldn't recruit any NPC guards. Of course, players didn't really need to worry about their guild town's safety within its 30-day protection period. So long as players weren't in a hostile relationship with the local NPC ruling power, other players usually wouldn't try to take the town by force during this period. Players also wouldn't have to worry too much about the security inside their town, as the local NPC ruling power would temporarily send a batch of NPC guards to patrol the town during the protection period. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng confirmed his decision, the translucent barrier covering Shattering Town vanished, and the town itself was no longer invisible when viewed from a distance. The monsters wandering the surrounding forest also noticed Shattering Town's presence, and they could attack the town at any moment. Aside from monsters, the many player teams grinding in the Shattering Basin also noticed Shattering Town's appearance right away. There are powerful mana fluctuations coming from over there. What powerful energy fluctuations? Did some incredible treasure just reveal itself? A guild town? There's actually a guild town there. When the magic barrier covering Shattering Town dissipated, many players sensitive to mana noticed the resulting mana fluctuations and decided to investigate the source. Then, they were briefly stunned when they discovered that a town had appeared in the Shattering Basin. Immediately afterward, though, they began contacting their respective superiors while looking like maniacs. What did you say? A guild town appeared in the core area? Keep your eye on it. Do not move your sight away for even a second. Also, try to figure out which power is behind that guild town. Investigate the guild town's defenses. If possible, we must capture it before the other powers make their move. The powers that learned of Shattering Town's existence promptly gathered their forces. They behaved as if the town was a lamb to the slaughter, and they worried other powers would snatch it from them if they were late by even a moment. Meanwhile, shortly after the discovery of Shattering Town, news of its existence also reached the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. Guild leader Black Flame, don't you think you've taken too big of a risk this time? You didn't even give us any time to prepare, Frey said to Shi Feng resentfully through their video call. Everyone in the World Arc already knows about Shattering Town by now. Aside from the various pseudo-Apex powers, the various Apex powers have also mobilized their armies to the town. That's right. I have also received information that the two royal powers operating in the World Arc have mobilized their forces. By the looks of it, they intend to capture the town by force, Gareth said as he massaged his aching temples. He never thought Shi Feng would act so rashly. Although Shi Feng had told them he intended to construct a guild town in the World Arc's core area, they never expected him to complete construction so soon. Moreover, he had even unsealed the town without giving them any prior notice. With the situation as it was, they wouldn't even have time to send reinforcements to the town. It should be known that the World Arc was one of the few high-level world mode regional dungeons in the Eternal Realm. Merely the resources available in the inner area were enough to cause the various powers to fight tooth and nail. The value of a guild town in the core area was immeasurable. No power in the Eternal Realm could resist its allure. They would undoubtedly attempt to capture it, regardless of its protection period. After all, the advantages a core area guild town offered were simply too vast to ignore. Whoever owned the guild town could gain a massive lead over all other powers in the World Arc. Not to mention, now that most of the players operating in the World Arc had reached level 180 and beyond, achieving victory against a bunch of level 200+ Tier 6 NPC guards would no longer be a dream. While assaulting the guild town would likely result in substantial casualties, the potential rewards far outweighed the risks. Under normal circumstances, so long as Zero Wing, Azure Fang, and the Red Dragon Nation were willing to mobilize all their forces, combined with the defensive prowess offered to a guild town during its protection period, it would still be possible for them to defend the guild town. But now they didn't have even a sliver of a chance to defend Shattering Town. Currently, powers from the human race and the holy race were marching their armies toward Shattering Town. Even if their three guilds could send some forces to defend the town now, they wouldn't be able to send all their forces immediately, especially not their trump cards that were tied up in other locations. Meanwhile, without these trump cards, even resisting the armies of the various human races' apex powers would be a dream, let alone the holy race's royal powers. You two don't have to worry about this. Even if all powers in the current Eternal Realm gathered, they shouldn't think of capturing Shattering Town, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw the worried looks on Frey and Garut. Rather than worry about the town, you two should make sure nobody learns that you own permanent shops and land in Shattering Town. Otherwise, there is nothing I can do to save you." Shi Feng naturally understood the consequences of unsealing Shattering Town so soon. In fact, he knew much more than Frey and Garut how crazily the various powers would react to Shattering Town's discovery. After all, the various powers of both races had fought intensely over the 12 settlements surrounding Holy Ring City. The battles had been so intense that some pseudo-apex powers had even been forced to retire from God's domain. "Are you really confident in defending it, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Frey asked as she stared at Shi Feng with anxiety and expectation. Previously, she had remained skeptical about Shi Feng's claim of constructing a guild town in the World Ark's core area. Even after formalizing their transaction with the God's Domain contract, she still found the matter surreal, and she had braced herself for the possibility of seeing her investment of 25 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal disappear into thin air. However, after seeing footage of Shattering Town, she started to grow fearful. She feared that the opportunity to soar to much greater heights would slip out of her hands. Naturally. "Well, you'll know whether I'm lying when the time comes." When Shi Feng saw that Frey remained anxious despite his assurance, he decided to offer a simple response before disconnecting the call. After hanging up the video call, Shi Feng shifted his gaze toward the NPC recruitment tab in the town system interface before him. Although the current Eternal Realm remained in its infancy phase, after witnessing the forces the various apex and royal powers possessed, Shi Feng knew it would be incredibly risky to rely solely on the temporary forces dispatched by Holy Ring City to defend Shattering Town. If the various apex powers and 2 royal powers operating in the World Ark decided to go all out, they could even succeed at capturing one of the weaker neutral cities in the Eternal Realm, let alone a guild town in its protection period. It was only a question of whether these powers were willing to bear the cost of doing so. Fortunately, Zero Wing had secured the nameless city's treasury, allowing it to obtain a large amount of divine water of life. If used adequately, Shattering Town could probably withstand an attack from even an entire royal power, let alone the limited forces the various apex and royal powers currently had in the Eternal Realm. TL notes. And an entire royal power. This is referring to all the forces a royal power has in the holy race's greater God's domain. Chapter 3694. Chapter 768. Makings of a Paradise. Chapter 768. Makings of a Paradise. World Ark. Shattering Town. Sometime after the initial opening of Shattering Town, NPCs started to show up in large numbers, creating a lively atmosphere in the town. There were so many NPCs trying to enter Shattering Town that a long line had formed outside the town's entrance, the sight stirring the envy of the various powers members who had come to check out the new town that had appeared in the World Ark's core area. NPC merchants and NPC caravans were many players' primary income sources. The more NPC merchants and NPC caravans a guild town possessed, the higher the quantity and quality of quests players could acquire from said town. Aside from the individual player, the town's ruling power could also generate more income. This was especially true for a neutral guild town. All of the income generated by the town would belong to the ruling power. Furthermore, the town could do business with both the human race and the holy race. It should be known that they were currently in the World Ark, one of the few high-level world mode regional dungeons in the Eternal Realm. The resources available here were far beyond what was available elsewhere. Even if Shattering Town did nothing but resell race-exclusive weapons and equipment, it could still generate a massive fortune. I wonder which guild is so lucky to secure a guild town in this location. Even if we count only those currently gathered, there are already over 4 million players here. With so many players, the town can probably match a pseudo-apex power's income in the Eternal Realm simply by collecting some accommodation fees. Lucky? It doesn't feel that way to me. There are 3 apex powers and 2 royal powers currently eyeing this town. Do you think whoever is behind this town can defend it? I guess you're right. I heard that even that peerless chosen one from Demon's Gate is hurrying over here. If the power behind this town is wise, they might be able to keep 1 or 2 shops to make some money. But if they refuse to hand the town over, they'll have to face the wrath of 3 apex powers and 2 royal powers. As the various powers members observing Shattering Town saw more and more players gathering, they couldn't help but grow envious of whoever was the owner of the guild town. After the major system update, combat in God's domain had become significantly more challenging for players. So long as players sustained physical injuries, they would sustain a corresponding degree of mental injuries in the real world. Moreover, healing spells were incapable of rectifying this problem. All healing spells would do was help players recover their lost HP and from their physical injuries. They did not help with the mental injuries players sustained. In addition, once players accumulate mental injuries to a certain degree, they would start to have difficulty controlling their in-game characters, and ultimately be forced offline. Meanwhile, if players wished to quickly recover from their mental injuries, in addition to consuming mental recovery potions offline, it was also crucial for them to rest their God's domain characters inside a town or city. Only when both recovery methods were employed could players recover from their mental injuries with the greatest efficiency. Not to mention, by resting inside a town or city in the game, players could also relieve the mental fatigue they had accumulated from using their weapons and equipment. This was already something many players had proven from experience. Originally, players operating in the World Arc would have to make periodic trips to a nearby NPC town or city to rest. This was because the World Arc's resurrection camps could only let players with sufficient mental strength continue fighting. They couldn't enable players to operate in the World Arc indefinitely. However, it was a different story for a guild town inside the World Arc. The effects of resting in Shattering Town would be no different than resting in an NPC town neighboring the World Arc. So long as players rested in Shattering Town, they could quickly resume their exploration of the World Arc. Moreover, Shattering Town could earn money from both human and Holy Race players, even if the current owner of Shattering Town could only retain a shop or a plot of land in the town once the 3 apex powers and 2 royal powers intervened. They could still generate a fortune that could earn them the envy of even pseudo-apex powers. While the various powers were enviously looking at Shattering Town from a distance, a flash of white light appeared in the Soul Guild residence inside Shattering Town. Then the white light faded to reveal a figure covered by an advanced black cloak. After arriving in the town, the cloaked figure quickly entered stealth and made their way to Shattering Town's town hall. Although the various powers members were closely monitoring the situation inside Shattering Town, none noticed this cloaked figure. Guild leader, I've brought the 13,000 bottles of divine water of life you asked for, Hidden Soul reported after meeting Shi Feng inside the town hall. Then, while retrieving the divine water of life from her bag, she looked toward the NPC guards standing behind Shi Feng and reluctantly asked, "Are you really going to use all 13,000 bottles on these NPC guards?" Divine water of life was an incomparably rare commodity, even during the mythical era. At present, the various powers regarded it as a priceless treasure, and they would only ever use it on NPCs who inherently possessed incredibly high growth potential. However, with Shattering Town being only an advanced guild town, there was no way it could attract any NPC guards with exceptional growth potential. They could already thank their lucky stars if they managed to recruit a couple of Dark Gold guards. Meanwhile, the only advantages these NPC guards had over Zero Wing's personal guards were their starting levels and tiers. But in terms of growth potential, these NPC guards were leagues behind the personal guards Zero Wing's guild members had carefully selected in the Eternal Realm. Don't feel reluctant about it. These strategic resources are meant to be used during moments like this, Shi Feng said. Then he pointed at the 1,000 NPC guards in the town hall's lobby and continued, "Evenly distribute the divine water of life to them." Divine water of life was indeed precious. However, compared to having 13,000 bottles of divine water of life, having an advanced town in the current world arc was much better. Not to mention, the 1,000 NPC guards he recruited possessed far greater growth potential than Hidden Soul assumed. Under normal circumstances, the NPC guards an advanced guild town could recruit would indeed be limited in growth potential. However, Because of his status as a 2-star Count of Holy Ring City, Shattering Town was able to attract some of Holy Ring City's NPC guards. Because of this, over 10,000 NPC guards had come to apply for a position in Shattering Town in only a little more than 10 hours. Among them, over 700 were level 210 plus, Tier 6, while the rest were level 200 plus Tier 5. In addition of the 700 plus Tier 6 NPC guards, over 100 were Dark Gold NPC guards, and 323 were Fine Gold NPC guards. As for the Tier 5 NPC guards, 673 were Dark Gold NPC guards, and one was even an Epic NPC guard. With such growth potential, these Tier 5 NPCs would have no trouble advancing to Tier 6. After deliberating for a moment, Shi Feng quickly decided to recruit 100 Tier 6 Dark Gold NPC guards, 300 Tier 6 Fine Gold NPC guards, 599 Tier 5 Dark Gold NPC guards, and the sole Tier 5 Epic NPC guard. Although a neutral advanced guild town could recruit up to 4,000 NPC guards, considering the cost of hiring these NPC guards and the possibility of NPC guards with better growth potential appearing in the future, Shi Feng decided to recruit only 1,000 for the time being. Not to mention, if he recruited any more, he wouldn't have enough divine water of life to distribute to everyone. By recruiting only 1,000 NPC guards, he could distribute 13 bottles to each NPC guard, granting them 4 opportunities to improve their growth potential. This was also the maximum number of improvements he could afford. After receiving Shi Feng's command, Hidden Soul quickly distributed the 13,000 bottles of divine water of life to the 1,000 NPC guards in the lobby and had them consume everything. Chapter 3695, Chapter 769, Shattering Town opens. Chapter 769, Shattering Town opens, Shattering Town, Town Hall. As the 1,000 NPC guards drank their assigned divine water of life, the density of the mana inside the lobby started to increase rapidly. Pillars of mana even began to rise from each NPC guard, which in turn caused the space within the lobby to shatter. What powerful mana! Hidden Soul couldn't help but be shocked as she looked at the dark void that had formed before her. How much did these NPC guards improve? Normally, a Tier 6 NPC's mana would already be considered powerful if it could shake the surrounding space. As for individuals who could shatter the space around them with their mana alone, they would typically have reached the standard of Tier 6 gods already. Even then, these NPCs wouldn't normally try to shatter their surrounding space using only their mana. This was because it was a huge waste of mana. Only individuals who couldn't properly control their mana or used powerful skills and spells would unleash their mana all at once. After all, whether it was NPCs or players, neither possessed limitless mana. Once they exhausted their mana, the effectiveness of their skills and spells would plummet. However, it should be known the 1,000 NPC guards in the lobby were only letting their mana radiate naturally. Yet it was already enough to shatter the surrounding space. The mana was so dense that it made her feel like she had stepped into a muddy swamp. Their mana is indeed astonishing. It seems they have improved quite significantly, Shi Feng commented. He was similarly shocked by the NPC guard's transformation. Unlike Hidden Soul, who had spent most of her life in their home god's domain, Shi Feng had witnessed many major events in the greater god's domain in his previous life. He had even participated in more than one battle involving hundreds of millions of players between the human race and the holy race. Normally, on the greater god's domain's battlefronts, where Tier 6 NPCs could be seen in the millions, a force of 1,000 NPC guards would be utterly insignificant. However, it was a different story for the phenomenon of 1,000 NPC guards shattering space with only the mana they naturally radiated. Even across the greater god's domain, such occurrences were few and far between. At the very least, as far as Shi Feng could recall, he had only ever seen NPC guards with such frightening mana stationed in the holy cities that Apex powers and a small minority of pseudo-Apex powers used as their main headquarters. However, unlike Shattering Town, these holy cities were the product of many years of effort. Subsequently, Shi Feng began inspecting the 1,000 NPC guards. Incredible. Shi Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the NPC guards' updated information. each NPC guard received 13 bottles of divine water of life, so they had 4 attempts to improve their growth potential. Logically, he should have only distributed 3 bottles to each NPC guard, giving them 3 improvement attempts. After all, starting from the 4th attempt, the cost of each attempt would increase substantially, with the 4th attempt alone costing 10 bottles of divine water of life. Even so, Shi Feng decided to provide these NPC guards with an additional attempt, hoping that some of them could exceed the limits of their current rank. Fortunately, it would seem he had made the right call, as the effects of the divine water of life far exceeded his expectations. Shattering Town started with 100 Tier 6 Dark Gold Guards and 599 Tier 5 Dark Gold Guards. While such a force could be considered first-rate outside the Eternal Realm, there was a lot left to be desired in the Eternal Realm. But now, out of these 699 Dark Gold Guards, 634 had advanced into Epic Guards, 58 had advanced into Advanced Epic Guards, and 7 had advanced into Legendary Guards. 4 of these 7 NPC guards with legendary growth potential were originally at Tier 5. However, following the increase in their growth potential, all 4 of them had advanced to Tier 6, making it so that Shattering Town now had 7 level 210 plus Tier 6 legendary guards. The 300 Tier 6 fine gold guards did not disappoint Shi Feng either. All of them had advanced into Epic Guards, and several were only missing anywhere from 2 to 6 points of growth potential before they could become Advanced Epic Guards. It's a pity I've already spent all my money. Otherwise, I could have equipped them with personalized legendary weapons and equipment rather than standardized ones, increasing their overall strength even further. Shi Feng thought, faintly sighing as he looked at the 1,000 NPC guards who had all achieved epic growth potential and above. Although he had equipped the NPC guards with legendary weapons and equipment, they were all standardized items. While that might be the best weapons and equipment players would normally equip their NPC guards and personal guards with. Once NPC guards and personal guards reached the epic rank, so long as players were willing to pay the price, they could gear their guards with personalized legendary weapons and equipment. In the Eternal Realm, a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment for NPCs cost 6,000 eternal gold. While still a hefty sum, it was many times cheaper than the legendary weapons and equipment used by players. Meanwhile, compared to standardized legendary weapons and equipment, personalized versions not only provided an additional 15% or more in basic attributes, but also increased skill and spell completion rates by 10% or more. Such improvements were enough to propel an NPC guard's combat power to the next level. If any epic guard were to equip a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment, they could instantly rival 6-winged Valkyries of the same level and strength. As for advanced epic guards and legendary guards, with a set of personalized legendary weapons and equipment equipped, the former could closely rival gods of the same level, while the latter could stand on equal footing with gods of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a force of 934 6-winged Valkyries, 58 pseudo-gods, and 7 gods would be enough to threaten even the foundations of an entire realm, let alone the current Eternal Realm. While Shi Feng was about to assign patrol routes for the 1,000 NPC guards, he suddenly received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild Leader, our scouts say that the members of the 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers have already arrived at the Shattering Basin. Their Tier 6 members total at more than 60,000. Judging by their actions, they seem ready to forcibly capture the town. Gentle Snow urgently reported with an anxious expression. During this period, Zero Wing had produced 6 more level 210 plus Tier 6 experts thanks to the Medium World Fragment. This put the total number of level 210 plus Tier 6 experts in the guild to 20. With such a force, the guild was already strong enough to withstand a frontal assault from the Sun Dynasty. However, it was a completely different story if Zero Wing had to go up against 3 Apex Powers and 2 Royal Powers simultaneously. There was only so much 20 level 210 plus Tier 6 experts could do with their limited stamina and concentration. Not to mention, their opponents this time consisted of over 60,000 Tier 6 experts nurtured by Apex and Royal Powers. In front of such a force, even bona fide level 210 Tier 6 gods would fall. I got it. Shi Feng nodded. Proceed according to plan. Aside from Phoenix Wren's team of 10 having to ensure the resurrection camp's safety, all other Tier 6 members can move into Shattering Town. Will everything really be all right, Guild Leader? Gentle Snow asked worriedly. Shattering Town was of utmost importance to Zero Wing's future development. Yet, even though 3 Apex powers and 2 Royal powers were currently aiming to capture the town, Shi Feng had chosen to leave half of Zero Wing's combat power at the Soul Lake Resurrection Camp. No matter how Gentle Snow thought about it, this decision was incredibly reckless. Don't worry, there isn't a single power in the current Eternal Realm that can threaten Shattering Town, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Half an hour after his call with Gentle Snow, Shi Feng pulled up Shattering Town's system interface and chose to open the town to players without hesitation. What's going on? Players can enter now. Suddenly, the NPC guards, who originally prohibited players from entering Shattering Town, began permitting entry to players. When the millions of players observing the town from afar saw this, a commotion instantly erupted. Chapter 3696, Chapter 770, Apex Gathering. Chapter 770, Apex Gathering World Arc, Shattering Basin, Shattering Town. As the only guild town in the World Arc's core area, Shattering Town quickly attracted over 5 million human and holy race players within a day after its discovery. Among them, over 1 million were even Tier 6 players. If counting only Tier 6 players gathered, Shattering Town could triumph over every NPC city in the Eternal Realm. Meanwhile, following the discovery that Shattering Town was now open to players, the atmosphere surrounding the millions of players gathered outside the town reached a boiling point. Everyone was eager to be the first to charge into the town. However, even after some time had passed, none of these eager players dared to approach the town's entrance. Instead, they remained still as they watched 5 legions gradually making their way over to the town from a distance. Only after these 5 legions had gathered before the town's entrance did the several million players dare to close in on the town a little. At least these people know their place. Chalk Splendor, who had already reached level 187, scoffed. While riding atop a voyage train, he cast a disdainful glance with his 3 eyes at the surrounding several million players. The moment Shattering Town was discovered, it was already fated to become the backyard of powers like the Sun Dynasty. If weaker powers dared to interfere with the town's affairs before the 2 Royal powers and 3 Apex powers reached a conclusion over the town's ownership, they would simply be courting death. Splendor, I didn't think you could remain a holy child despite being defeated by a human and losing the Sunlight Blade. Your elder sister must have done a lot of pleading for you, huh? Standing on the head of an elven dragon several hundred meters tall, a green-eyed young man from the holy race suddenly poked fun at Chalk Splendor. Venom Tail, don't get cocky just because you performed a little better in the last Continental Championship and secured a holy child position in Sovereign Mark. Do you think you can win a duel against me? Chalk Splendor responded as he glared at the level 189 green-eyed young man. Sovereign Mark was a royal power no weaker than the Sun Dynasty. The 2 powers had also clashed numerous times in the Holy Race's greater god's domain on the individual level. Chalk Splendor had traded blows with Venom Tail plenty of times before entering the Eternal Realm. In terms of strength, he was originally above Venom Tail. Hence, he became a holy child much sooner than Venom Tail did. However, since coming to the Eternal Realm, Venom Tail had encountered a lucky opportunity that enabled him to become the first batch of players to participate in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, thanks to the rewards he earned from the Continental Championship, not only did Venom Tail achieve significant improvements in strength, but his status in Sovereign Mark also skyrocketed. I might consider it if it's a duel with Daystar, but you. I'll pass, Venom Tail said, chuckling. Despite being an esteemed chosen one of a royal power, you actually lost to a human with barely any fame. If I were you, I would have chosen to retire on the spot, you bastard. Chalk Splendor instantly lost his temper and got ready to attack Venom Tail when he heard the latter's provocation. His loss to Black Flame was, without a doubt, the biggest sore spot in his life. After all, out of all the royal power's holy children who had entered the Eternal Realm, he was the first to get killed by a human player. This had caused him to become a joke among the holy race. While Venom Tail was preparing to engage Chalk Splendor in battle, the legions of the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce just so happened to have arrived before Shadowring Town's entrance, their arrival instantly quelling the urges of the two young men. These damnable humans and their irritable timings, Chalk Splendor cursed under his breath as he coldly looked at Verdant Rainbow, a chosen one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the leader of the 3 human legions. Chalk Splendor similarly hated Verdant Rainbow to the bone. After all, it was only with Verdant Rainbow's assistance that Black Flame could have killed him. Otherwise, with the Sunlight Blade's power, nobody could have killed him. "Verdant Rainbow, I didn't think you would be the one leading the humans this time," Venom Tail said, smiling as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. "Well, are you thinking of interfering with Shadowring Town as well this time? Are you really not afraid Sovereign Mark will annihilate you all? Treasures belong to those who can secure them." "The same goes for this town," Verdant Rainbow calmly said as she looked at Sovereign Mark's nearly 20,000 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, after glancing at the near 30,000 human players behind Verdant Rainbow, Venom Tail smiled and asked, "What do you propose?" "All of us will enter the town first. Then we will decide who gets to occupy the town using strength." "What do you think?" Verdant Rainbow said as she pointed at Shattering Town's opened gates while directing her gaze at Venom Tail and Chalk Splendor. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any one of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers was stronger than even the human race's strongest apex power. However, now that the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce had joined forces, their combined army was only marginally smaller than the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark's combined army. If both sides decided to fight, the battle's outcome could swing either way. Not to mention, the Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark weren't the best of friends. The Sun Dynasty can go along with this arrangement, but on one condition. After recollecting himself, Chalk Splendor smiled at Verdant Rainbow and said, "The 7 Luminaries Alliance must ensure that it will halt all aid to Zero Wing from now onward. If you can agree to this condition, I will agree to your condition of exploring the town together." "Halt all aid to Zero Wing?" Verdant Rainbow frowned. "Zero Wing? Is it the guild of the human who killed our dear Chalk Splendor?" Venom Tail's interest was piqued when he heard Chalk Splendor's condition. "If that's the case, Sovereign Mark will second this condition. A guild that dares embarrass a royal power of the Holy Race naturally cannot continue to exist." Personally, Venom Tail had no interest in the guild known as Zero Wing. However, considering the Holy Race's reputation, he wouldn't mind helping Chalk Splendor get a little revenge. Otherwise, the holy children of the Holy Race's royal powers would truly become a joke in the eyes of other powers. We will never. Just as Verdant Rainbow was about to refuse Chalk Splendor's condition, the muscular woman behind her suddenly interrupted. "Miss Verdant, don't be so quick to refuse." Phoenix Flame, a Tier 6 berserker from Demon's Gate, said, "I think we can agree to these 2 holy children's demands. We are only talking about a small guild here. Surely you wouldn't consider having us engage 2 of the Holy Race's royal powers in mortal combat simply over a small guild, right? Are you doing this on purpose, Phoenix Flame?" Verdant Rainbow glared at Phoenix Flame, very much dissatisfied by the other party's suggestion. It was already bad enough that Chalk Splendor was using this opportunity to corner Zero Wing. She didn't think Phoenix Flame would do the same as well. "Hey, it wasn't me who proposed this condition," Phoenix Flame said, shrugging. "I'm only suggesting what's best for our 3 powers." Verdant Rainbow's resolve started to waver after hearing Phoenix Flame's words. Although she knew this was nothing but an excuse, she still couldn't help but hesitate. Meanwhile, amidst Verdant Rainbow's hesitation, a young man with a slim body like that of a cheetah suddenly spoke up. "Rainbow, I know you want to support Zero Wing, but you have to look at the situation," the young man, a Tier 6 assassin from the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, said. "Even if we set aside Shadowring Town, there is still the Continental Championship to consider. Demon's Gate's assistance will be crucial in the competition. We shouldn't sour relationships between our three powers simply because of Zero Wing. Zero Wing isn't worthy of that. Not to mention, we are only halting support for Zero Wing in the world arc. We can simply compensate Zero Wing with some rewards afterward. After saying so, the assassin youth looked toward Venom Tail and Chalk Splendor, saying, "I, Fallen Dragon, agree to your condition on behalf of the three apex powers here. I hope you two can keep your promise." "Naturally," Venom Tail said, chuckling nonchalantly. Chalk Splendor also nodded in response. Subsequently, the five powers concluded their discussions and marched their armies into Shadowring Town. Chapter 3697, Chapter 771, Gods Aplenty. Chapter 771, Gods Aplenty. Shattering Basin, Shattering Town. They've gone in. I didn't think these five powers would join forces. With this, there really isn't anything left for us to do here. I wonder if they'll open the town to the public after capturing it. I sure hope they do. When the human players and Holy Race players, observing from the surroundings, saw the legions of the three apex powers and two royal powers entering the town together, some were disappointed, some were happy, and some were expectant. If it weren't for the presence of these five powers, they would have long charged into Shadowring Town to explore it. If possible, they would also do everything they could to contact the town's ruling power and try to lease shops and land from them. But with the five powers' intervention, nobody sought to get in touch with Shadowring Town's ruling power anymore. After all, the town's ownership was destined to change. Before the five powers gained control over the town, any action the rest of them took in the town would bring them no benefit. On the contrary, they might even earn themselves the five powers' ire. Meanwhile, inside Shattering Town, the moment Verdant Rainbow and the other four powers' leaders stepped into Shattering Town, they were all shocked by the state of the town's main street. People could be seen coming and going on the town's relatively narrow main street, and many three-star NPC merchants could be seen setting up stalls, selling rare items. There were even NPCs of mythical-era races wandering around on the street. Mythical-era races. Whether it was human players or Holy Race players, they all sought to convert to a mythical-era race and gain talent far beyond the imagination of modern races. Yet, whether it was in their respective greater gods' domains or the Eternal Realm, the Seven Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, the Sun Dynasty, and Sovereign Mark had never encountered any NPC of a mythical-era race, let alone the method to convert into such a race. They only knew that mythical-era races existed in Holy Ring City, but now, not only did they manage to see NPCs of mythical-era races inside Shattering Town, but nearly 10% of the town's NPC population was made up of such NPCs. How could they not be surprised? Gold, I've struck gold. Chalk Splendor's eyes were shining as he looked at the NPCs walking on the street. While converting to a mythical-era race remained out of sight for current players, it was a different story for recruiting NPCs of mythical-era races as personal guards. So long as an NPC was spotted inside a town or city, players could recruit them as a personal guard. If he could recruit NPCs with high growth potential and were of mythical-era races, it would definitely help pave a smooth road for his future. It would be even better if he could form a legion of such NPCs. With such a legion under his command, nobody could stand in his way. After all, the strength ceiling for mythical-era races was undoubtedly higher than that of modern races. In a situation where everyone couldn't progress beyond Tier 6, it went without saying those of mythical-era races would triumph in a fight. This town must belong to Sovereign Mark. When Venom Tail saw the NPCs of mythical-era races around him, he promptly issued an order to his subordinate. "Pass down my command. I want everyone to hurry over to the town hall immediately. We must snatch the town token before everyone else." At the same time, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon similarly commanded their forces to charge toward Shattering Town's town hall, no one having any interest in surveying the town any longer. If they wanted to recruit NPCs of mythical-era races as personal guards, the best way to do so would be to first become the ruler of Shattering Town. After all, NPCs in God's domain were intelligent, with some being even more intelligent than players. Hence, recruiting NPCs was a difficult process, and players would typically need some sort of prestigious status to increase their chances of success. Meanwhile, the only way to become a guild town's ruler would be to secure the town token, which would typically be stored in the town hall. The town's owner could also be carrying the town token, but the possibility was low. This was because the town token could not be taken out of the town, so rather than needlessly moving the town token around and exposing it to greater risks, keeping it stored in the town hall under the constant security of NPC guards would be much safer. Subsequently, the 5 Powers 60,000+ Tier 6 experts could be seen charging toward the center of Shattering Town like a bunch of madmen. However, just as they were about to reach the town hall, Verdant Rainbow and the others suddenly stopped running as they had their attention drawn toward the teleportation hall erected in the town center, and while staring at the majestic teleportation array constructed inside the teleportation hall, they couldn't help but reveal dumbfounded expressions. Am I dreaming? Verdant Rainbow was filled with disbelief as she looked at the scene displayed on the other end of the teleportation array. This town is directly connected to Luminous Sky City. Luminous Sky City was the #1 neutral city in the Eternal Realm's southern region. Not only did it possess precious resources that couldn't be found on the Eternal Continent, but it also served as a crucial route connecting the Eternal Continent and the Western Continent. Presently, all Apex Powers had already dispatched personnel to establish a base of operations in Luminous Sky City. However, as the southern region was far away from the Eternal Continent, making it tedious to reach, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance could only afford to send a limited number of members to develop there. It was also because of this situation that Demon's Gate, having the ability to transport players from outside the Eternal Realm directly to the southern region, could rule over the southern region with an iron fist, becoming the envy of the other Apex Powers. Yet it was now revealed that they could teleport directly to Luminous Sky City via a town in the world Arc. This town must belong to Demon's Gate. When Phoenix Flame saw Shattering Town's teleportation hall, greed colored her eyes and her breathing quickened. As someone who frequently traveled between the Eternal Continent and the southern region, Phoenix Flame knew how difficult it was to transport players between these two places. In addition to being time-consuming, it also cost a lot of money and resources. If conducted on a large scale, even Apex Powers would wince at the cost. However, the cost to teleport from Shattering Town to Luminous Sky City was only a meager 600 units of 7 Luminaries crystal. This was an absolute bargain. Thinking up to this point, the 5 Powers Tier 6 experts resumed their charge toward the town hall with even greater haste in less than 30 seconds. Venom Tail, Chalk Splendor, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon arrived in front of Shattering Town's town hall. The 60,000+ Tier 6 experts also caught up to them in short order, looking ready to fight. Meanwhile, just when Venom Tail's group of 5 had opened the doors to the town hall and were about to command their forces to demolish the building, the 1,000 NPC guards, who were still waiting to receive their assignments, turned around simultaneously to look at the 5 individuals. Heavy, suffocating. The instant the doors opened, mana of unbelievable density gushed out of the town hall, washing over everyone outside the building and transforming the surrounding space into a dark void. Standing in the presence of this mana, none of the level 180+ Tier 6 experts outside the town hall could move their bodies, and they couldn't help but feel as if a group of gods from primordial times had descended upon the world again. Chapter 3698, Chapter 772, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 772, Zero Wings Town. God-ranked NPC guards? How is this possible? This is madness. How can a mere town have so many epic and legendary NPC guards? I must be hallucinating. Yes, this must be a hallucination. A moment after opening the doors to the town hall, Venom Tail, Phoenix Flame, and the other leaders of the 5 Powers simultaneously closed the doors again out of instinct. Likewise, none of them could bring themselves to believe what they had just seen was real. There was no way Shattering Town, a guild town that had been constructed only recently, could have 1,000 NPC guards with epic potential and above. Not to mention they had even spotted numerous advanced epic NPC guards capable of rivaling level 210, Tier 6 gods, and 7 NPC guards who had made them experience the threat of death. It should be known that all 5 of them were wielders of divine artifacts. If even they felt that their lives were in jeopardy, the only explanation was that these 7 NPC guards had legendary potential. 7 legendary NPC guards, 7, even with decades of development, a holy city wouldn't be able to recruit so many NPC guards with legendary potential, let alone an advanced town. Unlike the recruitment of personal guards, the recruitment of NPC guards for a town or city could only be done within the town or city itself. This situation placed a huge restriction on the pool of NPCs that players could choose from. However, in return for this restriction, the NPC guards of towns and cities could inherently form battle arrays while fighting inside the town or city where they belonged. The strength of these battle arrays would also increase with the number, strength, and growth potential of the NPC guards involved. Under normal circumstances, a 6-man party of dark gold NPC guards could inherently form a small advanced bronze battle array and trade blows with a dragon of the same tier and level. If they were epic NPC guards, they could form a small silver battle array and clash with a god of the same level and tier. In the case of Tier 6 legendary NPC guards, if 6 of them worked together, they could fight ancient gods of the same level and tier. Although the majority of the epic NPC guards inside the town hall were at Tier 5, if they fought in units of 100, they could inherently form a medium silver battle array that could elevate their individual strength to the Tier 6 standard. And if all 1,000 NPC guards in the town hall came together to form a large battle array, they would become an even more frightening entity. This was also why, even though the number of NPC guards that guild towns and cities could recruit was much fewer than the player population they could accommodate, they remained a force to be feared. It should be known a force of 60,000 level 180 plus, Tier 6 players would be nothing but cannon fodder in front of a level 200 ancient god, let alone 7 legendary NPC guards who could come together to exhibit combat power rivaling a level 210 plus ancient god. My anxiety to get here must have caused me to hallucinate. Yes, that must be it. After taking a few deep breaths, Venomtail reopened the doors to the town hall. When the heavy doors creaked open, the same intense mana gushed out of the town hall once more. Likewise, the 1,000 NPC guards from before remained standing inside the building, their faces colored with bewilderment as they stared at the players outside. Though the NPC guards' gazes did not carry hostility, the players outside couldn't help but feel like helpless prey who had stumbled into a tiger's den. Verdant Rainbow, care to explain? Venomtail growled, his voice laced with underlying anger and frustration. Once he was certain he wasn't hallucinating. 7 legendary and 58 advanced epic NPC guards? Which one of your apex powers is behind this tasteless prank? All 1,000 NPC guards were of the human race, making it almost certain that a human was behind Shattering Town's construction. After all, if a member of the holy race had constructed Shattering Town, the NPC guards they recruited would normally be of the holy race as well. Based on Sovereign Mark's research of the human race, only apex powers could possibly construct a guild town of such caliber in the current Eternal Realm. If Venomtail wasn't certain that no royal-level powers existed among the human race, he would have assumed that a royal power from the human race was behind this prank. After all, so long as a royal power was willing, it could confidently defend a single guild town in the Eternal Realm. It was only a matter of how the royal power chose to do so. Had the unknown human apex power behind Shattering Town declared it would defend its town to the bitter end from the onset, Sovereign Mark would have never bothered to come here with such a large force, wasting a significant amount of manpower and resources in the process. I wish I knew, Verdant, Rainbow said, wryly smiling as she looked at Venomtail's angry expression. The human race boasted fewer than 10 apex powers. Of them only the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Demon's Gate, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce were operating in the World Arc. If a 4th apex power truly was operating in the World Arc, it was inconceivable that the 7 Luminaries Alliance, with its extensive connections and intelligence-gathering capabilities, would remain ignorant about it. Not to mention all human powers belonged to the same camp. If the Seven Luminaries Alliance knew a human power was behind Shattering Town's construction, it would never have hastily deployed its forces to seize the town for fear of it falling into the Holy Race's control. Instead, it would have sought partnership with said human power. When Venom Tail saw genuine confusion on Verdant Rainbow's face, he turned his gaze toward Phoenix Flame and Fallen Dragon, only to find them similarly at a loss. Evidently none of the three human powers here knew who was behind this guild town, as the five powers members were speculating about the human apex power behind Shattering Town. A deep voice echoed in the town hall's lobby, startling everyone present. "What brings you all to the town hall today?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone present turned toward the source in unison. There they saw a level 190, Tier 6 swordsman, wearing a six-winged emblem on his chest. The swordsman did not have any sense of presence, giving off the feeling that he did not exist. If the swordsman hadn't taken the initiative to speak up, nobody would have noticed him. Guild leader Black Flame. Verdant Rainbow was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the swordsman's face. It should be known that not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance could muster 7 legendary 58 advanced epic, and over 900 epic NPC guards in the current Eternal Realm. The state of Shattering Town even led her to suspect an unknown apex power, or possibly even a royal power, might be hiding among the human race. However, of all the possibilities she imagined, she never thought that the owner of Shattering Town would be. How can this be? This town belongs to Zero Wing. Verdant Rainbow wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Chalk Splendor, who had met Shi Feng in the past, and Phoenix Flame, who had watched Shi Feng's battle video, were equally bewildered by this unexpected revelation. Chapter 3699, Chapter 773, Fearless. Chapter 773, Fearless. Black Flame? Are you Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? When Venom Tail and Fallen Dragon heard the words of Chalk Splendor and Verdant Rainbow, they reacted with skepticism, and they couldn't help but feel like the two were playing a joke on them. Setting aside how an upstart guild like Zero Wing could construct a guild town in the World Ark's core area, how were they supposed to believe Zero Wing could recruit 1,000 NPC guards of epic potential and above? Even the average apex power would find it nigh impossible to accomplish such a feat. "That's right. I am Black Flame," Shi Feng said, finding Venom Tail and Fallen Dragon's need to verify his identity a little exasperating. "If all you are here to do is play some name-calling game, please find someone else to entertain you." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the 1,000 NPC guards behind him advanced on Venom Tail and the others in unison. They evidently got the hint that Shi Feng was looking to drive these uninvited guests away. The 1,000 NPC guards gave off the feeling of 1,000 gods as they advanced on Venom Tail's group, their intimidating presence causing the Five Powers experts to retreat subconsciously. At first glance, the Five Powers' 60,000-plus Tier 6 experts might seem terrifying. However, they would fare no differently than ants before a human if they tried to fight against these 1,000 level 210-plus NPC guards. They'd be especially fragile in front of the 7 legendary NPC guards. If these 7 legendary NPC guards fought as a group within the confines of Shattering Town, they'd be as strong as an ancient god of the same level. Merely the divine might they radiated could immobilize most Tier 6 players. Hold on a second, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Venom Tail saw the NPC guards about to take action, he hurriedly called out to Shi Feng and said, "I am Venom Tail, a holy child of the Sovereign Mark Guild. I come here bearing only good intentions to seek partnership with Zero Wing." As soon as Venom Tail finished speaking, Chalk Splendor, Verdant Rainbow, Phoenix Flame, and Fallen Dragon cast a look of contempt at him in unison. Before entering Shattering Town, Venom Tail was very supportive of Chalk Splendor's proposal to target Zero Wing. In fact, if it weren't for Venom Tail's agreement, Chalk Splendor could have never gotten Verdant Rainbow to agree to halt all support the Seven Luminaries Alliance provided to Zero Wing in the World Ark. Yet, as soon as Venom Tail saw that capturing Shattering Town was no longer possible, and that Zero Wing was the town's ruling power, he instantly changed tunes, proposing to cooperate with Zero Wing. The extent of his shamelessness was so astonishing that it could even be considered admirable. "You say you come with good intentions?" Shi Feng asked, his gaze indifferent as he swept over the nearly 20,000 Sovereign Mark members behind Venom Tail. "And you demonstrate it by encircling the town hall with such a large force of Tier 6 experts? A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding," Venom Tail said, chuckling. "Sovereign Mark might have brought a lot of members here, but haven't the 4 other powers here done the same? The treasures in God's domain have always gone to those with capabilities. As the leader of a guild, I am sure you are aware of this, Mr. Black Flame. Now that Zero Wing has proven itself capable of protecting Shattering Town, it has naturally become the ideal partner for Sovereign Mark." While making up excuses, Venom Tail couldn't help but regret his hasty decision to support Chalk Splendor's proposal. Shattering Town was akin to a mountain of gold. Whether it was the ability to recruit NPCs of mythical-era races as personal guards or the ability to teleport directly to Luminous Sky City, both could bring immense wealth and benefits to Sovereign Mark. In a situation where Sovereign Mark lacked the strength to seize Shattering Town, the next best option would naturally be to partner with Zero Wing. But now Sovereign Mark had already offended Zero Wing. If Sovereign Mark was permanently banned from Shattering Town because of this, its competitiveness in the World Arc would undoubtedly plummet. "What you say is right, but aren't you forgetting something? Have you forgotten how you forced the 7 Luminaries Alliance to stop supporting Zero Wing in the World Arc?" When Chalk Splendor saw Venom Tail shifting the topic, he unceremoniously exposed the other party's true colors. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were rivals. If he allowed Sovereign Mark to benefit from Shattering Town, he might as well say goodbye to his status as a holy child of the Sun Dynasty as for seeking a partnership from Zero Wing himself. Not even for a moment did Chalk Splendor humor the thought. He did not think that Shi Feng would ever partner with the Sun Dynasty after the bounty the Sun Dynasty had placed on him. He also personally wished for Shi Feng's demise, so he would naturally favor seeing Zero Wing have as many enemies as possible. "Splendor, you!" Venom Tail glared at Chalk Splendor. If he could establish a partnership with Zero Wing and purchase a few shops and land permanently, it would definitely earn him significant merits in Sovereign Mark. But now it was all ruined. Subsequently, Venom Tail returned his gaze toward Shi Feng, but his attitude was no longer friendly like before. "Since the cat's out of the bag, I'll cut to the chase," Venom Tail said. Then, glancing outside the town, he threatened, "The Holy Race currently holds the upper hand in the World Arc. Sovereign Mark and the Sun Dynasty also hold significant influence over the Holy Race members operating here. Since you have already offended the Sun Dynasty previously, if you offend Sovereign Mark as well, your town will most likely have trouble operating in the future." Upon hearing Venom Tail's words, Chalk Splendor couldn't help but gnash his teeth angrily. The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark indeed held significant influence over the Holy Race's various powers and players operating inside the World Arc. If Zero Wing refused to partner with Sovereign Mark, it was unlikely any Holy Race player would set foot into Shattering Town in the future. Currently, Shattering Town's greatest advantage was its ability to enable trade between human players and Holy Race players. If no Holy Race players visited, the town would instantly lose its greatest advantage. So long as Shi Feng didn't have a few screws loose in his head, he wouldn't turn down this transaction. Seeing the situation, Phoenix Flame also started to grow anxious. Prior to this, Demon's Gate had already placed a public bounty on Zero Wing across the entire Eternal Realm. It had even used its guild membership as a reward to convince more players to attempt the bounty. Although Zero Wing had retaliated by similarly placing a bounty on Demon's Gate, everyone merely treated it as a joke. After all, the difference in value between the two guilds' membership was night and day. However, it was a completely different story following Shattering Town's appearance. Setting aside the various benefits Shattering Town offered, so long as Zero Wing established a partnership with Sovereign Mark, a royal power of the Holy Race, its status in the Eternal Realm would skyrocket. Zero Wing might even be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Demon's Gate. After factoring in Shattering Town's connection with Luminous Sky City, If Zero Wing had Sovereign Mark's assistance, it might come to gain absolute authority over a significant portion of the southern region. If that happened, Demon's Gate would be in deep trouble. While Phoenix Flame was worried about Demon's Gate's future, Shi Feng's voice echoed across the town hall once more. "I see that Sovereign Mark is as domineering as always," Shi Feng said, chuckling when confronted with Venom Tail's threat. "Unfortunately, your threats are meaningless. Whether it is the Sun Dynasty or Sovereign Mark, Zero Wing has never intended to partner with any holy race power. If you only want to trade, Zero Wing will welcome it. But if you want to supplant Zero Wing wouldn't mind having a few more enemies." Chapter 37,000, Chapter 774, Astonishing Prophets. World Arc, Shadow Ring Town. Why have they all come out? Do the five powers not plan on capturing this town? It can't be right. This is the only guild town in the core area. If taken advantage of properly, you can make a fortune from collecting rent alone. Not to mention the town can facilitate trade between the two races. How can the five powers possibly give up on it? The millions of players observing Shattering Town from a distance immediately engaged in a heated discussion when they saw the Tier 6 experts of the two royal powers and three apex powers exiting the town. They couldn't believe the five powers would give up on a treasure trove like Shattering Town. Admittedly, the player population Shattering Town could accommodate paled compared to NPC cities. As an advanced town, Shattering Town could only accommodate up to 2 million players at a time, which was a far cry from NPC cities that could accommodate tens of millions of players. However, Shattering Town was a guild town. This meant that the town's ruling power could keep all the profits generated by the town. They wouldn't need to pay a hefty tax to NPCs. Hence, even if Shattering Town only had a stable player population of 2 million, the income it could generate would easily exceed that of shops in NPC cities. Inside an advanced tent situated roughly 1,000 yards away from Shattering Town, a group of Tier 6 players wearing the Skylight Association's guild emblem revealed astonished looks when they saw a female berserker, whose body was as robust as a bear, walking out of Shattering Town. "Elder Sword, what do you think is going on?" "Setting the holy race aside, even that Phoenix Flame has come out," Milia, who had risen to level 182, asked as she looked at 19th Sword, who was currently at level 104, Tier 6. 19th Sword was one of the Greater Gods domain's 10 Great Sword Gods, and he had risen to fame for quite some years now. Although he had mostly been operating as an independent player in the past, he had many disciples among the various powers. Among these disciples was Phoenix Flame, one of Demon's Gate's current 6 great paragons. Furthermore, she was among the most outstanding disciples 19th Sword had nurtured in recent years, and there was hope that she would catch up to Spear Paradise in the future. Hence, if Milia had to point out who in the Skylight Association was the most familiar with Phoenix Flame, it would definitely have to be 19th Sword. "It is indeed strange," 19th Sword muttered, a hint of confusion appearing in his sharp gaze. "Although it has been quite a while since I last saw Phoenix Flame, that little girl has always been impatient and does things without regard for the consequences. She must have gone out of her way to come to seize Shattering Town this time, so I find it hard to imagine she would leave without doing anything. Could the power behind Shattering Town be an existence even Demon's Gate is wary of provoking?" Milia asked. While she might not know much about the two royal powers from the Holy Race, Demon's Gate's modus operandi was known by all among the human race. Considering Shattering Town's significance, she could think of only one explanation as to why Demon's Gate would walk away without a fight. It could not afford to provoke Shattering Town. "That's a likely possibility," 19th Sword said with a pondering look. Then he moved his gaze toward Shattering Town and continued. "But this is good news for the Skylight Association. The withdrawal of the five powers signifies that even they are powerless against Shattering Town. Previously, the five powers held an overwhelming advantage in the core area due to their resurrection camps. But with Shattering Town's appearance, we can have a chance at catching up with the five powers exploration teams. If we can partner with the power behind Shattering Town, we might even be able to surpass the five powers exploration progress." 19th Sword's words excited Milia and the other Skylight Association members present. Although the various powers currently already had the ability to explore the world arc's core area, compared to the 2 royal powers and 3 apex powers, who all owned resurrection camps in the core area, their accomplishments in the core area could only be considered pitiful. Moreover, whenever they encountered the 5 powers members, they always had to step aside. Even when regional bosses, treasure chests, and monster respawn points were right before them, they still had to surrender everything to the 5 powers. Otherwise, should a fight break out, the consequences would not be something that the powers without resurrection camps in the core area could bear. However, it was a different story now that Shattering Town had appeared. Not only could they register to resurrect in Shattering Town, but they could also rely on the town to thoroughly recuperate. Most importantly, since even the 5 powers were powerless to do anything about Shattering Town, other powers could start to oppose the 5 powers teams out in the fields without fearing losing their foothold in the core area. At this time, the Skylight Association wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The other powers and adventurer teams present to see the 5 powers defeat also came to a similar conclusion. Because of this, as soon as the 5 powers members disappeared into the distance, every player gathered outside Shattering Town charged into the town without hesitation. Everyone was focused on renting hotel rooms or finding out how to rent shops and private houses in the town. In less than half an hour, the hotels, restaurants, and shops of Shattering Town became fully packed with players. The situation on the streets was also remarkable, with endless crowds walking along the streets and player stalls popping up one after another. Madness! This is simply madness. It costs 1 eternal gold every 24 hours to rent a stall space here, yet not a single unoccupied space remains. The profits this town can rake in a day from stall rental alone can probably already match the Apex Power's daily income. While strolling the streets of Shattering Town, Frey couldn't help but be stupefied when she saw that player stalls lined every corner of every street. Normally, in an NPC city with a player population in the tens of millions, the number of player stalls in the city would at best amount to several tens of thousands. However, despite Shattering Town having a player population of just 2 million, over 200,000 players were setting up stalls here. Moreover, unlike NPC cities, which charged a mere 2 or 3 eternal silver per day for street stalls, Shattering Town demanded a hefty 1 eternal gold every 24 hours. This translated to over 400,000 eternal gold in a God's Domain day, a staggering sum far beyond the reach of even the strongest of pseudo-apex powers in the current eternal realm. Only apex powers could possibly achieve such a daily income. It is indeed astonishing. Garrot agreed with Frey's sentiment while looking at the many stalls operated by Holy Race players. Although I've long known the town would prosper once it opens, I never thought it would reach such a frightening extent. If we hadn't signed a contract with Zero Wing early on, we might not even have the qualifications to compete for a shop in Shattering Town. Frey nodded in agreement, a feeling of delight spreading within her. When considering Shattering Town's future promotion, the town needed to have many NPC merchants establish operations here. Because of this, there were only so many shops the town could rent out to players. Although the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang were pseudo-apex powers, their chances of winning would be slim if they had to compete fairly over Shattering Town's shops. It would be even more so if they included Holy Race powers in the competition. After all, the Holy Race was vastly superior to the human race in numbers and strength. Their royal powers alone numbered as many as 10, while their apex and pseudo-apex powers outnumbered that of the human race by several times. If all these powers were allowed to compete for Shattering Town's shops, the Red Dragon Nation and Azure Fang's chances of winning would be virtually non-existent. Shattering Town, Town Hall, VIP Lounge, Guild Leader Black Flame, we are likely to face a lot more trouble at the Crucible of the Ancients now that you have chased away Venom Tail and the others, Verdant Rainbow said, wryly smiling as she looked at Shi Feng, in addition to the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate. Shi Feng had also permanently blacklisted the Eternal Chamber of Commerce for trying to seize Shattering Town. From this point onward, so long as any member of these powers dared to set foot into Shattering Town, the town's NPC guards would kill them on the spot. Fortunately, she had established a partnership with Zero Wing prior to this situation. Otherwise, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance would have most likely received a similar treatment as the 4 other powers. Chapter 3701, Chapter 775, Clue pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6. Please, rest assured, Miss Rainbow. Since we have already accepted your offer, we will not disappoint you, Shi Feng said with a smile, although it will become a little tougher without the help of Eternal Chamber of Commerce's and Demon's Gate's parties. Even without their help, Zero Wing can still help you get past the preliminaries. In essence, the Continental Championship was a clash for hegemony between 3 races. Because of this, participating parties usually needed to rely on other parties of the same race if they wanted to survive the chaotic preliminaries. With the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demon's Gate being apex powers, they definitely had some admission tickets, and receiving help from their parties would undoubtedly save a lot of trouble. However, so long as their party boasted sufficiently strong members, they could still conquer the preliminaries even without the help of others. I am aware of the strength Zero Wing has displayed in the defense against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Seeing Shi Feng's nonchalance, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but sigh as she shared a document with him and said, "But the preliminaries this time will no longer be the same as before. The major system update has brought a change to the Continental Championship's rules. I was originally thinking of informing you about this after my trip to Shattering Town, but since you are here, have a look at the updated rules. Participating players will now have their levels suppressed to the average." When Shi Feng saw the updated Continental Championship rules, his expression on his face remained unchanged. In his previous life, the Continental Championship's rules had indeed changed after the major system update. More specifically, all participants would have their levels equalized, making it so that the championship placed more emphasis on individual combat standards. That's right. Verdant Rainbow nodded with a frown. Because of this new rule, players who exceed the average level will no longer have an advantage. All participants can rely only on their individual combat standards to achieve victory. The main reason she extended an invitation to Zero Wing previously was to capitalize on Zero Wing's level 200+ members. With the level advantage these Zero Wing members had, they could easily overwhelm their opponents and get through the preliminaries. After all, the advantages given to players at level 200 could not be overcome easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing had experts at level 210 and above. However, her plan thoroughly fell into ruins following the introduction of the new rule. In terms of combat standards, Zero Wing's level 210+ experts could only be described as unremarkable, and replacements for them could be easily found even among the human race's pseudo-apex powers. In the new Continental Championship, where they would be facing the powerhouses of the 2 other races, Zero Wing's level 210+ experts could only be regarded as victims. "Are you considering to give up on our partnership, Miss Rainbow?" Shi Feng asked after he was done reading the updated rules. The change this time was unexpected. "I will fulfill my promise of extending your loan repayment by 10 days, Verdant Rainbow said. Then, with gritted teeth, she continued, "But I will have to make some changes regarding 2 of Zero Wing's slots. If Zero Wing cannot come up with participants strong enough to enter the Holy Race's Transcendent list, I will have no choice but to find someone else to fill these slots. I understand your intentions." Shi Feng chuckled when he saw the awkward look on Verdant Rainbow. "Before we continue with this topic, may I ask if you are interested in achieving even better results in the upcoming Continental Championship, Miss Rainbow?" At this point, it was evident Shattering Town had a promising future. Anyone who wasn't a fool would definitely try to establish a long-term partnership with Zero Wing. However, the Continental Championship was equally important, so it was understandable that Verdant Rainbow wanted to replace unqualified participants. Naturally. Who wouldn't want the Continental Championship's amazing rewards? Verdant Rainbow answered, giving Shi Feng a strange look. The Continental Championship was currently the top priority for the 3 races occupying the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Everyone wanted to achieve good results in the championship and gain rapid growth. However, performing well in the championship was easier said than done. In reality, even parties consisting entirely of experts from the Holy Race's transcendent list would find it difficult to achieve good results, let alone those who were only theorized to be strong enough to enter the transcendent list. If that's the case, let Zero Wing have 4 slots. In return, I can guarantee we will secure a place in the top 4 of the Continental Championship. However, aside from providing an extra slot, you will have to pay Zero Wing an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, Shi Feng said with certainty when he saw the interested look on Verdant Rainbow. You can guarantee a top 4 placing? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. She felt that Shi Feng was joking with her. Every Continental Championship would see several hundred parties participating. Normally, parties would be handsomely rewarded so long as they could pass the preliminaries. Meanwhile, those who could climb to the top 16 could receive the guidance of the ancient beings behind the crucible of the ancients, while those who managed to ascend to the top 4 would see their rewards doubled or more. However, out of all the Continental Championships hosted, the best result the human race had managed to secure thus far was the top 16. At this point, entering the top 4 was nothing but a dream. Not to mention, she even had to pay 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal for this ranking. That was basically half a divine artifact. We still have time before we need to set out for the Crucible. You can use this time to properly consider my offer, Miss Rainbow, Shi Feng said very calmly. In his previous life, the Continental Championship didn't just serve as a training ground for the various powers' talents. After the major system update, it also became the hope for many peerless players to achieve further improvement. This was because parties who managed to enter the top 4 in the Continental Championship could receive detailed guidance from the ancient beings behind the Crucible of the Ancients. This also happened to be one of the few clues pertaining to the road beyond Tier 6 available in the Eternal Realm. Although the human race had produced many powerful experts, not a single party managed to enter the Continental Championship's top 4. It wasn't until the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes joined forces that they fortunately managed to enter the top 4 once. It was also from that point onward the human race's various powers learned of the Continental Championship's true significance. Only, neither the 3 absolutes nor their 3 other party members revealed the specifics of what they learned regarding the road beyond Tier 6. Currently, there still weren't many experts participating in the Continental Championship. Although the implementation of the major system update had removed the possibility of having a level advantage, so long as he had sufficient 7 Luminaries crystals, he could simply create a new advantage by upgrading the epic-ranked God Chaser sets to the fragmented legendary rank and giving them to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss were currently among the top 5 in combat standards in Zero Wing. If they were equipped with the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser sets, while Shi Feng couldn't promise their party would become the champion, he was confident they could get into the Continental Championship's top 4 without any trouble. Chapter 3702, Chapter 776, Strengthening the God Chaser Set. You really don't hold back, do you? Guild Leader Black Flame. Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but hesitate on Shi Feng's offer. She would be lying if she said she wasn't interested in a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship. However, it was a considerable expenditure for her to give away 4 participation slots as well as 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. It might even put her in an awkward situation in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. She had received her admission ticket from a Grand Elder of the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and the other party had originally intended for the ticket to be used to nurture the guild's geniuses. So, when she decided to give 3 participation slots to Zero Wing, many guild executives criticized her. If she were to give Zero Wing another slot, it would mean depriving another one of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's geniuses of the opportunity to improve, and it would definitely enrage the guild executives who already thought negatively of her. As for the 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she'd have to mortgage many of her properties in the Eternal Realm if she wanted to convince the 7 Luminaries Alliance to secure such an amount. I'm sure you know how difficult it is to get into the top 4, Miss Rainbow. If I am the only one representing Zero Wing, I can help you without any payment. But if you want a good placement, I must make considerable sacrifices to help you achieve that, Shi Feng explained. In reality, he would already be benefiting greatly if he could secure 4 participation slots for Zero Wing. He was simply putting Verdant Rainbow in a tough spot by asking her for an additional 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. However, he had no choice but to do so, as he had already spent all of his 7 Luminaries crystals and didn't have enough to upgrade even 1 God Chaser set. "I can agree to your conditions, Guild Leader Black Flame." After pondering for a moment, Verdant Rainbow said to Shi Feng, "The additional slot should be doable, but if I'm to pay you 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, I will need you to lease a shop on Shattering Town's main street to me for free for a month. Otherwise, I cannot convince the Guild's other executives to take out so many 7 Luminaries crystals. If it's only a month, I can agree to your condition," Shi Feng said, nodding. "But how soon can you deliver the 7 Luminaries crystals to me?" There were over 20 shops lining Shattering Town's main street. Excluding the ones needed for NPC merchants and Zero Wing's purposes, 6 shops could be rented out. However, no matter how valuable Shattering Town's shops were, there was no way he could get anyone to pay a monthly rent of 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal. So, he would be a fool to refuse Verdant Rainbow's condition. "I can have it delivered within half a day after we finalize our deal," Verdant Rainbow said, smiling when she heard Shi Feng accepting her condition. If she could secure a top 4 placing in the Continental Championship and rent a shop on Shattering Town's main street for free for a month, all for the price of just 50 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, she would turn a huge profit. She could also offer an explanation to the Guild's executives. "Okay, let's write up the contract then." Hearing Verdant Rainbow's response, Shi Feng wasted no time as he retrieved 2 God's Domain contracts from his bag. Within a day after Shi Feng signed the contract with Verdant Rainbow, the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate suddenly declared Shattering Town off-limits to all players. Any player who dared to approach the town would be met with death. The announcement shocked the players operating in the World Arc. They never expected the 3 powers to make such a ruthless decree. Those who wished to take advantage of Shattering Town were especially taken aback, and many couldn't help but voice their grievances. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residents, Guild Leader. Those 3 guilds are simply outrageous. They've stationed their Tier 6 legions at all of the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits just to blockade the town. Now, anyone caught trying to enter or leave the Shattering Basin must pay them 1 eternal gold. Starting tomorrow, the 3 guilds will even kill anyone who tries to enter the Shattering Basin. Gentle Snow complained angrily as she stormed into Shi Feng's office. "Let me ambush them with a team, Guild Leader. I refuse to believe they can keep blockading the entrances." The Sun Dynasty and Sovereign Mark were royal powers of the Holy Race. Because of this, all Holy Race players operating in the World Arc would usually defer to the 2 royal powers' decisions, none daring to offend them. As for Demon's Gate, it was an apex power famed for its ruthlessness among the human race. Aside from other apex powers, no other individual or power from the human race would dare to offend Demon's Gate. Now that the 3 powers had come together to persecute Shattering Town, it was almost guaranteed that no player would dare to visit the town. Meanwhile, if Shattering Town did not have players visiting it, there was no way Zero Wing could afford the town's daily expenditures. Of course, persecuting Shattering Town didn't come free and easy for the 3 powers either. The World Arc's mysterious energy constantly ate away at the bodies of players. Monsters occupying the maps around Shattering Basin were also plentiful. Even if the 3 powers' forces remained stationary, monsters would attack them continuously, forcing them to expend stamina and concentration. Because of this, the 3 powers needed to commit a large number of players to maintain the blockade. This, in turn, would prevent these players from doing more meaningful things, such as exploring the World Arc and finding opportunities to develop themselves. What the 3 powers were doing was essentially persecuting Shattering Town at the expense of the futures of a large number of their own Tier 6 experts, which was utterly insane. "I ignore them. If they want to block the entrances, let them," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the anxious Gentle Snow. "Has the 7 Luminaries Alliance's 7 Luminaries crystals arrived yet?" The Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's joint effort to seal the Shattering Basin's entrances and exits was indeed astonishing. Any normal guild town would have faced an imminent demise if persecuted in such a manner. However, Shattering Town was no ordinary guild town. Instead, it was a guild town that could access luminous Sky City directly. Although it was only a one-way teleportation, it was still a path to riches for many players and powers. It was especially so now that the sales of basic and intermediate divine engraving scrolls had garnered widespread attention in luminous Sky City. In just one day, the Abyss Chamber of Commerce had managed to sell several thousand Holy Race exclusive fragmented legendary items, generating 1 million eternal gold in revenue. Even after he paid off his 700,000 eternal gold debt to luminous Sky City, he would still have 300,000 eternal gold to spare. As for the divine engraving scrolls sold by Abyss, they had already become a target for the Eternal Realm's various powers. Many players and powers who managed to get their hands on some would instantly resell the scrolls for a huge profit. Naturally, when the players on the Eternal Continent learned of this situation, they, too, wanted to get in on this opportunity. However, traveling to the southern region was not an easy task. Outside of Shattering Town's teleportation channel, every other method to reach the southern region came at a price that the average power could not afford. Hence, for most players operating on the Eternal Continent, Shattering Town was their only option to reach luminous Sky City. This situation made it so that Shattering Town would have no lack of players trying to visit it. Not to mention, aside from purchasing divine engraving scrolls to resell, players on the Eternal Continent could also sell their high-quality weapons, equipment, and secret treasures at luminous Sky City, since the prices for these items were considerably higher in the southern region. "I've received them already," Gentle Snow said, as she handed all of the 7 luminaries' crystals in her spatial bag to Shi Feng. "In addition to the 50 million units of 7 luminaries' crystal, the materials you asked for have also been delivered. However, the construction design of the Tower of the Abyss is too complex. On top of that, you have asked to use alternative materials, so our architects still need some time to do research. The Tower of the Abyss doesn't need to be rushed. Just have them construct it to the best of their abilities," Shi Feng said when he heard Gentle Snow's report. Then he eagerly took out the Origin Myth and inserted a complete God Chaser set into the Origin Space system. Origin Space has detected the God Chaser set. Strengthening and modifying it will cost 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? That many? Shi Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw the cost. He could already produce an inferior divine artifact with 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Even so, he did not hesitate to strengthen the God Chaser set. Chapter 3703, Chapter 777, Continental Championship begins. Shattering Town, Zero Wings Residence. As soon as Shi Feng injected 10 million units of 7 luminaries crystal into the Origin Space, a colorful radiance enveloped the God Chaser set. Subsequently, countless magic arrays and divine runes poured into the God Chaser set, causing the mana radiated by the equipment set to rise in density. This process lasted for 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a brand new God Chaser set appeared in Shi Feng's hands. "How did it go, Guild Leader?" Gentle Snow eagerly asked when she saw Shi Feng inspecting the strengthened God Chaser set. Shi Feng had directly informed Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss about his plans to use the 7 luminaries crystals he acquired from Verdant Rainbow to strengthen the God Chaser sets. Hence, Gentle Snow wasn't surprised by what just happened. However, that didn't stop her from growing curious about the outcome of the strengthening process. "Take a look yourself," Shi Feng said as he shared the new God Chaser set statistics with Gentle Snow. Meanwhile, after Gentle Snow was done reading the new God Chaser set's attributes, excitement appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "Amazing! The strengthened God Chaser set is simply beyond extraordinary." After being strengthened, not only did the epic-racked God Chaser set's quality advance to the fragmented legendary standard, but its set effects also underwent drastic changes. At the epic rank, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect only increased physique by 50%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the basic attributes the set provided by 80%. As for the 8-piece set effect, it elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard while lowering the equipment requirement to level 200. When players equipped the set, the basic attributes they could gain would be similar to if they were fully equipped with legendary equipment. After ascending to the fragmented legendary rank, though, the God Chaser set's 4-piece set effect increased physique by 100%, while its 6-piece set effect increased the set's basic attributes by 120% and improved the wearer's skill and spell completion rates by 10%. As for the 8-piece set effect, although it similarly elevated the set's basic attributes to the level 220 standard, the equipment requirement was changed to Tier 6 only. So long as players were at Tier 6, they could equip the set at any level. On top of that, the 8-piece set effect also improved neural responses by 50%. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, so long as a Tier 6 player equipped the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set, they would instantly become a monster of the new era. Setting aside the fact that the set allowed level 180 Tier 6 players to have basic attributes surpassing level 200, Tier 6 gods, just the fact that it increased skill and spell completion rates by 10% and improved all neural responses by 50% were enough to make it beyond incredible. In the era after the major system updates implementation, the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set could artificially raise a player's combat standards by 1 or 2 levels. At this time, Gentle Snow even had the feeling that if she equipped this new God Chaser set, she could defeat even veteran 5th-floor experts in battle. When on offense, she could simply rely on her basic attributes to overwhelm her opponents. Even if her opponents could predict her every move, it'd be meaningless if their bodies couldn't keep up with her attack speed and strength. When on defense, even if she failed to predict her opponent's actions, she could rely on her exceptional neural responses to react to all of the actions they executed. Unless her opponents could overwhelm her in attack speed, attack power, or strength, they would be helpless against her. These 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal were well spent when Shi Feng saw the new God Chaser set. The sting he previously felt disappeared. With 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal, he could probably scrape together a full set of legendary equipment. Although its performance would most likely be below average, it was a full set of legendary equipment nonetheless. Yet the Origin Myth had asked for a similar sum just to upgrade the God Chaser set's quality from epic to fragmented legendary. No matter how he looked at it, he was definitely losing big time. However, after seeing the new God Chaser set's attributes, he only had one thing to say: worth it. Subsequently, Shi Feng strengthened 3 more epic-ranked God Chaser sets, not hesitating even in the slightest throughout the process. Of the 4 sets, he kept 1 set for himself while distributing the 3 other sets to Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Then, when they equipped the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser sets, all 4 of them saw a huge increase in their basic attributes. Shi Feng in particular saw the greatest improvement. Up until this point he had been using the damaged sacred armor. Now that he had replaced it with the fragmented legendary ranked God Chaser set, his basic attributes instantly skyrocketed, and they now rivaled that of level 200 ancient gods. In his current state, he could be regarded as a humanoid boss even in the greater gods domain, let alone the eternal realm. As for Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss, they behaved like children who had acquired a new toy when they received their respective God Chaser sets. They excitedly went to the guild residence's combat rooms to conduct various tests, only settling down a day later after they had destroyed all of the residence's combat rooms and received complaints from the Zero Wing members trying to refine themselves in Shadowring Town. Guild Leader Black Flame, the championship has begun. I'm already in front of your residence. How are your preparations coming along? Verdant Rainbow asked through the video chat as she looked at Shi Feng, who was in the midst of drawing some runes. You're here already? When Shi Feng saw that Verdant Rainbow was already outside the residence's entrance, he quickly finished engraving the last core divine pattern needed for the Tower of the Abyss and handed it to the architect waiting before him. Then, He said to Verdant Rainbow, "Preparations on my side are done. I'll meet you at the entrance." While Gentle Snow and the others were acclimatizing to the new God Chaser sets, Shi Feng didn't let himself stay idle, choosing to help the guild's architects engrave the divine patterns they had trouble with. Now that the technical issues were resolved, the architects would only need several more days to complete the Tower of the Abyss and let Shattering Town bask in the same glory the Holy Race's holy city had enjoyed in his previous life. Shattering Town, Zero Wing's residence entrance, although the Sun Dynasty, Sovereign Mark, and Demon's Gate's blockade on the Shattering Basin remained strong and scared off many players from visiting Shattering Town, it did not stop a bunch of independent players from joining Zero Wing and teleporting to the town via guild transfer scrolls. In just a little over a day, Zero Wing had gained so many Tier 6 experts that there was now a constant stream of them entering and leaving the guild residence. Meanwhile, after Verdant Rainbow concluded her call with Shi Feng, she and the Berserker youth standing beside her only had to wait a while before Shi Feng stepped out of the residence with Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss in tow. Why is it them? Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but knit her brows a little when she saw the three individuals behind Shi Feng. Originally, Verdant Rainbow thought Zero Wing still had some frightening experts hidden. She never thought Shi Feng would choose to bring Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow was very familiar with these three individuals. They were also currently regarded by the various powers as Zero Wing's strongest experts. In terms of combat standards, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were both veteran 5th floor experts, while Gentle Snow had also recently advanced to the 5th floor standard. If compared to the various pseudo-Apex powers experts, these three could definitely stand among the very top. However, they could only be considered first-rate when compared to the various Apex Powers experts, and even worse if compared to the participants of the Continental Championship. Chapter 3704, Chapter 778, Death Wind the Divine Eye. Chapter 778, Death Wind the Divine Eye. Rainbow is black flame messing with you. The Berserker youth wearing the Seven Luminaries Alliance's guild emblem grew furious when he saw Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. Verdant Rainbow had exhausted every avenue available to her to increase her chances of performing well in the upcoming Continental Championship. She had even borrowed a divine artifact from the guild. Likewise, he, a reserve chosen one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance and the owner of the title Demonic Spear, had asked for many favors before he finally managed to borrow a divine spear from the guild, for the sake of securing a good placing in the Continental Championship. The two of them had essentially put everything they had on the line. Yet Zero Wing had made a complete fool of them by sending out the likes of Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. In fact, aside from combat standards, even the levels of these three individuals were a complete joke. Currently, experts standing at the forefront of the Eternal Realm were already averaging at level 192, yet Gentle Snow was only at level 187, while Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss were at level 181 and level 182 respectively. Their levels couldn't even be considered third-rate in the current Eternal Realm. Of course, having a low level was still a forgivable sin following the introduction of the Continental Championship's new rule. However, what was unforgivable was that the equipment of these three individuals was radiating the glow effect of fragmented legendary items. A fragmented legendary equipment set might be considered good in the World Arc, but in the Continental Championship, where the chosen ones of the three continents gathered, such equipment was only fit for beggars. Guild leader Black Flame, are you sure you're going to have the three of them participate? Verdant Rainbow asked Shi Feng in a questioning and confused tone. Although Shi Feng had concealed his weapons and equipment with an advanced black cloak, Gentle Snow and the others did not. So even a level 0 player could see they were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. In the Continental Championship, where legendary equipment was considered the bare minimum, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss would be fortunate if they didn't become the butt of everyone's jokes, let alone serve as capable combatants. Yes, they'll be coming with us, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he turned his gaze to the Berserker youth behind Verdant Rainbow and asked, And this must be Deathwind, the demonic spear, the Seven Luminaries Alliance's latest reserve, chosen one, right? Do you know me? Deathwind looked at Shi Feng in surprise. He was currently using a special tool to hide his personal information. Even master-ranked identification skills should not be able to uncover his level, much less his name. It should be known that his name remained a secret in the Greater God's domain, and only a few among the Seven Luminaries Alliance knew about it. Most people only addressed him as the demonic spear. Naturally, who wouldn't know of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen one candidate? Shi Feng faintly smiled as he looked at Deathwind. Deathwind was very well known in Shi Feng's previous life, so much so that it gave Zero Wing a huge headache. Presently, Deathwind might be known as the Demonic Spear, a title given to him by the Seven Luminaries Alliance, but he went by a different title in Shi Feng's previous life. It was also a title known by all in the Greater God's domain, the Divine Eye. One of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, although nurtured by the Seven Luminaries Alliance during the early years of his God's domain career, Deathwind was secretly a spy working for Demon's Gate. When Deathwind ultimately betrayed the Seven Luminaries Alliance, he caused the Alliance to suffer a huge loss. He would then become known as the Divine Eye, an existence feared by all in the Greater God's domain. Your very well-informed guild leader, Black Flame, Deathwind looked at Shi Feng cautiously when he heard the other party's words. For some reason he felt like a ferocious beast was watching him, and the feeling sent chills down his back. My information network can only be considered subpar when compared to yours, Mr. Deathwind. While keeping his gaze on Deathwind, Shi Feng deepened his smile and asked, I overheard you saying that I was messing with Miss Rainbow just now. May I know what you mean by that? It's a misunderstanding. Guild leader Black Flame. When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng's question, she knew that Shi Feng must have overheard everything Deathwind said just now. It wasn't all that surprising that Shi Feng had overheard their conversation either. When players reach Tier 6, they achieve inhuman levels in all physical aspects. Naturally, this included their hearing capabilities. So long as Tier 6 players were paying attention, they could even hear someone speaking softly from several hundred yards away. In fact, this was common knowledge in the Greater God's domain. Hence, although Deathwind had kept his voice down when speaking about Zero Wing, he had actually spoken intending to let Shi Feng hear him. However, Deathwind couldn't be faulted for his opinion of Zero Wing. After all, he had gone to great lengths to prepare for the Continental Championship. It was understandable he would be upset to see Zero Wing treat the Continental Championship so lightly. It's not a misunderstanding. Sweeping his gaze across gentle snow, fervent samsara, and heavy abyss, Deathwind bluntly said to Shi Feng, The Continental Championship is full of experts. I had to put everything on the line to get into this party. You, guild leader Black Flame, on the other hand, are having 3 people equipped with only fragmented legendary equipment participate. If you're not messing with us, what are you doing? I see. In response to Deathwind's unceremonious questioning, Shi Feng maintained his smile as he said, In that case, how about we make a bet, Mr. Deathwind? A bet? Looking at Shi Feng strangely, Deathwind asked, What are we betting? The Cloud Piercer in your possession, Shi Feng said as he glanced at the divine spear on Deathwind's back. If I win, the Cloud Piercer will belong to me. If I lose, I will give you a divine artifact of similar quality as the Cloud Piercer. How about it? The Cloud Piercer was a very well-known divine artifact in Shi Feng's previous life, and it was in a completely different league compared to the one currently in Deathwind's possession. Although the current Cloud Piercer was also rated as a divine artifact, it was actually damaged and incomplete. The complete Cloud Piercer, on the other hand, could rank among the Greater God's domain's 10 great divine artifacts. Moreover, although the Cloud Piercer was currently regarded to be on loan from the Seven Luminaries Alliance, the truth of the matter was that Demon's Gate had secretly given it to Deathwind to help elevate his status in the Seven Luminaries Alliance. A divine artifact of similar quality you are? Aware that my Cloud Piercer is not a run-of-the-mill item, right? Deathwind had his interest piqued. How do you intend to carry out this bet? Simple. Chuckling, Shi Feng said, "Since you deem the three of them unqualified, how about we compare your score in the preliminaries with theirs? So, you're saying that so long as my score is better than that of one of the three of them, I will win. Is that right?" Deathwind asked, seizing the opportunity to insert a condition of his own. Deathwind. Verdant Rainbow glared at Deathwind. She never thought Deathwind would have no intention of easing the relationship between the two sides. Ignoring Verdant Rainbow, Deathwind continued, "I am only one person, while there are three people on your side, Guild Leader Black Flame. You can't possibly expect me to surpass all three of their scores, right?" "Of course not," Shi Feng said with a smile. "So long as you can match 1/3 of any of their scores in the preliminaries, I will consider it your victory. What do you think?" Chapter 3705, Chapter 779, Crucible, Chapter 779, Crucible, Guild Leader Black Flame, have you lost your mind? When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng taking the initiative to offer such an overwhelmingly favorable condition to Deathwind, she couldn't help but feel that Shi Feng was being a little too reckless. The Continental Championship's preliminaries ranked participating parties based on their accumulated points. Party members would be shuffled into different groups during the preliminaries, and they had to fight all other members of the group in a round-robin manner. Meanwhile, only the top 10 members of each group would receive points. Each group would typically have 21 players. In other words, each player would need to fight in 20 matches during the preliminaries, and they would be ranked based on the number of victories they achieved. The player coming in first place would receive 20 points, second place would receive 10 points, third place would receive 9 points, fourth place would receive 8 points, and so on, ending with 10th place receiving 2 points. Verdant Rainbow understood Deathwind's strength well. Although weaker than her, going by her experience in participating in the Continental Championship, he should have a high chance of securing an 8th place position in the preliminaries. Even if he underperformed, he should come in 10th place at the very least. In other words, if any of Zero Wing's 3 members failed to get into the top 3 of their respective groups, Shi Feng would lose the bet. Furthermore, should Deathwind rank 5th in his group, even if Zero Wing's 3 members became their respective groups' champions, Shi Feng would still lose. Don't regret your words, Guild Leader Black Flame. After staring at Shi Feng in shock, Deathwind revealed a wide grin. Deathwind had never revealed his true strength in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Moreover, for the sake of achieving good results in the upcoming Continental Championship, he had paid a hefty price to borrow 3 extraordinary secret treasures. Paired with the Cloud Piercer, he now had basic attributes that could closely rival that of level 200, Tier 6 gods. With such basic attributes, he could even try to go for a top 5 placement in the preliminaries, let alone the top 10. In other words, if Deathwind accepted the bet, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss must become the champions of their respective groups. Otherwise, Shi Feng would lose the bet. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng fulfilled his side of the bet and gave him a divine artifact no weaker than the Cloud Piercer, Deathwind was confident he could instantly become the 7 Luminaries Alliance's strongest chosen one of this generation. He would also have a very high likelihood of becoming one of the Senate's 12 Grand Elders naturally. Shi Feng nodded as he took out a God's Domain contract. Ranking first in the preliminaries might be difficult for others, but it was an easy task for the current Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. After all, they weren't just equipped with the new God Chaser set right now. They were also equipped with the Dragon's Fury set, an extraordinary secret treasure set. Speaking purely in terms of basic attributes, physique, and mana, the 3 of them were superior to even level 200, Tier 6 gods. So long as the 3 of them did not meet any of the peerless monsters in his previous life, they should almost be guaranteed to become the champions of their respective groups. This was also why he dared to promise Verdant Rainbow a top 4 placement in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, so long as he acquired the Cloud Piercer, not only could he hamper Deathwind's growth, but he could also give Fervent Samsara, who was a spear user, an excellent weapon. That way, even after the Eternal Realm's mainstream players reached level 200, Zero Wing would rest easy knowing that it had a taboo-level existence safeguarding its assets. After all, once mainstream players reached level 200, Guild towns would essentially become defenseless if they did not have a taboo-level existence protecting it. It was especially so on the Western continent. Although Shi Feng had a city-building order for the Western continent, he dared not actually use it since Zero Wing didn't have a taboo-level existence who could be assigned to defend its guild city. While Shi Feng himself could be considered a taboo-level existence as he was Zero Wing's guild leader, he couldn't afford to be tied down to one location for an extended period. As for Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and the others, although they were Zero Wing's top experts in Shi Feng's previous life, they had yet to reach their full potential in this life of Zero Wing's current members. Only Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had the capabilities to defend a guild city after reaching level 200. In the meantime, standing behind Shi Feng, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss couldn't help but look at Deathwind sympathetically. They felt that Shi Feng was akin to the devil. Rather than betting with Deathwind, it would be more accurate to say that Shi Feng was blatantly robbing Deathwind of a divine artifact. Subsequently, Deathwind signed a God's Domain contract with Shi Feng over their bet. According to the contract, should one side dare to renege on their promises, they would be permanently banished from God's Domain by the main God system. Not even the divine resurrection water could give them a second chance at entering God's Domain. Are you two done? Can we go now? Verdant Rainbow asked in exasperation when she saw Shi Feng and Deathwind finish signing the contract. Then, when she received a nod from the two, she retrieved an ancient scroll from her bag and chanted an incantation. A moment later, a space-time gate over 100 meters tall appeared before the party. The gate radiated a frightening aura resembling that of gods, causing many Tier 6 players nearby to suddenly feel the threat of death looming over them. "We should hurry. The teleportation gate lasts only a short time," Verdant Rainbow said before walking into the space-time gate. Shi Feng, Deathwind, and the others did not hesitate to follow after Verdant Rainbow, all of them disappearing from the residence's entrance and leaving the many players inside and outside the residence stunned. Everyone wondered where Shi Feng's party had gone. After all, if even the teleportation gate they used was such a frightening object, the place it led to would naturally be even scarier. Eternal Realm, Crucible of the Ancients. As Shi Feng and the others stepped through the space-time gate, they arrived in a grand plaza lined with stone steels and statues. Each stele and statue was upwards of 1,000 meters in height, and they radiated a divine might as strong as that of ancient gods. It was like each stele and statue was a living ancient god, and their presence made the several thousand players in the plaza feel like ants. This is the Crucible of the Ancients. Rumor has it that it once served as a coliseum of life and death for countless ancient beings, and every stele and statue here is a representation of them. Not only do these steles and statues carry great power, but they also hold the legacies of those ancient beings, Verdant Rainbow said. Since this was the first time Deathwind, Shi Feng, and the others had come to the Crucible of the Ancients, she decided to offer them an explanation of the surrounding steles and statues. While Shi Feng and the others were gazing in awe at the countless steles and statues surrounding them, other human players who were visiting the Crucible for the first time were in a similar situation. A hint of fanaticism even colored their eyes when they saw the tallest steles and statues in the plaza. Incredible were those 99 10,000-meter tall steles and statues left behind by primordial god-ranked existences? Yes, but they're not the only primordial god-ranked steles and statues the Crucible has to offer. The ones here can be accessed so long as you pass the preliminaries. If you can get into the championship's top 4, you can head to a deeper area that is said to house steles and statues that are tens of thousands of meters tall. The individuals those steles and statues represent are mighty existences, even among primordial god-ranked existences. Snap out of it. Those steles and statues aren't for us. Ordinary parties like ours have no chance of entering the top 4. Many of the Royal Power's elite parties can't climb beyond the top 32. You've heard of the Holy Race's Daystar, right? Well, she's the leader of the Sun Dynasty's trump card party, but even she only managed to secure a place in the top 8. There is also Demon's Gate's star Maiden Elise. Even though she is regarded as a nigh invincible existence among her peers, she barely managed to reach 10th place in the last Continental Championship. While the human players in the plaza were discussing matters pertaining to the Continental Championship, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss overheard them, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Even that Daystar only managed to get into the top 8. Fervent Samsara muttered in disbelief as he recalled the three-eyed holy race woman he saw during the defensive battle against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Although the three-eyed woman never took any direct action throughout the battle, he could still tell how frightening she was based on her presence. It was evident she was no ordinary fifth-floor expert when it came to combat standards. It was likely she had already reached the unthinking realm, the second stage of the extrasensory realm. In all honesty, Fervent Samsara felt that had Daystar taken action back then, the outcome of the defensive siege would have been much less decisive. Only as Daystar was evidently trying to hide her strength, she never took action throughout the battle. While Fervent Samsara and the others were in a daze, many of the players in the plaza suddenly turned to look at a party that had just arrived. At a glance, it was obvious that all 6 members of this party were fully equipped with legendary equipment. Each member also wielded at least one divine weapon of the party's members. The one who stood out the most was a 4-armed young man. The young man gave off the presence of a god as he stood there, and it felt like the world revolved around him. "He's the holy race's strongest representative, Divine Fist Garuda," Verdant Rainbow whispered, wearing a serious expression as she introduced the 4-armed young man's identity to Shi Feng and the others. Chapter 3706, Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters. Chapter 780, Gathering of Monsters. So, he's the Divine Fist. Shi Feng couldn't help but scrutinize the 4-armed young man when he heard Verdant Rainbow's whispered introduction. Divine Fist Garuda was a name known by all among the holy race and the human race in Shi Feng's previous life. However, few people had ever seen Garuda in person. Most people had only ever heard of his terror. Garuda was the strongest chosen one of the Thunder Empire, a royal power of the holy race. He had strictly limited his sphere of activity to the Western continent and never participated in the war between the holy race and the human race. Yet, human players still felt that Garuda was extremely powerful. This was due to the rumor that even the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes were defeated by Garuda. However, as nobody had any evidence showing Garuda and the 3 absolutes clashing, many people speculated that their encounter occurred during the Continental Championship, and that Garuda was the reason the 3 absolutes failed to progress beyond the top 4. Originally, Shi Feng thought Garuda should be relatively old, considering that the other party could defeat the 3 absolutes in his previous life. However, now that he was seeing Garuda in person, he doubted the other party was even 20 years old, an unthinking realm expert who wasn't even 20 years of age. It should be known that most 5th-floor experts could only dream of achieving the unthinking realm. Although many peerless paragons had tried, most had failed to reach it within their lifetimes. But for those few who could reach the unthinking realm before the age of 30, they would be considered once-in-a-century monsters and prodigies who defied common sense. After reaching the extrasensory realm, players could start to use their 6th sense to predict their opponent's attacks and execute counterattacks. However, this didn't mean that players would become invincible once they reached this realm. As living creatures, humans needed time to think. No matter how quick a person's reaction speed was, their body would still need some time to make a response. Thus, when players at the extrasensory realm fought each other, the fight would turn into a competition of speed. However, that would only be the case for players in the extrasensory realm's first stage. Upon reaching the unthinking realm, players would no longer need to rely on their brain's thoughts to carry out actions. Instead, their bodies would move automatically, akin to moving entirely based on instincts. This, in turn, allowed players to execute actions at unbelievable speeds. Normally, though, if players wanted to reach the unthinking realm, they would need to invest a significant amount of time in harsh training in combat. This was so that they could develop their body's instincts. Hence, players who could reach the unthinking realm were typically old monsters of advanced age. Yet Garuda had reached this realm despite being younger than 20. His talent for combat was so out of this world that even the three absolutes could never hope to match him. He even had the Thunder Empire, a royal power no weaker than the Sun dynasty, to back him. With such talent and backing, his future would be limitless. Aside from Garuda, Shi Feng also spotted a familiar, lithe figure among Garuda's party. Angel of Death, Extreme Feather. Since they last met outside the nameless city's treasury, Extreme Feather had become considerably stronger. Not only was she currently at level 192, Tier 6, but she was also fully equipped with legendary equipment and wielded 2 crescent blades that were clearly divine weapons. At the same time as Shi Feng noticed Extreme Feather, the Angel of Death similarly noticed him. Do you know that human swordsman Feather? Noticing that Extreme Feather was looking at Shi Feng specifically, Garuda curiously asked, "Is he strong?" Extreme Feather was the most recent addition to the Thunder Empire's chosen ones. She had an aloof personality, and she rarely showed interest outside of developing her combat skills. So it was a rare sight for her to give anyone more than a glance. "It's nothing." Retracting her gaze from Shi Feng, Extreme Feather said, "He's just a little thief with higher than normal concentration standards." The last time they met, Extreme Feather had watched Shi Feng resist a mental attack from a Tier 6 Gorgon Queen, and she had to admit that it was indeed a surprising sight. However, that was the only remarkable trait Shi Feng possessed. Nothing else about him stood out. And if concentration was the only thing he had going on for him, he'd remain insignificant in front of true experts. When Garuda heard Extreme Feather's evaluation, he stopped paying attention to Shi Feng and the human race in general. Of the 3 races participating in the Continental Championship, the human race was the weakest. Even their strongest party had failed to enter the top 8 in the last championship, ending with only a 10th place placement. Rather than waste his time on such a harmless opponent, it would be better if he focused on his strongest competition for today. Subsequently, Garuda turned his gaze toward a particular party from the Crystallians standing in the middle of the plaza. The members of this party looked virtually the same as humans, only they were 5 to 6 meters tall, and they each had a crystal the size of their eyeballs growing out of their foreheads. They all wore robe-like clothing and carried various staffs on their backs. They neither radiated mana nor holy power. In fact, they did not radiate any sort of energy from their bodies. Yet whenever they moved, it felt like the space around them was having difficulties supporting their existence. Regarding the Crystallians, many human players all looked toward them with eyes full of curiosity. Unlike the Holy Race, the Crystallians were never seen even once on the Eternal Continent, much less engage the human race in territorial battles like the Holy Race. Most human players operating in the Eternal Realm didn't even know a 3rd race of players existed. However, for human players who had participated in the Continental Championship, they knew that there were indeed 3 races of players in the Eternal Realm. Only, the Crystallians did not operate on the Eternal Continent or the Western Continent. Instead, their operations were limited to a mysterious continent that neither the human race nor the Holy Race had come in touch with thus far. Meanwhile, in terms of overall strength, the Crystallians were slightly weaker than the Holy Race, but were still considerably stronger than the human race. As evidence, the Crystallians had 6 royal powers. As for the Crystallian party Garuda was looking at, it was none other than the party that came in 2nd place in the last Continental Championship. The party was led by Earthen Princess Rin, the Crystallians' strongest representative, and someone who nearly defeated Garuda in battle in the last championship. While Garuda was looking at Rin, the latter also turned to look at him, their gazes clearly indicating that they regarded each other as their strongest opponent in this championship. No wonder Miss Rainbow thinks it will be a challenge to even get through the preliminaries. When Gentle Snow saw the 3 races of players gathered in the plaza, she couldn't help but grow a little excited. Every player here is at the 5th floor standard and fully equipped with legendary equipment. Even if put in the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard, they can become vice commanders at the very least. It's not surprising. Only 420 parties can participate in each championship. Even if all 420 slots are filled, that only translates to 2,520 players. That is nothing compared to the player base of the 3 races that number in the quadrillions. Shi Feng said as he calmly swept his gaze across the players in the plaza. It should be known that the participants of the current Continental Championship were limited to only the players operating in the Eternal Realm. Once the three races located the Eternal Realm's entrance, the intensity of the Continental Championship would skyrocket to unimaginable heights. It would become so intense that even the top 20 experts on the current Divine Glory list might not make it past the preliminaries. This was also why many experts in his previous life sought to participate in the Continental Championship. Simply being able to participate in the championship's preliminaries was a priceless learning opportunity for many players. Not to mention, should one successfully get through the preliminaries, one would get the opportunity to trade blows with the apex existences of the three races. Shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, a deafening voice sounded across the plaza. "Congratulations, all ye heavens blessed, welcome to the crucible of the ancients." Chapter 3707, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle, Chapter 781, First Preliminary Battle, as the loud voice echoed across the plaza. Everyone felt the power of space and time restraining their bodies. Even those with basic attributes as strong as Tier 6 gods found themselves immobilized completely. Immediately afterward, 120 miniature worlds materialized above the plaza, each encompassing a 1,000-meter radius. Then, as soon as these miniature worlds appeared, the 2,520 players in the plaza were randomly assigned into groups of 21 and drawn into these miniature worlds. Heavens blessed, you have been separated from your parties and assigned to one of 120 groups. In each group, you are required to fight your fellow contenders in a round-robin tournament, and each victory you achieve will influence the points you receive at the end of the preliminaries. If you wish for your party to pass the preliminaries, your party's total points must be within the top 32. Parties who fail to rank among the top 32 will be disqualified, but those who rank among the top 64 may stay behind to spectate. Everyone else will be teleported back to where they came from. Now, without further ado, I announce the start of the Continental Championship's preliminaries. May each group's selected contenders step onto the ring. When the players who were drawn into the miniature worlds heard the deafening voice's announcement, they started to scrutinize the players around them, fighting spirit burning in their eyes. They obviously understood that all the players drawn into the same miniature world were their opponents. Are these newcomers my opponents this time? What the hell? This isn't fair. Why did I get assigned to the same group as Garuda? You're saying that's unfair? How about you take a look at my group? My group has 10 members of parties who made it past the preliminaries last time. When the players in the 120 miniature worlds were done inspecting their opponents, some grew excited, while some had the urge to cry. When it came to parties capable of passing the Continental Championship's preliminaries, not a single one had any incompetent party members. After all, parties were ranked based on their total points in the preliminaries. If a party member did poorly in the preliminaries, it would severely impact the party's overall performance. Because of this, the members of such qualifying parties could typically rank among the top 10 of their respective groups in the preliminaries, even if they were put against strong opponents. If they got put against weak opponents, they could even try to get into the top 6 or 7. After the major system update, players would expend a considerable amount of stamina and concentration in every battle. Although players could not truly die in the Continental Championship, they would still consume stamina and concentration in every match they fought, and none of it would be replenished. If they encountered a tough fight in their first few matches, it would adversely impact their performance in subsequent matches. Of course, participants could also forfeit a match outright to conserve their stamina and concentration, but for those capable of participating in the Continental Championship, who would be willing to give up without a fight? How interesting. I didn't think we would be assigned to the same group. When Venomtail saw Shi Feng similarly assigned to Miniature World 085, he felt pleasantly surprised and nervous at the same time. Previously, Venomtail had taken a huge hit to his reputation in Sovereign Mark because of Shi Feng. The encounter in Shattering Town had even allowed Chalk Splendor to make fun of him. Yet all he could do at the time was grind his teeth in anger and frustration. Now, though, not only did he come across Shi Feng again in the Continental Championship, but they were also assigned to the same group in the preliminaries. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity for him to get revenge. As for why Venom Tail felt nervous, it was because he would be fighting Shi Feng in his 10th match. In a situation where they were both individuals ranked on the Transcendent list, he couldn't confidently say he could defeat Shi Feng. After the various parties learned of their party members' grouping, Verdant Rainbow's expression turned a little ugly. "Damn it! How are we so unlucky?" Verdant Rainbow had the urge to curse out loud when she saw the groups her party members were assigned. The groups Shi Feng, and Death Wind were assigned were still relatively normal. The strongest member of their groups was only a member of a top 16 party. Their groups also only had up to 2 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries in the last Continental Championship. Moreover, none of them were key members of their parties. As for the rest of their group members, they were relatively unknown experts among the 3 races. However, it was a different story for Gentle Snow, Fervent, Samsara, and Heavy Abyss. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider their groups as hell. Each of them had to face anywhere from 7 to 10 members of parties that had made it past the preliminaries. The situation was especially bad in Miniature World 006, the world Gentle Snow was assigned. In addition to having to face 10 contenders who had successfully made it past the preliminaries in the past, she also had to face a key member of the previous championship's top 8 party. Returning Blade the Soul Breaker in terms of individual strength, Returning Blade could rank among the top 20 in the last Continental Championship. His ability to transform into a soul-breaking beast made it life-threatening for his opponents to face him head-on. Anyone struck by the soul-breaking beast would not only lose HP, but also have a portion of their souls devoured. Moreover, the soul-breaking beast would usually remain in an ethereal form and only materialize when launching an attack, making it immune to attacks most of the time. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's first battle in her group was against Returning Blade. Should Gentle Snow refuse to forfeit her match and insist on fighting Returning Blade, she might as well not fight in the remaining 19 matches. Guild Leader Black Flame, how about advising Gentle Snow to forfeit her match against Returning Blade? Returning Blade is no ordinary expert. After the Major System update, the threat of his soul-breaking beast has most likely risen to a whole new level. Even trading blows with him would severely impact her performance in subsequent matches. Verdant Rainbow hurriedly said after contacting Shi Feng. Gentle Snow was Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, so Verdant Rainbow didn't think it would be appropriate for an outsider like herself to persuade the other party. After all, the Continental Championship was a precious opportunity for expert players to clash with apex experts of foreign races in a one-on-one scenario. Thus, only Shi Feng, the guild leader of Zero Wing, had the qualifications to dissuade Gentle Snow from proceeding with her fight with Returning Blade. Miss Rainbow, I think we should leave this decision to Snow's judgment. While Returning Blade might be a powerful foe, Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders are no pushovers either, Shi Feng said. Despite seeing the worry on Verdant Rainbow's face, he had no intention of intervening in Gentle Snow's decisions. Ever since Gentle Snow had been chosen by Fate's guidance, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that she had equipped the new God Chaser set, even Shi Feng had no idea how strong she had become. Although there was still a possibility Gentle Snow might not be a match for Returning Blade, he doubted she would be outright defeated. Meanwhile, Verdant Rainbow was at a loss of words after hearing Shi Feng's refusal. At this rate, their party might not even be able to make it past the preliminaries, let alone enter the championship's top 4. At the same time, Death Wind couldn't help but smile when he was done inspecting the groups to which he and his party members were assigned. Setting Gentle Snow aside, it would be a miracle if Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss could place 5th in their respective groups. Now, all he had to do was place 10th in his group to win his bet with Shi Feng. Miniature World 006's second match is over. Winner, Black Jade of the Holy Race. Miniature World 006's third match will now begin. May the Holy Race's Returning Blade and the Human Race's Gentle Snow take the ring. TL notes. Fate's Guidance, to recap. Fate's Guidance is referring to the Goddess Armament set that appeared in Chapter 554. I don't know what Gentle Snow had been chosen by fate's guidance means exactly, but I doubt Gentle Snow has already conquered all 12 trials, as she still needs to equip the God Chaser set. A more likely scenario is that she has cleared 1 or 2 trials and obtained some of the goddess's legacy. Chapter 3708, Chapter 782, Goddess's Sword Technique, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 006. I finally get to see Returning Blade fight again. That human girl sure is unlucky to meet Returning Blade on her first match. I wonder how far she can push Returning Blade. It would be great if she could get him to reveal some of his cards. Who do you take Returning Blade for? He's already considered one of the top 20 experts in the last Continental Championship. Now that he has replaced his staff and all of his equipment, it's obvious he has become much stronger. At this point, I'd be grateful if that human girl could even burn some of Returning Blade's stamina, let alone force him to reveal his cards. I guess you're right. Let's hope the human girl can last a little longer. When the participants in Miniature World 006 saw Returning Blade and Gentle Snow step onto the ring, they started a hushed discussion among themselves. Of the 21 participants assigned to Miniature World 006, most deemed Returning Blade to be the strongest among them. So, whether they could rank first in the group depended on whether they could defeat Returning Blade. If it was before the major system update, none of them would have even considered defeating Returning Blade. However, following the major system update, the limitation that stamina and concentration placed on players had increased substantially, making it very challenging for players to fight at their peak for prolonged periods. Thus, so long as Returning Blade failed to conserve his stamina and concentration adequately in his first few matches, it was entirely possible for the participants of Miniature World 006 to defeat him. On the ring, Returning Blade and Gentle Snow stood facing each other. Returning Blade was a member of the holy race whose body was covered with holy patterns. He wore a silver-gray leather jacket, and his gaze was as sharp as a snake. Although he looked no older than 30, the way he carried himself indicated that he had already reached the unthinking realm. If placed among human players, he would be considered a monster among monsters. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. When Returning Blade saw that the human female clad in silver armor and carrying a great sword was only at level 187, he unceremoniously said, "You will only be wasting your stamina and concentration by fighting me. You'd be better off conserving them for your subsequent matches. You might even be able to secure a better placement. Admit defeat to conserve my stamina and concentration." Gentle Snow smiled at Returning Blade's suggestion. Then, while grabbing the Chaos Windblade from her back, she said, "But I don't think I will have to expend much stamina and concentration fighting you." As soon as Gentle Snow finished speaking, the spectators below the ring rolled their eyes in unison. They all thought that Gentle Snow was crazy beyond salvation. It should be known that Returning Blade was a key member of a top 8 party in the last Continental Championship. Even when compared to the other players among the top 8, few would dare say they were superior in individual strength. One could say that he was second to only experts of the Holy Race's Garuda and the Crystallion's Rin's caliber. Not to mention, after the major system update, the threat of Returning Blade's soul-breaking beast had risen to a whole new level. Now, even the experts who ranked among the top 10 of the previous Continental Championship would find it a headache to fight him. In contrast, Gentle Snow was a human berserker whose name nobody present had heard before. This proved that the various powers didn't consider her a noteworthy threat. Yet, despite being such an insignificant character, she dared to treat Returning Blade with little regard. Aside from having a few screws loose in her head, what else could lead her to do such a thing? "Good, very good." Returning Blade narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gentle Snow with an icy gaze. "The last time I met a human player as audacious as you were when I lost to that girl Elise, let's see how your audacity stacks up to hers." "You're in luck, then. You'll get to experience the same situation again," Gentle Snow calmly said. Returning Blade grew enraged at Gentle Snow's remark. Immediately, he exerted his holy aura and merged it with his staff, sparking a reaction that transformed him into a five-headed beast that was over 20 meters tall. The five-headed beast looked like the agglomeration of countless evil spirits, its body constantly phasing in and out of existence, making it impossible for players to see its appearance clearly. Meanwhile, when the participants below the ring saw returning Blade's soul-breaking beast, they all revealed gloomy looks. He's using his trademark move right off the bat? This soul-breaking beast looks even stronger than the last one he transformed into. The last one only had 3 heads, while this one has 2 more. Moreover, this one's aura is clearly stronger than level 200 Tier 6 gods. When the spectating participants saw the level 192 soul-breaking beast, their souls experienced a suffocating feeling. Those who had seen Returning Blade's performance in the last Continental Championship were especially shocked to see how much Returning Blade had improved since then. Fusion, Holy Art, Holy Beast Incarnation. It was a fusion Holy Art that allowed players to transform into a soul-breaking beast. Meanwhile, the strength of the soul-breaking beast created could be determined based on the number of heads it had. This was because each additional head a soul-breaking beast possessed meant that it would gain an additional attack method. Normally, when players used a doppelganger skill, they had to control their doppelgangers indirectly through the game's system. The process was akin to manipulating a stringed puppet. However, that was not true for the soul-breaking beast's multiple heads. Each additional head, a soul-breaking beast, had meant that the user could have their consciousness split one more time. This allowed them to manipulate each head directly, as if they were manipulating their own body, which in turn enabled them to exhibit 100% of their combat standards with every head. Die. As soon as his transformation was complete, Returning Blade had the soul-breaking beast's 5 heads strike out at Gentle Snow simultaneously. Each head could extend infinitely and materialize at will. Not only did this make it difficult to predict their attack trajectories, it was also challenging to predict when they would materialize. Furthermore, all 5 heads could carry out their attacks without any need for thought, making it nigh impossible to evade them. Meanwhile, as Returning Blade expected, Gentle Snow could not evade all of his attacks. Hence, she opted not to evade them. Instead, she raised the Chaos Windblade and executed a downward swing. Then, all of a sudden, the ground within a 50-yard radius of Gentle Snow sank. 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads that were in the middle of launching an attack on Gentle Snow also fell to the ground like metal attracted to a powerful magnet. My attacks couldn't connect? Returning Blade couldn't help but doubt his 5 senses at this moment. The soul-breaking beast's body was his body, so he could feel everything it felt. Originally, 2 of the soul-breaking beast's heads had materialized and were about to clamp down their jaws on Gentle Snow. Yet, an invisible force had abruptly cut their advance short and redirected their attack trajectory when they were only a finger's width away from reaching her. Aside from Returning Blade, the spectating participants below the ring were similarly confused as to what had just happened. So this is the goddess's sword technique. While watching the live broadcast of Gentle Snow's match, Shi Feng vaguely figured out how Gentle Snow achieved what she had just done at a glance. It was obvious Gentle Snow had somehow created a downward wind pressure on the area around herself. Although Returning Blade's soul-breaking beasts maintained an ethereal form, so long as it materialized, it would immediately be subjected to this downward pressure. It was also evident that the soul-breaking beasts' heads were not immune to the pressure as they had their attack trajectories forcibly redirected. However, what Shi Feng couldn't figure out was what Gentle Snow had done to create this continuous wind pressure. It was an attack method he had never seen Gentle Snow use before, and he could only assume it was a combat technique she had learned through Fate's guidance. Chapter 3709, Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation. Chapter 783, Monster of a New Generation. Am I hallucinating? Why didn't Returning Blade's attack connect? This human girl is amazing. She actually stopped an attack from Returning Blade. Are we going to see the birth of a new monster in the Continental Championship? When the spectators of Miniature World 006 saw Gentle Snow stopping Returning Blade's attacks, although they didn't understand how exactly she accomplished it, they knew how incredible of an accomplishment it was. This made them change their opinions of Gentle Snow. Before the match between Gentle Snow and Returning Blade began, everyone thought the match was overwhelmingly in Returning Blade's favor. But now they felt that the match could go either way, and they immediately started to pay closer attention to the match. Normally, a matchup between experts of Returning Blade's caliber would only occur in the Continental Championship's main event. For this reason, only parties who could rank among the top 64 would get to spectate such matchups. It seems I have underestimated you, however. This is only the beginning. Ultimately, Returning Blade was an expert among experts. Although he couldn't quite understand how Gentle Snow had redirected the soul-breaking beast's attacks, he quickly realigned his emotions and made his next move. Holy Art. Supersize. Suddenly, the soul-breaking beast's body expanded, transforming into a behemoth over 300 meters tall and occupying a considerable section of the ring. Gentle Snow also looked no different than an ant in front of the soul-breaking beast's mountainous figure. Let's see how you deflect my attack this time. As soon as Returning Blade finished speaking, one of the soul-breaking beast's gigantic heads opened its maw to clamp down on Gentle Snow. Not only did the current attack have a significantly greater AoE, but the power it exerted could also rival an all-out attack from a level 200, Tier 6 god. Additionally, because of Supersize's effects, even if Gentle Snow could similarly deflect this stronger attack, the soul-breaking beast could alternatively choose to materialize itself only after it had devoured Gentle Snow already. Although doing so would not deprive Gentle Snow of any HP, it would subject her to the soul-corroding properties of the soul-breaking beast's attacks. Returning Blade had learned Supersize thanks to the guidance he received in the last championship. Originally, he had intended to reserve it as a trump card for when he went up against the members of the previous championship's top 8 parties during the main event. However, now that Gentle Snow had shown herself capable of stopping his trademark move, he naturally couldn't afford to conserve his strength anymore. The preliminaries this time were much more competitive than the last championship. So, if possible, he would prefer to defeat his opponents as quickly as possible. That way, he could conserve his stamina and concentration to the greatest extent to deal with future variables. Trying to use size to your advantage, let's see who comes out on top then. When Gentle Snow saw the soul-breaking beast's gigantic ethereal head descending upon her, she abruptly inserted the Chaos Windblade into the ground and gathered her mana into the weapon. Simultaneously, whether it was mana or holy power, all forms of energy in the ring began gathering around the Chaos Windblade, causing the weapon to give off a colorful radiance that brightly illuminated the entire miniature world. Is this a human skill? That's not right. Aren't the human race's skills and spells supposed to use mana only? How is she absorbing the holy race's holy power as well? The spectators of Miniature World 0006 were in disbelief when they saw what was happening before their eyes. In fact, even Shi Feng, who was watching the match's live broadcast, was a little dumbfounded. The energy used by every race of players in God's domain was preordained. Human players could only use mana, while holy race players could use only holy power. It was impossible for the two races to use each other's energy. Although never explicitly stated, everyone regarded this as an ironclad law in God's domain. Yet Gentle Snow had broken this supposed law. Subsequently, when the soul-breaking beast's attacking head came within 10 yards of her, Gentle Snow suddenly removed the Chaos Windblade from the ground in a dramatic manner, causing everyone in the miniature world to feel a gentle breeze brushing past their face. Did her execution fail? The spectators below the ring couldn't help but be confused by the situation. They couldn't see Gentle Snow's actions yielding any effects. They also couldn't see anything happening to the soul-breaking beast's attacking head. So their immediate reaction was to assume Gentle Snow had failed to execute whatever move she was trying to use. However, the spectators quickly noticed something was wrong. More specifically, they noticed that the soul-breaking beast had stopped moving entirely. Immediately afterward, the spectators below the ring found their vision darkening. Then, before they realized it, They were in the air and free-falling. What's going on? The spectators in Miniature World 006 were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what was happening. However, Shi Feng and Verdant Rainbow, who were watching the match through the live broadcast, saw what happened very clearly. After Gentle Snow removed her greatsword from the ground, the space within Miniature World 006 was flipped upside down. It wasn't that the spectators had suddenly appeared in midair, but that these players were falling toward the sky. Even the soul-breaking beast, who remained in an ethereal state, was affected by this change. Gravity manipulation. Shi Feng was greatly shocked by this scene. Previously, he had assumed Gentle Snow's sword technique was related to wind pressure. However, looking at it now, that didn't seem to be the case at all. In its ethereal state, the soul-breaking beast was immune to all physical and magical attacks. The only thing that could affect it was gravity. This was why the soul-breaking beast would fall to the ground should it ever leap into the air. So, now that the direction of Miniature World 006's gravity was reversed, the soul-breaking beast had no choice but to go along with gravity and fall to the Miniature World's new ground. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng understood the true nature of the new strength Gentle Snow had grasped, he turned off the live broadcast and focused his attention elsewhere. After all, if Gentle Snow could manipulate gravity, and to such a great extent at that, the soul-breaking beast would gain no advantages from being in an ethereal state, and should Returning Blade try to compete with Gentle Snow in strength, he would quickly find himself outmatched. Essentially, Returning Blade's defeat was assured. Back in Miniature World 006, Returning Blade was in a state of confusion. Currently, he couldn't even figure out what Gentle Snow had done, let alone touch her. To make matters worse, his HP was rapidly depleting over time. At this rate, he would lose over half of his HP by the time he landed. Meanwhile, just like Shi Feng had anticipated while Returning Blade was preparing for his landing, Gentle Snow reversed the gravity acting on him once more. Ultimately, Returning Blade didn't even get to land an attack on Gentle Snow before he lost all of his HP. Following Returning Blade's defeat, Gentle Snow's fame skyrocketed. No longer was she considered a nobody. Now, she was regarded as a new generation monster who could defeat a top 20 expert from the last Continental Championship. At the same time, everyone also recognized her as the strongest expert in Miniature World 006. Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, is it? When Elise, the leader of Demon's Gate's party, received news of Gentle Snow's achievement, she couldn't help but watch the battle video her party member had shared with her, a hint of intrigue coloring her eyes. Chapter 3, Sevenfall's Den, Chapter 784, The New Replacing the Old. Who is that human newcomer? I can't believe Returning Blade lost to her. Gentle Snow. Could she be a monster secretly nurtured by an apex power? The power of that move has definitely reached the standard of level 200 Tier 6 gods already, but why haven't I heard of her before? With such strength, she can probably rank among the top 15 experts in this championship. After the unexpected conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match, the many parties that initially had their attention focused on Returning Blade shifted their emphasis to Gentle Snow. Some of the former top-ranking Holy Race and Crystallian parties also began to investigate Gentle Snow, wanting to know all there was to know about her. Returning Blade was a key member of one of the last championship's top 8 parties. Besides the former first and second-ranked parties, every other party was paying close attention to him. After all, if they wished to enter the top 4, they would inevitably cross paths with Returning Blade. Of course, the reason why even top-ranking parties had decided to pay attention to Gentle Snow wasn't solely because of her victory against Returning Blade. It was also because of how handily she had defeated him. It was obvious she still had some strength hidden, so the various top-ranking parties had to be wary of her. While a party's overall strength played an important role in the Continental Championship's preliminaries, the individual strength of party members would become much more important in the main event. It wasn't strange to see one or two individuals dictating the performance of an entire party. What a powerful sword technique! Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but grow excited when she saw the conclusion of Gentle Snow's first match. No wonder Guild leader Black Flame was so confident. With such strength, she can probably hold her ground against even the former top 8 monsters. Initially, Verdant Rainbow was still considerably worried about Gentle Snow's performance in her supposedly hellish group. She feared that Gentle Snow might fail to score even 1 point. Should that happen, their party could forget about advancing to the main event. However, after seeing Gentle Snow's strength, Verdant Rainbow was confident the woman could compete for the group champion position, let alone the top 10. Meanwhile, so long as a party had one member who managed to become a group champion in the preliminaries, the party would have a considerable chance of getting past the preliminaries. After all, there were only 120 groups in the preliminaries, and the party members of the former top 16 parties would usually become the group champions of most of these groups. This left only a small limited number of slots for other parties. Hence, if a party could have 2 group champions, so long as the other party members didn't perform too terribly, the party would virtually be guaranteed a spot in the main event. This was also why Verdant Rainbow had originally sought to add 2 level 200+ experts from Zero Wing to her party. Contrasting Verdant Rainbow's reaction, Deathwind revealed an ashen look when he finished watching Gentle Snow's match. He never imagined Gentle Snow would be this strong. She was like a completely different person compared to when she fought in the defensive siege against the Sun Dynasty's Holy Guard. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning of the bad news he would receive. While Deathwind was pinning his hopes on Zero Wing's Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss, the two concluded their respective matches and shook Deathwind's world once more. Inside Miniature World 23, Fervent Samsara went up against Mono-Eye Florist, a member of a former top 16 party from the Crystallians, and emerged victorious. Inside Miniature World 045, Heavy Abyss went up against Nightmare Soul, a member of a former top 32 party from the Holy Race, and emerged victorious, although neither Fervent Samsara nor Heavy Abyss had put on an amazing performance like Gentle Snow. Their victories left no room for doubt regarding their strength. Additionally, both Mono-Eye Florist and Nightmare Soul were group champions in the last championship's preliminaries, so while not as strong as returning Blade, they could still be considered powerful experts. Party leader Rin, the party assembled by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow, is quite good. If we include Verdant Rainbow herself, her party now has 4 potential group champions. A young Crystallian man who was over 7 meters tall and carrying a warhammer said as he finished watching the noteworthy battle videos his subordinates had collected for him. Moreover, these 3 newcomers have all defeated former group champions. That Gentle Snow woman in particular is practically as strong as my party's Dusky Dove. Quite a few geniuses have popped up on the human side since the last championship. Standing beside the young man Rin, carrying a staff on the back of her 6-meter-tall body, similarly revealed a look of interest after she was done watching the battle videos her subordinate had prepared for her. It's not just the humans. The Holy Race's Sun Dynasty and Thunder Empire have also added 2 incredible newcomers to their parties. Rin said as she shared 2 battle videos with Dead Soul, the tall young man. Although Rin and Dead Soul did not belong to the same power, with the latter being the leader of an independent party, Dead Soul's party was incredibly strong, having secured 4th place in the previous championship. Dead Soul, the Dragon Hammer, was also one of the few experts who could trade blows with the Holy Race's Divine Fist Garuda. Meanwhile, of the 2 battle videos Rin shared, the first showed the match of Roaring Flame, a new addition to the party led by the Sun Dynasty's Daystar, while the second showed the match of Extreme Feather, a new addition to the party led by the Thunder Empire's Garuda. Roaring Flame was a young man with crimson skin and golden holy patterns in his eyes. Looking like a flame elf at first glance in his video, he could be seen wielding a silver saber, and he used it to defeat a key member of a former top 8 party in one blow. The might of his attack was so powerful that it had destroyed the entire ring and nearly punctured a hole in the miniature world. As for Extreme Feather, she evoked the image of cold for those who laid eyes on her. In her video, she could be seen wielding 2 crescent blades as she moved about the ring at unbelievable speeds. She created over 100 afterimages across the ring with only a step, and it took her only 3 moves to defeat 6-eyed Mad God, the strongest member of Returning Blade's party and one of the top 10 experts in the previous Continental Championship. It truly is a surprise. I did not think so many of the last championship's top experts would be defeated so soon into the preliminaries. I wonder how many of the former top 20 experts will remain by the end of the preliminaries, Dead Soul said with eyes full of anticipation. I expect only half will remain, Rin calmly commented. The standards of the newcomers this time are quite high. Dead Soul nodded in agreement. He felt that there were indeed quite a few monsters among the newcomers this time. Among them there were even a few whom he had to be careful against, let alone the other former top 20 experts. While the leaders of the former second and fourth-ranked parties were chatting, the contenders in Miniature World 085 started a discussion on the upcoming matchup, Black Flame versus Venomtail. As expected of Sovereign Mark's newest holy child, Venomtail has become a lot stronger compared to last time. Not only did he bring a divine artifact with him this time, but the dangerous vibes I am getting from him have also intensified considerably. I wouldn't be surprised if he can match Returning Blade right now. I wouldn't count that Black Flame fella out just yet, though. I think he's a member of the Verdant Rainbow Party, and you know how incredible the party has been performing thus far. It is now considered second only to the Human Star Maiden Party. I wonder how strong Black Flame is. If he is as strong as Venomtail, the Verdant Rainbow Party will have a good chance of entering the top 16 this time. It might even become the first human party to enter the top 8. The top 8? Aren't you underestimating the former top 8 parties a little? The Verdant Rainbow Party might have defeated Returning Blade, but this season's parties are evidently of a higher standard. Even if Black Flame can match Venomtail, the best the party can hope for is the top 16. Any higher will just be wishful thinking. Aside from the contenders in Miniature World 085, many players who were paying attention to the Verdant Rainbow Party had also tuned in to watch the match between Black Flame and Venomtail. They were curious to see how far the Verdant Rainbow Party could make it in the championship. Chapter 3711, Chapter 785, Tier 6 Skills that Exceed 100%. Crucible of the Ancients, Miniature World 104. While a young lady elegantly made her way out of the ring, the 19 spectating contenders outside remained silent, all of them wearing looks of disbelief as they looked at the dead young man from the holy race in the ring. 8 paths died, just like that. This is the little monster of Sovereign Mark's trump card party we are talking about. He's even one of the former top 10 experts. How can he lose so easily? A monster. This human girl is an absolute monster. She clearly only had a minor edge over 8 paths when they fought in the last championship, yet she can now one-shot him. Elise is now probably as strong as Garuda and Rin, right? When the contenders outside the ring looked at Elise, Demon's Gate's strongest chosen one, they felt like they were looking at a monster. It should be known that Sovereign Mark's 8 paths was no weakling. This could be inferred simply through looking at the 2 divine artifacts he had equipped. Additionally, 8 paths was the leader of a top 8 party in the previous Continental Championship. He had even butted heads with Elise's party in the round of 16. Though slightly weaker than Elise at the time, he leveraged the main event's party-based format to achieve victory, halting Elise's party's advance in the top 16. But now the difference in strength between 8 paths and Elise had expanded from a small gap to a massive chasm. Elise had stepped into a completely different playing field. After Elise made her way out of the ring, her silver eyes suddenly noticed a call request from Phoenix Flame. "Your Highness, Black Flame is going up next," Phoenix Flame said excitedly when she saw her call getting connected. "His opponent is Sovereign Mark's Venomtail. With him as the opponent, we should get a good estimate of Black Flame's true strength." "Venomtail? He should suffice." Elise nonchalantly nodded. "If Black Flame hasn't improved since the defensive siege, he will have no chance at victory." Currently, most powers participating in the Continental Championship were under the assumption that Venomtail was only participating with 1 divine artifact. However, based on Demon's Gate sources, Venomtail had secretly borrowed a divine artifact from Sovereign Mark, meaning that he was actually participating with 2 divine artifacts. "But aren't we being a little too careful, Your Highness?" Phoenix Flame asked in confusion. Gentle Snow might be able to pose some threat to you, but Verdant Rainbow's party is still nowhere near strong enough to threaten us in the main event. Even if Black Flame does defeat Venom Tail, I doubt their party can beat any of the former top 8 parties. Not to mention, Black Flame has repeatedly opposed us this entire time. You don't get it. When Elise recalled the 2 moves Gentle Snow used against Returning Blade, she put on a serious expression and said, "Her sword technique is unlike any other. Not even the Divine Fist and the Earthen Princess can confidently say they can win against her if she can perfectly execute it. The championship this time is also considerably different from before, and we must secure first place no matter what. If Black Flame can defeat Venom Tail, I wouldn't mind making their party my chess piece and helping them enter the top 8. Understood. Although Phoenix Flame was still confused, she had absolute faith in Elise's decisions. Meanwhile, inside the Ring of Miniature World 085, Venom Tail and Shi Feng stood facing each other. Although the match had already begun, neither of the two hurried to take action. "We meet again, Guild Leader Black Flame." "What a coincidence," Venom Tail said with a delighted look. "My memory of you kicking me out of Shattering Town remains fresh till this day, and I have been constantly thinking of how I should repay you." "I'm glad to hear a holy child like you still remembers me," Shi Feng said, responding to Venom Tail's disingenuous smile with a faint smile of his own. "If you really wish to repay me, you can do so by surrendering right now." "You really know how to make a joke, Guild Leader Black Flame," Venom Tail said while activating True Eye, an identification skill that came with his legendary ring, on Shi Feng. Then he chuckled and continued, "You want me to surrender when you only have a fragmented legendary equipment set and a level of 190, when you don't even have a single divine artifact on you?" Originally, Venom Tail was still rather concerned about facing Shi Feng. This was because Shi Feng had kept his weapons, equipment, and level concealed while he was in Shattering Town. He also didn't have an opportunity to use True Eye on Shi Feng back then. However, after inspecting Shi Feng with True Eye, he realized all his worries had been for nothing. Under normal circumstances, the gap in strength between a player without a divine artifact and a player with a divine artifact was so massive that it was nigh impossible to bridge, even if the former had a considerable advantage in combat standards. Needless to say, the gap would become even more gigantic if a player had 2 divine artifacts while the other had none. What do you mean by that? When Shi Feng saw Venom Tail's smile turn cunning, he understood that Venom Tail must have used a powerful skill to determine the quality of his equipment. "Stop pretending, Black Flame," Venom Tail said unceremoniously. "Under the effects of my True Eye, even legendary-ranked concealment tools are useless. I can clearly see that you barely have any legendary weapons and equipment, let alone divine artifacts. I will now let you know how foolish it was of you to kick me out of Shattering Town." After saying so, Venom Tail's aura skyrocketed in intensity. He also stopped concealing the presence of his 2 divine artifacts, letting their auras spread across the ring. At the same time, Venom Tail began to radiate a holy aura several times stronger than what Chalk Splendor radiated when he wielded the Sunlight Blade. 2 divine artifacts? How generous of Sovereign Mark. Apart from that weapon, they even lent him a prized possession like the Holy Aura Robe. Black Flame is doomed for sure. Indeed, with the Holy Aura Robe's ability to amplify the wearer's Holy Aura by 3 times, any skill Venom Tail uses will exceed the 100% completion rate threshold. Now, every move he makes will be as powerful as an ancient saint of the same level. Apart from the former top 2 experts, I don't think anyone here can afford to confront him directly. The Holy Race players in Miniature World 085 were greatly astonished when they recognized the robe Venom Tail wore. Whether it was for the human race or the Holy Race, divine artifacts were considered incomparably precious treasures. Even royal powers that had existed for thousands of years would only have a very limited number of divine artifacts. It was especially so for top-tier divine artifacts. Meanwhile, Sovereign Mark's Holy Aura Robe was a divine artifact of a similar caliber as the Sun Dynasty's Sunlight Blade. When a player equipped it, their basic attributes would rise to a whole new level, and the holy aura they conjured would skyrocket in power. For a player of Venomtail's caliber, the holy aura he could conjure with the help of the holy aura robe would be vastly superior to even the holy aura of ancient saints. With such a powerful holy aura, he could combat ancient saints, the equivalent of the human race's ancient gods of the same level. When paired with a divine weapon, he would become a walking natural disaster in God's domain. At this point, no one present doubted that Venomtail could obliterate the entire miniature world in a single blow if he chose to. You were quite proud of your town's Tier 6 legendary guards, weren't you? You thought there was nothing I could do because you had those god-ranked guards protecting you, huh? Well, let me show you the absolute power of an ancient god, Venomtail said as he abruptly leaped into the air and swung his ritual sword at Shi Feng, Tier 6 Holy Skill, 1000 Light Purification, Skill Completion Rate 103%. Immediately, the ritual sword transformed into countless light particles that rained down on the ring, each comparable to the all-out attack of a level 192 ancient god. If struck directly by one of these attacks, even a level 200, Tier 6 god would sustain serious injuries. At this time, the miniature world was also showing signs of collapse. Absolute power? Is that so? While looking at the descending light particles, Shi Feng leisurely unsheathed the shadow incinerator and executed an upward slash. At the same time, he also cast Divine Shadow, one of the Tier 6 super spells he had learned when he advanced to Tier 6. Tier 6 super spell, Divine Shadow, spell completion rate, 105%. Originally, Shi Feng had only managed to cast Divine Shadow with a 95% completion rate. However, under the influence of the God Chaser set's 6-piece set effect that increased skill and spell completion rates by 10%, his super spell was able to exceed the 100% threshold. Chapter 3712, Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Chapter 786, Successive Victories. Boom. Inside Miniature World 085's ring, countless light particles could be seen clashing with hundreds of Judgment swords, the shockwaves they generated creating cracks in the miniature world's space. Powerful space-time storms also began to brew within the miniature world, catching several of the spectating participants off guard and reducing them to ashes on the spot. After the collision between the light particles and the Judgment swords continued for about 2 seconds, several Judgment swords managed to slip past the light particles and strike Venomtail. Seeing this, Venomtail dared not risk receiving the attacks with his body, so he promptly brandished his ritual sword to defend himself. Clang! 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 Following each Judgment sword blocked, Venomtail was pushed back a little further in the air. It felt like he was striking a sledgehammer each time he defended himself with his ritual sword. His hand trembled, and his HP also decreased by a significant amount. How is this possible? Venomtail was filled with disbelief. It should be known that he currently had 2 divine artifacts empowering him. One of them was even the Holy Aura Robe, a piece of equipment that could let him exceed the 100% completion rate threshold when using Tier 6 skills. Yet, despite having such items, he still failed to fully block Shi Feng's Tier 6 super spell and even lost 20% of his HP as a result. This was simply unbelievable. Before Venomtail could overcome his shock, Shi Feng swung the shadow incinerator once more. Immediately, the 300-plus Judgment swords created by Divine Shadow assaulted Venomtail for a second time, giving him no time to think. 1 wave, 2 waves, 3 waves. The attacks executed by the Judgment swords were as powerful as the attacks of a level 200 ancient god. Although Venomtail had desperately used all sorts of Tier 6 skills and holy arts to defend himself, with over 300 Judgment swords attacking him together, his defenses crumbled rapidly, and the strength he took pride in became a complete joke. When Shi Feng swung the shadow incinerator for a 5th time, Venomtail could do nothing but watch as his HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, inside Miniature World 085, it wasn't until the system had announced Black Flame as the winner that time within the miniature world seemed to start flowing again. Black Flame won? That's the Holy Aura Robe we are talking about. How can Venomtail still be outmatched so thoroughly? What kind of divine artifact is Black Flame wielding? Spectators in the miniature world couldn't help but be shocked and confused when they saw Venom Tail's miserable defeat. It should be known that Venom Tail had 2 divine artifacts equipped. Admittedly, Venom Tail himself wasn't a particularly exceptional expert when put within the Continental Championship. He couldn't even be considered a top 30 expert in the previous championship. However, with the Holy Aura robe, one of Sovereign Mark's prized possessions, empowering Venom Tail, not even an expert like Returning Blade should consider defeating him. After all, Venom Tail not only had the basic attributes of 2 divine artifacts to support him, but he could also execute all of his skills with a completion rate of over 100%, letting them exhibit more than double their original effects. In a frontal confrontation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him invincible in the Continental Championship, yet some unknown human swordsman had defeated Venom Tail so handily. Are all members of this verdant Rainbow Party monsters? That guy isn't just a monster. He's a freak of nature. Not even the Divine Fist can necessarily defeat Venom Tail in a frontal confrontation. If we are speaking purely in terms of strength, Black Flame is definitely the strongest in this championship. That kind of strength is indeed terrifying. I truly did not expect to see such an expert in a human party. Black Flame can definitely rank among the top 10 in terms of individual strength. I wouldn't even be surprised if he can rank among the top 5. When the other players in the Crucible of the Ancients saw Shi Feng's match with Venom Tail, they couldn't help but rethink their opinions of the Verdant Rainbow Party. First, Gentle Snow had defeated Returning Blade, a former top 20 expert. Now, Black Flame had defeated Venom Tail in 5 exchanges, with the Verdant Rainbow Party having 2 experts capable of ranking among the Continental Championship's top 10 experts. Everyone had no choice but to reevaluate the party's significance. In the Continental Championship, a party with only 1 reliable expert could, at best, enter the top 16. A good example would be the human race's Star Maiden Party. With Elise serving as the party's sole linchpin, the party ultimately failed to progress beyond the top 16 and could only settle for 10th place in the previous championship. It simply wasn't possible for a one-man party to achieve victory starting from the round of 16. It was especially so after the implementation of the major system update, with stamina and concentration becoming even more important. Getting into the top 16 might be impossible for one-man parties. However, it was a different story now that it was revealed that the Verdant Rainbow Party had 2 monstrously strong experts. The party was absolutely qualified to contend for a top 8 position, and it might even have hopes of entering the top 4. Meanwhile, so long as a party was revealed to have hopes of entering the top 4, it would instantly become a powerful foe for all other parties. After all, the rewards for the top 4 were significantly more lucrative than those for other rankings, offering an opportunity for players to receive detailed guidance from the depths of the Crucible of the Ancients. It should be known that existences considered mighty, even among primordial god-ranked existences, could be found in the Crucible's depths. The guidance provided by these existences could allow Tier 6 players like themselves to make further progress in their Tier 6 journey, so they naturally couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Currently, the highest tier players could achieve in God's domain was Tier 6. This meant that players who reached Tier 6 could no longer rely on increasing their tiers to improve their strength. They would need to seek out alternative methods. However, while tedious, Tier 6 players could achieve qualitative improvements so long as they could successfully adopt one of these alternative methods. It was similar to the development of the mana body players had to experience at Tier 4. If players could unlock 100% of their mana bodies, the power of their skills and spells would be on an entirely different level when compared to players who had yet to fully unlock their mana bodies. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng defeated Venom Tail, he suddenly received a friend request followed by a call from Demon's Gate's Star Maiden. The Star Maiden? Shi Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the woman in the video, who looked to be in her early 20s. Elise, the Star Maiden's fame was much greater than even Deathwind, the divine eyes in Shi Feng's previous life. While Deathwind was considered one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, Elise was considered by Demon's Gate as an anomaly that would only appear once every few centuries. Many people assumed she would eventually become Demon's Gate's strongest expert if she hadn't suddenly gone missing in the 12 sanctuaries one day. "Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame." Elise greeted Shi Feng, her calm tone and demeanor making it seem like she was ignorant of the many offenses Shi Feng had committed against Demon's Gate. "I have an offer that I believe will interest you. Chapter 3713, Chapter 787, 10 Seated Parties. Chapter 787, 10 Seated Parties." "An offer? What kind?" Shi Feng's eyebrows shot up as he met Elise's gaze, surprised not only by Elise's proposition but also by the very presence of Demon's Gate's undefeated champion. In Shi Feng's previous life, Elise never lost a fight against any human player she challenged. Just before she moved her operations from the Eternal Realm to the 12 Sanctuaries, she even won a duel against a Grand Elder from Demon's Gate. However, shortly after the all-out war between the human race and the holy race began, Elise suddenly went missing, sending the entirety of Demon's Gate into panic. At the time, Demon's Gate had dropped everything it was doing to scour the 12 sanctuaries. Even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts had mobilized in full force to search for Elise. It was a spectacle that spoke volumes of Elise's importance to Demon's Gate. It should be known that even if Demon's Gate's guild leader suffered a permanent death, the guild's 9 great experts would not act together to exact revenge. Yet they were willing to sacrifice large amounts of their time to search for Elise, their actions surprising all powers back then. Because of Demon's Gate's response, many rumors began to circulate. Some speculated Elise was internally designated as Demon's Gate's next guild leader. Some also speculated Elise possessed information pertaining to the path beyond Tier 6. Hence, even Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were willing to waste their precious time to search for her. So, to see such an exalted figure from Demon's Gate reaching out to him surprised Shi Feng, Guild Leader Black Flame. "Seeing as you are participating in the championship, I presume you're interested in entering the top 4. In an indifferent tone, Elise stated, "My party can help you achieve that dream, as I am sure you have already learned of the main event's rules from Verdant Rainbow. Parties that make it into the main event are allowed to swap opponents with parties of the same race. With your party's strength, so long as you do not encounter the Divine Fist Party and the Earthen Princess Party, you should have a considerable chance at winning." "Are you perhaps offering to fight those 2 parties for us, Miss Elise?" Shi Feng asked with a smile. "That is correct." Elise nodded. "Should you encounter those 2 parties, my party can take them on for you. In exchange, if my party encounters the 2 other former top 4 parties, I will need your party to fight them for me. I believe this is an excellent deal for you." Elise's words tempted and surprised Shi Feng. Neither Divine Fist Garuda nor Earthen Princess Rin were ordinary characters. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them the strongest player of their respective races in the current generation. Even their party members, though beneath them in strength, were extraordinary experts. Yet Elise spoke as if her victory against these 2 extraordinary parties was only a matter of course, and she was only making him this offer out of reluctance to reveal her full strength before she clashed with them. "Allow me to turn down your offer, Miss Elise," Shi Feng said after pondering in silence for a moment. "Why?" Elise asked, her indifferent voice tinged with a hint of confusion. "Do you find it an obligation to refuse because of Zero Wing's hostile relationship with Demon's Gate?" "No, that's not it." Shi Feng shook his head. "I just think that your offer is lacking." "Lacking?" Elise chuckled. "Do you mean to say you are confident in entering the top 4 on your own, Guild Leader Black Flame? I'm not trying to belittle you, but do you think you won't encounter either of those 2 parties before you enter the top 4? "No, not at all." Shi Feng shook his head and smiled. "I merely think that even if my party comes across those 2 parties, we won't necessarily lose." Elise did not immediately ridicule Shi Feng after hearing his statement. Instead, she paused momentarily before asking, "What are your conditions, then?" As if expecting this question, Shi Feng firmly answered, "The goddess tablet that is in your possession." In his previous life, there was a rumor speculating that Elise had moved her operations to the 12 sanctuaries to search for the goddess of space's legacy. Initially, Shi Feng doubted the rumor's credibility, but he quickly changed his mind once he learned that Elise was the reason Demon's Gate was relentlessly persecuting Aqua Rose and forcing her to surrender the stone tablet. Unless Elise knew that the stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet, Shi Feng found it hard to imagine why someone of Elise's stature would go to such lengths to acquire it. However, under normal circumstances, it should be impossible for others to know that the tablet in Aqua Rose's possession was a primordial god tablet. Even Aqua Rose herself wasn't aware of the stone tablet's actual identity, while Shi Feng only recognized it thanks to his past life's knowledge. In a situation where one lacked the ability to interpret the tablet, most people would only assume the stone tablet contained a god's legacy, which could only be considered insignificant for the likes of an apex power like Demon's Gate. Yet Elise was adamant in acquiring this supposedly insignificant stone tablet in Aqua Rose's possession. This led Shi Feng to believe that Elise knew Aqua Rose possessed a primordial god tablet. Moreover, she likely knew that the tablet was linked to the goddess of space, and the reason she knew this was because she too had a goddess tablet of her own. After all, there existed more than one goddess tablet, and without having a goddess tablet of her own, how could Elise possibly know of the existence of other goddess tablets? You seem to know a lot. Elise raised an eyebrow. I don't necessarily need you to transfer ownership of the goddess tablet to me, Shi Feng added. I only need you to lend it to me for a while. The Dark Moon Mana technique recorded in Aqua Rose's goddess tablet had 3 stages. If players wished to fully master it, they would need to be able to fully exert the strength of all 7 elements. However, Aqua Rose's tablet only contained detailed information about the law of space, while the information available on the remaining 6 elements was only enough to scratch the surface. In such a situation, it would take Shi Feng ages to master Dark Moon fully. If he wanted to accelerate this process, he would have to get his hands on more goddess tablets. You are still not qualified to negotiate conditions with me, Elise bluntly stated. Since your party doesn't want to compete for the top 4, just pretend this conversation never happened. After saying so, Elise disconnected the call, giving Shi Feng no opportunities to negotiate further. So you think I can't compete for the top 4? Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at the disconnected call. Let's see which of us will be more qualified to compete for the top 4, then. He wasn't in a rush to acquire more goddess tablets, after all. He wasn't without alternatives. If it was before he acquired the Tower of the Abyss, he might have tried to negotiate with Elise more seriously. However, now that he had the Tower of the Abyss, he could more than likely rely on it to perfect the Dark Moon Mana technique. Meanwhile, after Elise ended her call with Shi Feng, Phoenix Flame promptly approached her to inquire about the outcome. How did Black Flame respond, Your Highness? Phoenix Flame asked, feeling a little surprised when she noticed the slight frown on Elise. In her mind, Elise would remain calm and indifferent when dealing with most matters, and very rarely would she express anger. He's nothing more than a megalomaniac, Elise said as she flicked her sleeves. Then she instructed Phoenix Flame, saying, proceed according to the original plan. If we encounter the other 2 top 4 parties, it's fine to reveal the majority of our cards. Understood. Phoenix Flame nodded. Following the conversation between Shi Feng and Elise, the Continental Championship's preliminaries progressed rapidly. After 6 hours, the battles in the 120 miniature worlds concluded, and all 420 participating parties were assigned their respective scores. Among them, the 32 parties with the highest scores would advance to the main event, while everyone else was disqualified. While inspecting their scores on the scoreboard, the various parties couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the parties ranked among the top 32. Although everyone already knew the participants this time around were stronger than the last championship's participants, they hadn't expected that only 12 out of the former top 32 parties would make it past the preliminaries this time. Even more shocking was the change to the preliminaries' top 10 parties. 20th place, 8 Paths Party, 87 points. 7th place, Star Maiden Party, 96 points. 5th place, Verdant Rainbow Party, 104 points. Chapter 3714, Chapter 788. 6th Floor Existence. Chapter 788, Sixth floor existence. I must be hallucinating. How did half of the top 10 seeded parties get replaced? Didn't the 8 Paths party rank in the top 8 last time? How did it end up in 10th place? Crap! What's up with that Verdant Rainbow party and Ink Crystal party? A huge scoreboard appeared in midair when the preliminaries concluded. When the participants saw the information listed, gasps echoed across the crucible. While not a perfect indicator of strength, the rank and score each party secured in the preliminaries allowed other participants to gauge the party's overall strength. Meanwhile, the top 10 parties in the preliminaries were traditionally regarded as the top 10 seeded parties. In past championships, although it wasn't uncommon for new names to appear among the top 10 seeded parties, the number was typically limited to just 1 or 2, yet now, not only did the top 10 seeded parties welcome 5 new names, but 2 of them even entered the top 5. Firstly, it was the human race's Verdant Rainbow Party. 5 of its members became group champions of their respective groups and earned 20 points each, while the last member came in 8th place and earned 4 points, putting the party's total at 104 points. In the past, such a total wouldn't even be enough to put a party in the top 10. Yet the Verdant Rainbow Party managed to come in 5th place. This was simply unbelievable. However, what was even more astonishing was the Crystallians' second-ranked Ink Crystal Party. All 6 party members ended up as group champions, putting their total points at 120. This was the same as the total score the third-ranked Earthen Princess Party secured, and the fact that the Ink Crystal Party managed to rank above the Earthen Princess Party was the part that shocked everyone. It wasn't uncommon to see multiple parties score the full 120 points in past championships. In such situations, time would become the tiebreaker, and these parties would be ranked based on the time they spent on matches in the preliminaries. In other words, the Ink Crystal Party's members completed their matches faster than the members of the former second-ranked Earthen Princess Party. I'm a chosen one from a Crystallian power, but why haven't I heard of any of the Ink Crystal Party's members before? What? The Ink Crystal Party's leader is just a little girl. Going by her looks, is she even 18? Ha ha ha. What an amazing little girl. It's only her first time participating in the Continental Championship, yet she's already made such an incredible achievement. Our race has a bright future ahead. The humans aren't doing too bad this time either. One of their parties actually squeezed into 5th place. It seems they've made a lot of progress during this period. Upon seeing the results on the scoreboard, some participants celebrated while some grew anxious. In the case of the Holy Race's participants, most of them wore gloomy expressions. In the last championship's preliminaries, the Holy Race occupied 19 out of the top 32 positions, while the Crystallians occupied 10 and the humans occupied 3. This time, however, the Holy Race only had 15 parties in the top 32, while the Crystallians had 12 and the humans had 5. This indicated that the Holy Race's overall development was starting to lag behind the 2 other races, and even risked being overtaken by the Crystallians. The Holy Race's performance was even worse when looking at the top 5 seeded parties. Of them, only 2 parties were from the Holy Race, while 2 were from the Crystallians and 1 was from the humans. This outcome was utterly disheartening. Although it's a pity we didn't get through the preliminaries this time, the Verdant Rainbow Party has earned a lot of prestige for us humans. We'll also get assigned more admission tickets for the next championship. Indeed, I really didn't expect to see 5 of our parties making it through the preliminaries this time. It's a pity my party doesn't even have the qualifications to spectate. When the many human parties that failed to rank in the top 64 saw the main event's name list, they couldn't help but rue over their inability. The Continental Championship's main event was a clash between the apex existences of the Eternal Realm's 3 continents. Fights of such caliber could rarely be seen, even in the greater god's domain. In a certain sense, players could gain more from spectating such fights than personally participating in the Continental Championship's preliminaries. After all, if a player had never seen the apex of God's domain, how were they supposed to know if they were halfway there or still wasting their time at the starting line? Although the various human powers would often host combat competitions across the greater god's domain, none could compare with the Continental Championship. After all, the majority of the participants in these competitions would be at the 4th floor standard, while only the strongest participants would be at the 5th floor standard. Even then, these 5th floor experts could only be considered mediocre at best. In contrast, even the weakest participant in the Continental Championship was a 5th floor expert. Shortly after the preliminaries results were announced, the parties that failed to rank in the top 64 were teleported out of the crucible of the ancients. Simultaneously, the top 32 parties were teleported to the main event's venue, and everyone promptly began scrutinizing each other. "Is she Ink Crystal Rin?" the Earthen Princess revealed an astonished expression as she looked at a Crystallian girl who was only a little over 5 meters tall. At first glance, the Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal looked adorable. However, whether it was Rin or Garuda, a hint of fear quickly surfaced in their eyes when they finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal, a pseudo 6th floor expert. Garuda smiled when he finished scrutinizing Ink Crystal. Interesting. How interesting. My trip here this time wasn't a waste after all. Aside from Rin and Garuda, Shi Feng was also staring at the adorable Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal. "What's going on?" Shi Feng couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at Ink Crystal. While Shi Feng couldn't say the same for the other participants present, he knew exactly what Ink Crystal's combat standard was. This was because he had personally seen experts of Ink Crystal's caliber in his previous life. A 6th floor expert, Ink Crystal was a bona fide 6th floor expert. She was a peerless monster who could reach the Tower of the Abyss's 6th floor and single-handedly defeat gods. However, as far as Shi Feng could recall, he had never heard of any Crystallian girl named Ink Crystal in his previous life. Not to mention, despite being so young, the girl had already achieved such a frightening standard. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, a voice echoed across the crucible of the ancients. "The Continental Championship's main event has begun. May the Verdant Rainbow Party and the Holy Guard Party step forward to start the first match." Chapter 3715, Chapter 789, Combating the Holy Guard Party. Chapter 789, Combating the Holy Guard Party. When the ancient and majestic voice echoed across the crucible, it caused a stir among the 64 parties in the venue. "We're starting the main event with such an exciting matchup. 2 of the top 10 seeded parties are matched against each other, right off the bat. How unlucky of them. I know, right? Both parties have a chance at entering the top 8, yet one of them will be stuck in the top 32. What nonsense are you spouting? We all know that the Holy Guard Party is a bona fide top 8 party, whereas that human party only got lucky with the groups its members were assigned in the preliminaries. The main event involves party-based fights that test the overall strength of parties. Points scored in the preliminaries mean nothing in the main event. Indeed, there are many examples of seeded parties in past preliminaries failing to survive even the first round of the main event. The spectating crowd started a hushed discussion as the 2 parties approached the central ring. Many players found it a pity that the main event would begin with such an exciting matchup. They felt that both the Holy Guard Party and the Verdant Rainbow Party had the potential to compete for the top 8. Yet one of these parties was now fated to settle in the top 32. However, some Holy Race and Crystallian players also expressed opposing opinions. They felt the Verdant Rainbow Party had relied on luck to become one of the top 10 seeded parties, and the party's results in the preliminaries could not prove that the party was among the 10 strongest parties in the Continental Championship. Ha 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 ha! Black Flame must be dumbfounded right now. He probably never expected in a million years he would face the Arbiter of Death's party right off the bat. Phoenix Flame couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the Verdant Rainbow Party entering the central ring. He can't even enter the top 16 now, let alone the top 8. Phoenix Flame was very displeased when she learned that the Verdant Rainbow Party was ranked 5th in the preliminaries. Her mood became especially bitter when many Holy Race and Crystallian parties started to discuss how the Verdant Rainbow Party was the human race's strongest party this time around. This situation was an affront to Demon's Gate's party. Fortunately, Demon's Gate would not need to stomach this humiliation much longer. The Continental Championship's main event pitted parties against each other. Battles would not be conducted on the individual level like in the preliminaries, hence a party's overall strength weighed heavily in the main event. Additionally, the major system update caused players' stamina and concentration consumption to increase drastically. This, in turn, affected players' ability to fight extended battles and reduced the effectiveness of individual players in group combat. Although the Verdant Rainbow Party had a monster known as Black Flame, the other party members were insignificant characters. At most, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow could be considered qualified combatants. But in overall strength, the Holy Guard Party, with its latest lineup, was on a completely different level than the Verdant Rainbow Party. In the previous championship, Daystar was the star of the Holy Guard Party, and she was even considered one of the top 5 experts at the time. However, although her party members were weaker than her, every one of them was still stronger than Verdant Rainbow. In this season, the Holy Guard Party's lineup became even more terrifying. Apart from Daystar remaining as the party's leader, the rest of the party was replaced with the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. While Chalk Splendor, who ranked last among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children, could be considered negligible, the man and the woman standing beside Daystar were existences whom even the Thunder Empire's Garuda had to be wary of. This was because the two were none other than the Sun Dynasty's first Holy Child, Holy Blood, and second Holy Child, Moon Demon. In individual strength, Holy Blood and Moon Demon could be put on the same level as Daystar. They might even be stronger than the Arbiter of Death, as they had spent much more time as the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children than Daystar. "It's still too soon to discount the Verdant Rainbow Party," Elise said, offering a rare comment. The battles in the main event take place in randomly selected maps, and party members are randomly scattered at the start of the battle. If the Verdant Rainbow Party can regroup ahead of the Holy Guard Party, they can use numbers to their advantage. Phoenix Flame did not deny Elise's sentiment. If the main event allowed parties to start each match grouped up, the Holy Guard Party was almost certain to defeat the Verdant Rainbow Party. Firstly, there was Daystar, who was considered to be an all-around expert and the strongest in overall strength among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. Then there was Holy Blood and Moon Demon, the former being considered the strongest melee combatant, and the latter being considered the strongest ranged combatant among the Sun Dynasty's Holy Children. If these three worked together, even Garuda, regarded as the strongest player among the Holy Race's current generation, would likely experience defeat. However, like the preliminaries, the main event also incorporated luck-based factors to give weaker parties a chance to surpass stronger parties. Aside from having to fight in more complex terrains, party members in the main event had to start each match separated. This created an opportunity for players to gain a numerical advantage over their opponents. Even if a party was considered weaker than its opponent, achieving victory wouldn't be out of the question if it could regroup sooner than its opponent and capitalize on its numerical advantage. This was why the various Royal and Apex powers had yet to monopolize the Continental Championship, and why weaker parties still had a chance of basking in glory. Of course, not all of the top-tier parties shared Elise's sentiment. Even while knowing the main event's mechanisms, they did not think highly of the Verdant Rainbow Party's prospects. This was because the Holy Guard Party's members were clearly much stronger than the Verdant Rainbow Party's members. In addition to each of the Holy Guard Party's members being equipped with a divine weapon, Daystar, Holy Blood, and Moon Demon were also unthinking realm experts. Even if only a few of them managed to group up, they could beat the living daylights out of the entire Verdant Rainbow Party. In the central ring, shortly after the two parties were in position, a bright flash enveloped the entire ring. When the bright flash faded, the ring that originally covered only a 1,000-yard radius had transformed into a ruined urban setting covered with tall buildings. The battlefield was as vast as a large map, and even Tier 6 experts would require upwards of 20 minutes to traverse from edge to center. Currently, the 12 members of the two parties stood scattered across the ruined city. Each player also had a screen displaying their situation to the spectators outside the ring. The moment the 12 players regained vision of their surroundings, they burst into a sprint as if premeditated, leaving behind numerous after-images as they made their way to the heart of the city. Although the main event's maps were large, they would shrink with time. Hence, parties would usually prioritize grouping up in the map's center and avoid fighting while numerically disadvantaged. While the spectators thought it would be a while before the first fight broke out between the two parties, Moon Demon, who had been maneuvering through the outskirts of the urban ruins like an agile snake, suddenly stopped atop a residential building. Then her head snapped to a particular direction, while her eyes focused on a figure speeding across a distant street, the figure in question being none other than Shi Feng. What incredible senses! Even with the battlefield suppressing everyone's senses heavily, she managed to detect him from so far away. Phoenix Flame exclaimed while spectating Moon Demon, "Black Flame is in trouble now." While Phoenix Flame was talking, Moon Demon melded with her surroundings and vanished. However, although the spectators could no longer see her, the rapidly changing environment displayed on the screen indicated that Moon Demon was closing in on Shi Feng. Chapter 3716, Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection. Chapter 790, Dual Advanced Law Projection. Commander Azure, do you think Guild Leader Black Flame stands a chance against Moon Demon? Frost Raven, seated in the spectator stands as a member of the Order of 12's party, asked the man sitting beside her while she anxiously watched Shi Feng's and Moon Demon's live streams. The man sitting beside Frost Raven was named Azure Dragon, and he was a level 193 Tier 6 shield warrior in his early 30s. When he heard Frost Raven's question, he pondered in silence for a long while. "I can't say." Azure Dragon ultimately shook his head, his gaze solemn as he watched Shi Feng remain ignorant of the imminent danger. Moon Demon's hunting methods are out of the norm. Our great commander is at the unthinking realm, but even he barely managed to block Moon Demon's attacks while aware of her presence. Although Black Flame has previously shown himself to possess astonishing strength, field combat is different from a duel. Unless Moon Demon gets discovered, she will likely succeed in her ambush. This is also why Assassin and Ranger-type classes are considered the best for field PvP. The Sun Dynasty's Moon Demon was known by all in the southern region. In her debut battle in the southern region, she single-handedly hunted a 1,000-man Tier 6 legion belonging to the Order of 12, using her sly and elusive marksmanship. Additionally, she wasn't even using a divine weapon back then. With the Sun Dynasty equipping each of its representatives with at least one divine weapon for the Continental Championship, it went without saying Moon Demon's current strength was vastly superior to before. Doesn't that mean Guild Leader Black Flame will be the first player to get eliminated? Frost Raven asked. It was honestly a surprise for Frost Raven to participate in the Continental Championship on behalf of the Order of 12 this time. It was even more of a surprise when she saw Shi Feng participating in the same Continental Championship and defeating Venomtail, a chosen one of the Holy Race's royal powers. As a human and a swordsman player, she found the outcome invigorating. Although Demon's Gate reigned supreme in the southern region, it ultimately wasn't as powerful as the Holy Race's royal powers. Any human player with experience fighting large numbers of Holy Race players would know this. On average, the Holy Race's players were individually stronger than human players, and they would become a fearsome force when present in large numbers. Moreover, these were only ordinary experts they were talking about. The Holy Race's chosen ones were even more terrifying, and Frost Raven doubted her whole party could win a fight against one of the Holy Race's chosen ones. Currently, even across the entire Order of 12, only a few members could survive in one-on-one combat with the Holy Race's chosen ones, and this knowledge caused Frost Raven to feel despair. Originally, Frost Raven had started to see some hope again after seeing Shi Feng's victory, but now that won't necessarily be the case, Azure Dragon said, his expression becoming more focused as Moon Demon moved closer and closer to Shi Feng. Although Moon Demon discovered Black Flame first, her maximum shooting range should not exceed 300 yards. They are still over 1,000 yards apart right now. So long as Black Flame can detect Moon Demon before she closes the distance to 300 yards, he still has a chance to block her attacks. And so long as Black Flame can stop Moon Demon's first volley, she will be put into a passive state. If Black Flame can get within melee range of her, victory will be his. Upon hearing Azure Dragon's comments, Frost Raven placed all her attention on Shi Feng's livestream, hoping that Shi Feng could detect Moon Demon before it was too late. At this time, the various Holy Race and Crystallian parties were also watching Moon Demon approach Shi Feng with great interest. The current battlefield was a city covered with many high-rises. Compared to primal forests, getting within 300 yards of another player without getting detected was much easier in such a setting. The complex interiors of each building made it especially easy for players to advance undetected. The only problem with such an urban setting was the limited ambush points available. Hence, the first ambush attempt was key. So long as Moon Demon failed in her first ambush attempt, Shi Feng would definitely be able to pinpoint her position and track her down. At that time, Moon Demon's disadvantage of being a marksman would be amplified considerably. Under the spectators' gazes, Moon Demon's willowy figure silently shuttled between buildings, moving ever closer to Shi Feng. All the while, Shi Feng, who was steadily advancing to the center of the city, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. When less than 500 yards separated the two, Moon Demon settled down on the middle floor of a 50-story building in Shi Feng's path. Then she quietly stood 10 yards away from the window with her repeating crossbow raised and seemingly entered a trance, her aura disappearing completely. For a moment the spectators even lost sight of Moon Demon. Only when they looked carefully at the screen, their brains quickly realized Moon Demon was still standing there. Meanwhile, Shi Feng, who had moved within 400 yards of Moon Demon's location, remained ignorant of Moon Demon's presence. Not even his sixth sense had picked up on the imminent danger. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Moon Demon did not attack Shi Feng as soon as he arrived within 300 yards of her. Instead, she maintained her trance-like state as she watched Shi Feng leave her sight. Then, 1 second after she lost sight of Shi Feng, whoosh! In one swift motion, Moon Demon concentrated her holy aura into her repeating crossbow and pulled the trigger. Then, before any sound could even spread, 16 crossbow bolts left the repeating crossbow, drawing a beautiful arc as they rapidly closed in on Shi Feng's back. Meanwhile, when the 16 bolts arrived within 30 yards of Shi Feng's sixth sense finally issued him a warning. However, because of how fast the crossbow bolts were, even though Shi Feng had detected them, there simply wasn't enough time for his body to make any responses, much less block all 16 of them. What terrifying marksmanship, Azure Dragon muttered in shock and trepidation when he saw this scene. Moon Demon's marksmanship was simply unpredictable. It wasn't until the very last moment that her attacks revealed their presence to Shi Feng. However, at such a close distance, not even unthinking realm experts could react fast enough to defend against her attacks. Under such circumstances, the best an unthinking realm expert could hope for was to block a few of Moon Demon's attacks. But with Moon Demon's basic attributes, getting hit by even a few of her attacks would be a death sentence. At this time, Shi Feng was also in shock. Almost instinctively, he activated the Winter of Eternal Night's Void Barrier, nullifying the damage of all attacks within a 100-yard radius. Bang, bang, bang. A series of knocking sounds came from half a yard away from Shi Feng, which was followed by 16 crossbow bolts falling to the ground beside Shi Feng's feet. Holy crap! Shi Feng was greatly shocked as he looked at the 16 bolts on the ground. What kind of presence concealment method is that? Although Shi Feng had entered the match mentally prepared to fight unthinking realm experts like Daystar, he never imagined fighting such an expert out in the fields would be so different from fighting traditional fifth-floor experts. It was like he was going up against a completely different type of opponent. It should be known that his physique was enhanced by his superior divine body. Yet even his sixth sense had failed to detect Moon Demon's attacks until the very last second. Moreover, he could tell that this situation wasn't due to his basic attributes being inferior. It was entirely due to the other party's combat standard thoroughly outclassing his. No amount of basic attributes would have let him react to those crossbow bolts any sooner. Honestly, had he not instinctively activated a life-saving skill just now, those 16 bolts would have sealed his fate. Oh, you blocked them. Not bad. When Moon Demon heard the sound her bolts generated, she didn't even need to see to know what had happened. With a smile in her eyes, she leisurely rearmed her repeating crossbow while saying, But I wonder how many more skills you have to use to block my attacks. Skills and spells had durations and cooldowns. In the case of life-saving skills, they typically had short durations and long cooldowns. It was a stark contrast to her attacks, which did not rely on any skills and hence did not have a duration or cooldown. Additionally, with the city buildings providing cover for her, she should be safe from detection and free to attack Shi Feng for some time. However, just as Moon Demon was about to launch her second volley, Shi Feng, who understood he was in a precarious situation, suddenly smiled, as expected of the Holy Guard party. It seems I have no choice but to rely on some unconventional methods. While sweeping his gaze across the buildings before him, Shi Feng said in a low voice, "If you think I only have strength to fall back on, you are sorely mistaken." Dual Advanced Law Projection, Chapter 3727, Chapter 791, 2 verses 1. Chapter 791, 2 verses 1. What a fast reaction! Those shots were simply beautiful. These two people are amazing. Is this how a clash between the top 10 experts is supposed to be? The spectators watching from the spectator stands and outside the ring momentarily forgot to breathe as they watched the initial exchange between Moon Demon and Shi Feng. After watching the two clash, some spectators even started to find themselves unworthy of considering themselves experts. Moon Demon's long-range offensive capabilities were simply stupendous. Unlike other Ranger-type players who relied on strength or numbers to achieve victory, Moon Demon relied solely on technique. Unless her opponent could maintain an invulnerable state for long periods, they'd be a fish on the chopping block against the combination of her exceptional presence, concealment, and elusive marksmanship. Of course, Shi Feng was likewise extraordinary. He had correctly identified his limitations as soon as he detected Moon Demon's attacks and activated an invulnerability-type defensive skill to protect himself. Had he stubbornly chosen to block or dodge Moon Demon's attacks, death would have greeted him either way. Although Black Flame has blocked the first volley, Moon Demon managed to keep her position hidden using her groundbreaking marksmanship. Azure Dragon commented and sighed when he saw Shi Feng successfully neutralizing Moon Demon's attacks. Now it will be a fight to see who can outlast the other. Invulnerability skills and spells had limited duration. If Shi Feng couldn't locate Moon Demon within this limited period, death would be his only outcome. To make matters worse, Shi Feng didn't have the option to conduct an area bombardment on the general area where Moon Demon's attacks originated from. The Continental Championship's main event placed an extraordinarily powerful suppression on players. Even Tier 6 gods would have their destructive capabilities suppressed to the standard of a Tier 2 player, while a Tier 6 curse cast by a Tier 6 mage god could not bring down even a single high-rise. While Shi Feng was strong enough to demolish all of the buildings within a 300-yard radius of him, he would need an unreasonable length of time to accomplish it. However, as soon as Azure Dragon finished speaking, a law projection suddenly descended upon a 500-yard radius around Shi Feng. The law projection radiated an oppressive feeling that reached the spectators, and even Tier 6 gods would most likely have their basic attributes and physique weakened by up to 50%, let alone Tier 6 players. What a powerful law projection! What kind of law projection is this? Even the advanced law projection I saw last season could only cover a 100-yard radius, yet this thing is covering a 500-yard radius. The spectators were dumbfounded when they saw the law projection that suddenly appeared. Law projection was an ability that the Tier 6 players of all three races could use. However, rarely would anybody bother to use it in the Continental Championship, especially not in the main event. This was because virtually every chosen one in the main event could use advanced law projection. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides could use advanced law projection, neither side would gain an advantage over the other, and they would merely put more strain on their already limited concentration. Not to mention, advanced law projections in the main event could only cover a 100-yard radius. Such a small law projection could be of hardly any use in reconnaissance. However, Shi Feng's law projection was vastly superior to any law projection anyone had ever seen in the Continental Championship's main event. Simply the fact that it covered a 500-yard radius was enough to make it invaluable in the main event. Shi Feng would become a walking radar with his law projection active, and he could locate allies and enemies much more easily. This, in turn, allowed him to create more favorable fights for himself and his party. Not to mention, his law projection also had an incredibly powerful suppressive effect. On the battlefield, Moon Demon was equally shocked when she sensed Shi Feng's dual advanced law projection. She never expected Shi Feng to have such a powerful detection method. Almost at the same time as she fired her second volley, her instincts as a marksman kicked in, and she turned around and fled without a second thought. In addition to having a 500-yard detection radius, Shi Feng's law projection also exerted an unimaginably powerful suppression. Even when Moon Demon tried to counter it with her own advanced law projection, she still had her basic attributes reduced by 20%. If she had to engage Shi Feng in melee combat in such a state, she would be at an overwhelming disadvantage. I found you. As soon as Moon Demon moved, Shi Feng immediately looked toward a 50-story building, no more than 300 yards away. Then he executed flowing space, his body shooting toward the building like a cannonball. What? Moon Demon experienced another mental blow when she sensed the speed at which Shi Feng was gaining on her. He's nearly as fast as when I am unsuppressed, however. Despite her astonishment, Moon Demon did not reduce her speed in the slightest. She also began firing at Shi Feng with her repeating crossbow to disrupt his advance. Subsequently, a cat-and-mouse game ensued amidst the outskirts of the dilapidated city. Throughout the process, the gap between the two continuously shrank while explosions rocked the area one after another. After a while, Shi Feng finally closed the gap enough to spot Moon Demon's long white hair and dark gray leather outfit. However, before he could catch up to Moon Demon, he suddenly sensed the presence of another Holy Race player entering his law projection. This other Holy Race player's life rating felt monstrous, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to regard the other party as a mini-Holy Ancestor. Additionally, he could sense that this other Holy Race player was advancing straight toward him. Holy blood, is it? When Shi Feng focused his attention on this new arrival, he quickly identified the other party as Holy Blood, the Sun Dynasty's first holy child. On Moon Demon's side, while Moon Demon was jumping between high-rises, a solemn voice suddenly entered her ears. Moon Black Flame cannot be allowed to live, Holy Blood said to Moon Demon through the party chat as soon as he was within the 500-yard communication range. We must eliminate him right here and now. It seems I'm pretty lucky for you to be the first person I meet up with. When Moon Demon heard Holy Blood's voice, her mind immediately pictured a 3-meter-tall man, and she couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll try to lure him to you. However, I can't promise he will give chase. When Moon Demon realized Shi Feng had detected her with his law projection, she began to attack him relentlessly. However, she didn't do so solely to impede Shi Feng's advance. She also did it to attract the attention of nearby players. After all, trying to escape from an expert with superior basic attributes was unrealistic. Not to mention, said expert could pinpoint her location so long as she remained within 500 yards of him. Of course, she was also taking a huge risk in doing so. This was because the commotion she created wouldn't simply attract the notice of her party members. It would also attract the attention of the enemy's party members. So her fate would depend on which side she attracted first. Fortunately, Moon Demon's gamble paid off, and Holy Blood was the first to approach her. Holy Blood had the strongest physique of the Holy Guard party's 6 members. He was more than capable of engaging Shi Feng in melee combat. Meanwhile, with Holy Blood keeping Shi Feng distracted, all she needed to do was coordinate her attacks with Holy Blood, and they should have no trouble eliminating Shi Feng. Just try your best. Holy Blood understood that there were no fools among experts of their caliber. He knew it was unlikely Shi Feng would fall into their trap and put himself in a disadvantageous position. Chapter 3718, Chapter 792, Pseudo-Goddess Law. In Chapter 792, Pseudo-Goddess Law, when the spectators saw the change in development, many couldn't help but grow disappointed. How unlucky of Black Flame! He was so close to eliminating Moon Demon. Indeed, that law projection of his is simply terrifying. Moon Demon probably wouldn't last 10 moves against Black Flame in a melee engagement. But now that holy blood is here, Black Flame will have to retreat regardless. Otherwise, if he gets entangled with holy blood, he will become an easy target for Moon Demon. In that kind of situation, even Garuda would be in trouble. What a pity. If holy blood wasn't the first to show up but someone else instead, Black Flame could have chosen to hold his ground. When the spectators saw holy blood dashing toward Shi Feng, they couldn't help but sympathize with the verdant rainbow party. Admittedly, Shi Feng's law projection was powerful, however. Holy Blood's physique was likewise extraordinary, being regarded as the player with the strongest physique in the Sun Dynasty. Holy Blood's life rating was also incredibly close to reaching the Holy Ancestor standard, which in turn granted him exceptional basic attributes. Additionally, Holy Blood had mastered many offensive and defensive holy arts. Even if Shi Feng's law projection could suppress Holy Blood's basic attributes by 20%, he wouldn't hold much of an advantage over the other party. If Shi Feng were to engage Holy Blood and Moon Demon in an extended fight, he would inevitably lose. Meanwhile, Frost Raven couldn't help but frown when she saw this unexpected turn of events. "You don't have to get anxious," Azure Dragon said when he noticed the change in Frost Raven's mood. "The Holy Guard party might have good luck, but Black Flame's law projection is no joke. I would even go as far as to call it a tactical weapon. So long as Black Flame can regroup with the rest of his party, the verdant rainbow party will still hold the overall advantage." Frost Raven pondered over Azure Dragon's words for a moment before she nodded in agreement. Although Shi Feng had lost the opportunity to eliminate Moon Demon, it did not change the fact that his law projection could impose a powerful suppression on all his enemies. Hence, the verdant rainbow party still held a considerable advantage in this match. So long as the verdant rainbow party could avoid taking any casualties before everyone regrouped, it would have a considerable chance of winning the match. However, contrary to the expectations of Frost Raven and the other spectating human players, Shi Feng did not distance himself from Moon Demon. On the contrary, the gap between them continued to shrink, and Shi Feng behaved like he would not rest until he had killed Moon Demon. Is Black Flame insane? When Phoenix Flame saw that Shi Feng was persisting in his pursuit despite Holy Blood having moved within 300 yards of Moon Demon, even she couldn't help but be astonished. For an expert like Holy Blood, 300 yards was not a great distance. Even while heavily suppressed by the battlefield's environment and Shi Feng's law projection, Holy Blood could close this distance in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, even if Shi Feng managed to catch up to Moon Demon this instant, he wouldn't be able to kill Moon Demon in 3 seconds. Ultimately, Holy Blood would be able to intercept Shi Feng and keep him distracted, so that Moon Blood could kill him. Sitting beside Phoenix Flame, Elise was also a little surprised when she saw Shi Feng refusing to retreat. For experts participating in the Continental Championship, it was crucial for them to know how to look at the bigger picture. They needed to know what to do and when to do it. The last thing they should do was to let their emotions cloud their judgment. This was already the second time Shi Feng's behavior had confused her. Previously, the man had countered her offer with an unreasonable demand. Now he refused to retreat despite being in a highly disadvantageous position. What an interesting person you are. Are you really planning to fight us by yourself? Moon Demon couldn't help but poke fun at Shi Feng while watching the latter persistently chasing after her. Originally, Moon Demon had thought to verbally provoke Shi Feng to get him to keep up the chase. However, Shi Feng's behavior exceeded her expectations. Even after noticing Holy Blood's presence, Shi Feng did not halt his pursuit. On the contrary, he had further intensified his pursuit. Shi Feng's behavior was so strange that it even gave her the illusion that he had been waiting for Holy Blood's arrival. "What if I am?" Shi Feng stated bluntly. "Let me see what you're made of, then." Holy Blood, who had already moved within 100 yards of Shi Feng, shouted as he threw a punch at Shi Feng Fusion, Holy Art Blood Waterfall. When Holy Blood threw his punch, even with the powerful suppression that was acting on him, he transformed into a crimson tiger several times his size and lunged at Shi Feng, leaving 5 sonic booms in his wake. The tiger's size also grew as it got closer to Shi Feng, while the strength of its aura soared to the standard of level 200 ancient gods. In response to this frightening punch, Shi Feng swung the sword in his hand. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Overbearing flames engulfed the Crimson Tiger, their collision generating a metallic ring and sending dazzling sparks flying everywhere. Then both the flames and the Crimson Tiger erased each other from existence, and Holy Blood's fist smashed into Shi Feng's longsword, the impact creating a shockwave that rocked the buildings within a 100-yard radius. Following this straightforward exchange, Shi Feng stumbled 3 steps backward, while Holy Blood flew back by over a dozen yards. He still has so much strength, even while suppressed by my law projection. Shi Feng was surprised when he saw Holy Blood faring not much worse than him. It should be known that Shi Feng's strength was currently at the standard of level 200 ancient gods. Even if he was only at the entry level of the threshold, this was still the strength of a level 200 ancient god they were talking about. Logically, such strength should be enough to overwhelm Holy Blood, who was only a level 193 player. Yet, despite Holy Blood being suppressed by his law projection, he only managed to gain a slight advantage over the other party. They would likely be equal in strength if Holy Blood wasn't suppressed. Meanwhile, although Holy Blood maintained a calm expression, he was greatly shaken inside. The pairing of his exceptional life rating and divine gauntlets granted him a massive advantage in basic attributes over players of the same level. Holy Blood even dared to say that Garuda was inferior to him in this regard, yet now a human swordsman had surpassed him in basic attributes. This was simply unbelievable. Moon, we must eliminate this person right here and now. I will keep him distracted for you, so do whatever it takes to kill him. Holy Blood commanded as he looked at Moon Demon. Understood, Moon Demon responded, focusing on Shi Feng. Only at this moment did she truly understand the extent of Shi Feng's terror. Previously, although Moon Demon knew Shi Feng possessed extraordinary basic attributes, she still believed that Holy Blood was superior in this regard. She never expected Shi Feng's basic attributes to be at such a frightening level. Out of everyone in the Holy Guard party, only Holy Blood and Daystar could afford to face Shi Feng in direct combat. If anyone else were to get within melee range of Shi Feng, they would probably be dead in a few exchanges. There were many variables in a 6-on-6 match. Nobody could guarantee whether Shi Feng could get within range of the other 4 members. If they didn't kill Shi Feng now and let the match develop into a 6-on-6 party battle, their chances of defeat would be much greater than their chances of victory. Subsequently, Holy Blood could be seen transforming into a 100-meter-tall Crimson Tiger and lunging at Shi Feng. At the same time, Moon Demon fired her repeating crossbow, launching all her crossbow bolts straight through the Crimson Tiger, evidently resolved to eliminate Shi Feng at the cost of Holy Blood's life. Holy Blood and Moon Demon were incredibly swift in their actions. It wasn't until their bodies had gone into motion that Shi Feng perceived their actions. Additionally, even though Shi Feng had the basic attributes of a level 200 ancient god, his sixth sense still warned him of imminent death. However, Shi Feng did not back away from the danger. After all, this was the moment he had been waiting for this entire time. Immediately, Shi Feng merged the law of space and the law of destruction he had mastered. Then he used the fusion of the 2 advanced laws to cast his law projection. According to the information he had gathered in his previous life, the goddess law transcended advanced laws. If players wished to achieve the standard of a goddess law, they would need to fuse 3 advanced laws. Currently, he had fused the law of destruction he had mastered in his previous life with the law of space he had mastered in this life. Although the fusion of the 2 wasn't enough to reach the goddess law standard, it could still be considered a pseudo-goddess law, and he could use it to cast a law projection that was considerably stronger than before. Chapter 3719, Chapter 793, Gold-Ranked Swords Orbit. Bang, bang, bang. On a street lined with high-rises, Holy Blood and Moon Demon suddenly felt their bodies stiffening as they were executing their attack on Shi Feng. Their basic attributes also fell by another 20%, which in turn caused their attack speed to plummet. Ultimately, even though Holy Blood and Moon Demon could execute movements without having to first process them through their minds, the average speed of their attacks still fell behind Shi Feng's. The sound of metal ringing echoed across the street in rapid succession. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shi Feng blocked all of Holy Blood's and Moon Demon's attacks, taking no damage whatsoever. How is this possible? This unexpected development dumbfounded the spectators. They never expected the suppressive effect of Shi Feng's law projection to become stronger originally. Holy Blood and Moon Demon were already experiencing an overall suppression of 20% because of Shi Feng's law projection. Now, it had increased to over 30%, creating a qualitative difference between them and Shi Feng in attack speed. Moreover, besides attack speed, the strength advantage Shi Feng originally had over Holy Blood also widened. As a result, Holy Blood was sent flying over 20 yards away after their clash, and his HP fell by over 20%. How can his law projection be so strong? Moon Demon's mind was mired in confusion as she looked at Shi Feng in disbelief. Previously, the fact that Shi Feng's law projection could suppress her and Holy Blood by 20% despite them also having advanced law projections was already astonishing. Now, Shi Feng's law projection could no longer be considered astonishing. It was utterly frightening. Currently, the suppression they experienced was akin to the suppression an advanced law projection would impose on a basic law projection. The two were on completely different levels. Moon Retreat. When Holy Blood experienced the change in Shi Feng's law projection, he immediately understood that they were no longer a match for Shi Feng. They would only be adding more variables if they persisted in their fight. Moon Demon nodded, similarly understanding that they couldn't afford to keep fighting with Shi Feng. If they continued their fight, all three of them would end up wasting precious stamina and concentration, while it would be beneficial if they could exhaust a huge threat like Shi Feng. The problem was that they couldn't do any damage to Shi Feng, whereas Shi Feng could deal considerable damage to them. This meant that they would ultimately lose, and that it would be foolish to keep fighting Shi Feng. Now, their best option would be to regroup with Daystar and work with her to eliminate Shi Feng. Otherwise, the Holy Guard party would never win this match. "Do you think I'll let you leave so easily?" When Shi Feng saw Holy Blood and Moon Demon intending to withdraw, he immediately executed Sword's Orbit with his two swords. Holy Blood and Moon Demon were two of the Sun Dynasty's 3 strongest holy children. They were also among the 3 key combatants of the Holy Guard party. So long as Shi Feng could eliminate them here, the match was as good as won. Conversely, if Shi Feng allowed Holy Blood and Moon Demon to regroup with Daystar, even if he could now cast his law projection with the pseudo-goddess Law, he dared not say he could win with certainty. Aside from being known as the Arbiter of Death, Daystar had also mastered 2 advanced laws, specifically the Law of Death and the Law of Time. This was a secret only a few people should be aware of in this timeline, and Shi Feng had only learned of it because Daystar had exhibited both advanced laws in the war between the 2 races. Although Daystar had never shown herself capable of merging advanced laws, likely because she never learned the Goddess of Space's Dark Moon mana technique, she should have no problem casting her law projection using 2 separate advanced laws. At that time, the suppressive effect Shi Feng's law projection could impose on her would be incredibly limited, and he would be fortunate if he could even suppress her by 10%. Originally, Shi Feng had only considered using his dual advanced law projection to eliminate Moon Demon. He had not planned to reveal his fusion law. However, since Holy Blood decided to join the fight, Shi Feng decided he didn't need to conceal this trump card any longer. Immediately, Shi Feng created countless sword lights around him, which, in turn, merged into dazzling stars that bombarded Holy Blood and Moon Demon. Although Sword's Orbit was only an advanced silver combat technique, it was the fastest sword technique in Shi Feng's repertoire. Additionally, it cost considerably less concentration to execute Sword's Orbit than it did to execute a more powerful technique like Dark Moon and Holy Annihilation. It cost Shi Feng several times more concentration to maintain his pseudo-goddess law projection than it did to maintain his dual advanced law projection. If he tried to execute Dark Moon or Holy Annihilation in this situation, his concentration would run dry in the blink of an eye. After all, his concentration was only at the Tier 6 pseudo-peak standard. It hadn't actually reached the Tier 6 peak standard yet. Hence, he could only afford to pair Sword's Orbit with his pseudo-goddess law projection. Furthermore, a law projection was originally intended to convert every aspect of the surrounding environment to benefit the user. Now that Shi Feng was casting his law projection with a pseudo-goddess law, he could detect the flaws in his sword's orbit. When he developed sword's orbit into an advanced silver combat technique, he had only refined it with the goal of pushing his body to its limits, and he had always felt that it was missing something. Unfortunately, he could never determine what exactly was missing. Now, though, thanks to his pseudo-goddess law projection, he finally understood what the advanced silver sword's orbit lacked: integration with and manipulation of the surrounding environment. What a fast sword technique! Moon Demon was briefly astonished when she saw Shi Feng's sword orbit. However, immediately afterward a smirk formed on her face. It's a pity it is lacking in power. Shi Feng's sword's orbit indeed possessed incredible speed. However, in terms of raw power, it couldn't even come close to Shi Feng's holy annihilation. Even with Shi Feng's law projection suppressing them by over 30%, Moon Demon and Holy Blood could still deflect all of Shi Feng's attacks without taking any damage. After several dozen exchanges between the two sides, a deafening explosion suddenly came from a nearby plaza. "Someone's fighting over there!" Almost simultaneously, Shi Feng, Holy Blood, and Moon Demon turned to look at a plaza roughly 3,000 yards away. 9 players could be seen fighting in the dilapidated plaza, and there were none other than the other members of the Holy Guard and Verdant Rainbow parties among them. Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow fought against Daystar, while Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Death Wind each took on one of the Holy Guard party's remaining members. Currently, while Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Death Wind were still holding their ground against their respective opponents, Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow were having trouble keeping up with Daystar's onslaught, and it was evident they would not last much longer. Daystar fought while wielding 2 ritual swords. The ritual swords behaved like whips in her hands, flexible and unpredictable. Daystar could also change their trajectories without any forewarning, so even unthinking realm experts would have a headache dealing with them, let alone individuals who had yet to reach the unthinking realm like Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. In reality, the only reason Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow could survive against Daystar until now was entirely because of Gentle Snow's basic attributes and mastery over gravity. Without these 2 factors enabling her to withstand and redirect Daystar's attacks, she and Verdant Rainbow would have died in the first few exchanges. Even so, mistakes were bound to happen if they did nothing but defend, and both of them now had less than 30% of their HPs remaining. A chance. Holy Blood's and Moon Demon's eyes glimmered when they saw the current state of Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. It was evident Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow were on their last breath. If they could kill these 2 women and regroup with Daystar, Shi Feng's fate would be sealed. A chance? That's only if you can live to take it. When Shi Feng saw Holy Blood and Moon Demon's excited behavior, a ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. Then he suddenly started brandishing his swords in slow motion, swinging them along with the wind and space. After executing sword's orbit dozens of times in the environment created by his pseudo-goddess law projection, he finally understood how he could integrate sword's orbit with the surrounding environment. At the same time as Shi Feng started to execute the new and improved version of sword's orbit, the sound of a system notification also rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have developed sword's orbit into a gold combat technique. TL notes: A. Their basic attributes also fell by another 20%. Originally, Holy Blood and Moon Demon were already experiencing an overall suppression of 20% because of Shi Feng's law projection. Now it had increased to over 30%. I think the 20% in A is calculated based on their current basic attributes, which is at 80% of their original. So, the second 20% reduction would translate to 16% of their original basic attributes, which would put their final basic attributes at 64%, 120/16 of their original basic attributes. Chapter 3720. Chapter 794. Arbiter of Death. Chapter 794. Arbiter of Death. Hundreds of rotating sword lights spread across the dilapidated urban sprawl, demolishing every building in their path and causing rubble to rain on the street. When the sword lights dissipated, dust and smoke clouds filled the air. Amidst the ruins, Moon Demon pushed away the debris covering her. Although she did not sustain any visible injuries, her previous delight was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a grave expression. How did his sword technique improve so much all of a sudden? Moon Demon was greatly puzzled as she looked at her HP bar and Holy Blood's corpse. Previously, although she and Holy Blood remained at a disadvantage after working together, they could still trade blows with Shi Feng without taking catastrophic damage. But now, in just one move, Shi Feng had not only killed Holy Blood, but he had also plundered over 30% of her HP. Moreover, this was only because Holy Blood was the recipient of 90% of Shi Feng's attacks. Had she received half of Shi Feng's attacks, she would most certainly have died. Success. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was ecstatic as he looked at the system notification before him. In God's domain, players would only be considered to have reached the apex if they had learned a gold combat technique. This was because only combat techniques that had reached the gold rank could pose a threat to fifth-floor experts and above. Previously, although he had learned the gold-ranked flowing space, it primarily enhanced his maneuverability since it was a body technique. While he could use flowing space to overwhelm his opponent's senses, he still had to ensure he had an advantage in basic attributes if he wanted to overpower his opponent's defenses. Of the top-tier techniques in his repertoire, only Dark Moon, a primordial god-ranked mana technique, enhanced his offensive power significantly and allowed him to threaten stronger opponents. Now that Sword's orbit had been elevated to the gold rank, he would have one more offensive measure to fall back on. Additionally, as Sword's orbit was a gold combat technique, using it would place less burden on his concentration than a primordial god-ranked mana technique. It also wouldn't conflict with the mana control of his law projection, as its execution relied solely on the user's body. Hence, even though his concentration was only at the Tier 6 advanced standard currently, he could afford to cast a pseudo-goddess law projection while using a gold combat technique. This development increased his combat power significantly. In his current state, he wouldn't need much time to finish off Moon Demon. Meanwhile, this unexpected development excited the various human spectators. What a powerful sword technique! The Holy Guard party is in trouble. There's no way Moon Demon can last long by herself. Once Black Flame regroups with Verdant Rainbow, not even Daystar can survive against them. Now that Holy Blood, one of the Holy Guard party's top 3 combatants, was taken out of the picture, it would only be a matter of time before Moon Demon followed in his shoes. To make matters worse, Daystar was currently being kept busy by Gentle Snow and Verdant Rainbow. At this rate, the Verdant Rainbow party's victory was as good as guaranteed. Amidst the spectators' discussion, a 100-meter-tall 100-armed giant suddenly appeared in the plaza. As soon as the giant appeared, it sent a flurry of punches at Gentle Snow, Verdant Rainbow, Fervent Samsara, Heavy Abyss, and Death Wind, each of its punches carrying the power of a level 200 ancient god. Chalk Splendor is finally getting desperate. Is this the Moonlight Blade's power? Among the Sun Dynasty's 7 Arcanus were the Sunlight and Moonlight Blades. Although the Sun Dynasty had previously lost the Sunlight Blade to Shi Feng, it still retained the Moonlight Blade, and the divine weapon was assigned to Chalk Splendor when he was selected to participate in the Continental Championship. Meanwhile, unlike the Sunlight Blade, which made its wielder nigh unkillable, the Moonlight Blade granted its wielder ultimate power. Even though Chalk Splendor was currently only at level 191, when he activated the Moonlight Blade's Moonlight Body skill, he could gain strength that was at the limits of the level 200 Ancient God standard. Although the skill had a very short duration and cost the wielder levels to activate, it allowed the wielder to essentially one-shot any Tier 6 player below level 200. Boom, boom, boom! On the battlefield, hundreds of illusory fists bombarded Verdant Rainbow, and the others at speeds that broke the sound barrier. When facing these illusory fists, even Verdant Rainbow, who was equipped with 2 divine artifacts in Gentle Snow, who had basic attributes nearing the standard of level 200 ancient gods, felt a sense of peril. Whoosh! Suddenly, Verdant Rainbow started to move at speeds far greater than anything she had exhibited thus far. In only an instant, several hundred after-images of Verdant Rainbow formed across the plaza. each firing a volley of arrows at the descending illusory fists. This was the effect of Future Price, a skill that came with the divine necklace space-time teardrop. When activated, Future Price would temporarily improve the user's perception of time at the cost of the user's levels. The more levels the user sacrificed, the more strength and speed they would gain. When the illusory fists and arrows collided, a series of deafening explosions echoed across the plaza, and the terrain around the plaza was devastated. The exchange between Chalk Splendor and Verdant Rainbow happened at lightning speeds, and only a few spectators outside the ring could keep up with them. Following the initial exchange, it instantly became apparent that Verdant Rainbow's strength was inferior to Chalk Splendor's. Although she had an edge over Chalk Splendor in speed, it wasn't enough to prevent Chalk Splendor from getting to her allies. As more exchanges occurred, Deathwind became the first to succumb to the illusory fists, and it was only a matter of time before Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss followed. Ultimately, when Verdant Rainbow saw that death was imminent, she decided to forego defense and fire an arrow at Chalk Splendor with all her might. Blinding light enveloped the plaza briefly. When the brilliance faded, Verdant Rainbow, Gentle Snow, Fervent Samsara, and Heavy Abyss lay dead on the ground alongside Deathwind. Meanwhile, the 100-armed giant that Chalk Splendor had transformed into was missing its head, while the 2 other members of the Holy Guard Party had a gaping hole in their hearts. Of the 4 Holy Guard Party members fighting in the plaza, only Daystar managed to block Verdant Rainbow's dying retaliation. Amazing! I didn't think she could claim the lives of Chalk Splendor and 2 other holy children at the very last moment. Crap! Isn't the Moonlight Body supposed to be invincible against Tier 6 players under level 200? How did it end with a 1-for-3 trade? Incredible, as expected of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's brightest chosen one in recent years. Even in death, she managed to drag the Moonlight Body down with her. When the spectators saw Verdant Rainbow succeed in her attempt at mutual destruction, they couldn't help but feel admiration for her. The Sun Dynasty didn't regard the Moonlight Blade as one of its 7 arcanas for nothing. When a level 191, Tier 6 player like Chalk Splendor activated the Moonlight Blade's Moonlight Body, there was no Tier 6 player under level 200 he couldn't kill. Although Shi Feng was strong enough to kill Holy Blood, he would likely die if he tried to clash with Chalk Splendor while Moonlight Body's effect was still active. Not to mention, he also had to go up against Daystar simultaneously. Fortunately, Verdant Rainbow eliminated Chalk Splendor and 2 other holy children at the last moment, preventing Shi Feng from encountering the worst possible situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Shi Feng had deprived Moon Demon of her remaining HP, leaving only him and Daystar on the battlefield. "It seems we are the only 2 left," Daystar said as she watched Shi Feng flying toward her with her 3 eyes. Then, looking at Verdant Rainbow's crumbling body, she added, "I must admit, I have underestimated you all. I didn't expect Chalk to get killed at the last moment. Miss Rainbow isn't as weak as you think. She is the leader of our party, after all," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised by the sudden burst of strength Verdant Rainbow displayed at the end. After all, Verdant Rainbow was known as the God Hunter in his previous life. It was just that she had yet to unleash her full potential thus far. "But your luck ends here," Daystar said as she returned her gaze to Shi Feng. Then the 2 ritual swords she wielded vanished, and a banner spear took their place. Death's Banner. This was the name of Daystar's new weapon, and it was the divine weapon that led her to become known as the Arbiter of Death. "You may be right, but I beg to differ." Shi Feng understood that Daystar was getting serious, so he cast his pseudo-goddess law projection without hesitation. Chapter 3721, Chapter 795, Death's Banner. Chapter 795, Death's Banner. When Shi Feng and Daystar were the only ones left in the ring, the atmosphere outside the ring grew tense. I did not expect the match to end with a one-on-one between these 2. A former top 5 expert versus a current top 10 expert. I wonder who will turn out stronger. Daystar isn't known as the Arbiter of Death for nothing. Aside from Garuda and Rin, nobody else from the last championship can confidently say they can defeat Daystar. Not to mention, Black Flame is only considered one of the current top 10 experts. How can he possibly be a match for Daystar? I agree. Also, Black Flame has already expended much of his stamina and concentration fighting Holy Blood and Moon Demon. In contrast, Daystar has never fought seriously this entire time, and only now did she take out her trademark weapon. Generally speaking, Black Flame's chances of victory are slim. But you can't discount Black Flame's incredible law projection. That thing can suppress even Holy Blood's physique by over 30%. It is the strongest law projection I have ever seen. Although I admit Daystar is amazing, can she beat Black Flame if she is suppressed by over 30% in all aspects? The spectators debated the confrontation between Shi Feng and Daystar. The debate was especially heated among human and holy race players. At this point, everyone could agree that, whether it was the Verdant Rainbow Party or the Holy Guard Party, both had the qualifications to enter the Continental Championship's top 8. There was also no doubt that the ace combatants of the two parties stood at the apex of their respective races. As soon as Azure Dragon finished speaking, the Holy Race experts sitting nearby instantly cast a look of disdain at him. Do you humans honestly think the former top 8 parties are pushovers? Or do you think having a powerful law projection is enough to enter the top 8? They've probably forgotten the might of Daystar. After all, Daystar hasn't used her Death's Banner even once in this championship. Now that she has brought out the divine weapon, her combat power is at least twice as much as before. Even if she is weakened by 30%, Black Flame will still be no match for her. The words of the spectating Holy Race experts earned nods of agreement from many nearby players. They could only see the spectating human players as ignorant for thinking that a human player could be a match for a chosen one of the Holy Race. Meanwhile, outside the ring, Verdant Rainbow and the other resurrected members of the Verdant Rainbow Party wore serious expressions as they looked at the main screen above the ring. "It's all up to you now, Guild Leader." Black Flame, Verdant Rainbow, anxiously clenched her fists as she watched the showdown between Shi Feng and Daystar. If possible, Verdant Rainbow would have wanted to fight alongside Shi Feng. However, she never expected the Sun Dynasty to loan the Moonlight Blade to Chalk Splendor after the latter had lost the Sunlight Blade. She also didn't expect Chalk Splendor to be willing to pay the price of using Moonlight Body. This situation left her with no choice but to respond with all her might. Damn it. If only I had fully grasped that sword technique, Gentle Snow similarly felt anxious and reluctant. Had she mastered the goddess's sword technique, while she wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat the Moonlight Body, she should have no problem surviving against it. Meanwhile, had she survived the final bout, she could have fought alongside Shi Feng and increased their party's chances of winning. In the plaza filled with dust clouds. Your law projection is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, it will not affect me the same way it affected Holy Blood and Moon Demon, Daystar said as she slammed the silver banner she wielded into the ground and cast her law projection. Boom. Immediately, Shi Feng's law projection was forced 10 yards away from Daystar, and its suppressive effect was dampened significantly. Now, the suppressive effect Daystar experienced was just 10% rather than over 30%. Additionally, spirits of the dead started to rise from the ground around Daystar, forming an undead legion of 1,000 strong in the blink of an eye. Each of the spirits in the undead legion shared the same level and tier as Daystar. They even shared the same basic attributes. Additionally, each spirit had its own unique appearance, with some even looking like humans and crystallians. Most importantly, all of them exhibited combat standards at the 5th floor standard, their movements resembling living players. When Daystar's legion of undead appeared, many among the spectators gasped. This was because they recognized some of the faces of these spirits. Death's Will. This was a skill that came with the divine weapon known as Death's Banner, and it allowed the wielder to summon any player they had killed in the form of a spirit. Moreover, the summoned spirits would retain 100% of the replicated player's combat standards. Is this Daystar's true strength? Azure Dragon was at a loss for words as he looked at the undead legion on the screen. How is this possible? Frost Raven, who was originally confident in Shi Feng, also found this situation unbelievable, her body getting goosebumps. It was one thing for Daystar to be able to summon 1,000 fifth-floor experts. However, to Frost Raven's disbelief, some of the replicated human experts were in the top 100 of the Divine Glory list. She even spotted the faces of several commanders from the Order of 12. Is she hacking? How can such a divine artifact exist? Fervent Samsara muttered in disbelief as he looked at the undead legion. At this point, the fight between Shi Feng and Daystar could no longer be considered a battle between two players. It was virtually a battle between one player and an entire legion. Furthermore, this legion was composed of 1,000 fifth-floor experts. With such strength, even feats such as slaying an ancient god or destroying an entire realm wouldn't be out of the question. I have laid waste to multiple realms with my collection. Though I rarely use it against individual players, you are worthy of this privilege, Daystar said as she gazed indifferently at Shi Feng. After this battle, you too will enter my collection. Although Death's Banner was not included among the Sun Dynasty's 7 Arcanus, it was a heaven-defying divine weapon. Unlike most divine weapons, Death's Banner only had one ability, and that was to create perfect replicas of the players Death's Banner had killed. Additionally, the stronger the wielder's concentration, the more replicas they could summon. In the hands of the weak, Death's Banner's ability was negligible. However, in the hands of experts like Daystar, it was an ability that could defy the heavens. So long as Daystar killed enough experts, she could summon an army of experts to fight for her. At a certain point, she could even become a one-man apex power. I'm flattered, Shi Feng calmly responded. But if you think you can defeat me with this army, I suggest you reconsider after saying so. Shi Feng took out the Feather of Oath and summoned the War Goddesses. Chapter 3722, Chapter 796, War Goddesses vs. Legion of Undead. Chapter 796, War Goddesses vs. Legion of Undead. Is Black Flame using a summoning tool? What's the point of using a summoning tool at this time? He's going up against 1,000 experts nearing Daystar's standard. Even if all of us watching here fought her, we wouldn't necessarily win, let alone a couple of Tier 6 summons. When the spectators saw the several summoning arrays in the plaza, they were all puzzled by Shi Feng's actions, and they could only see this situation as Shi Feng's attempt to delay the inevitable. A 1,000-man legion of fifth-floor experts under level 200 could easily conquer even taboo-mode dungeons. Hence, a couple of Tier 6 summons could do little to help Shi Feng in his fight against Daystar. Amidst the spectators' discussion, 6 war goddesses clad in holy armor and armed with various weapons descended upon the plaza, each exuding a suffocating aura. Level 200, Tier 6 war goddesses. Level 200 was a major turning point in God's domain. It was especially so for NPCs like war goddesses compared to monsters. NPCs wouldn't receive as much of a boost in basic attributes when they reached level 200. However, their weapons and equipment would undergo drastic transformations. For reference, the average level 200 Tier 6 NPC would typically be fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they could put up a good fight against barely equipped level 200 Tier 6 gods. Stronger Tier 6 NPCs would have a fragmented divine artifact-ranked weapon, and they would be as strong as barely equipped Tier 6 gods. As for the 6 war goddesses, they were fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. I must be dreaming. How can this be real? Is that summoning tool a divine artifact? The Holy Race experts who originally wanted to ridicule Shi Feng for overestimating his capabilities gaped in shock when they saw the 6 war goddesses. Even Verdant Rainbow and the others who were aware of the Feather of Oath's existence couldn't help but be shocked. Tools that could summon level 200, Tier 6 NPCs weren't particularly rare in the Greater God's domain. All major powers would have some of these tools. Only, none of them could summon NPCs as strong as war goddesses. It was also completely unheard of for summoned Tier 6 NPCs to come fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. It should be known that the rarity of fragmented divine artifacts was much greater than that of legendary weapons. Even the various apex powers didn't have many in their possession. Aside from their chosen ones, they would never assign a fragmented divine artifact to their younger generation members. As for being fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, Not even the various Apex Powers executives could necessarily enjoy such a privilege, although NPCs in God's domain had a much easier time obtaining high-quality equipment. Obtaining a full set of fragmented divine artifacts remained a nigh impossible task for most NPCs. The technology to produce weapons and equipment at the fragmented divine artifact rank and above was lost during the mythical era, and virtually all the ones that exist today originated from the mythical era and had traceable origins. Typically, Tier 6 NPCs fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts were rulers of an entire realm in the greater god's domain. Even the war god's temple had fully equipped only one of its war goddesses with fragmented divine artifacts when it mobilized its forces to stop the 22 taboos from terrorizing the greater god's domain in the past. Yet, now Shi Feng had summoned 6 of such war goddesses. How could everyone not be shocked? Meanwhile, in the ruined plaza, after looking at the 6 war goddesses he summoned, Shi Feng turned to Daystar and said, "Let's begin, then." There existed a qualitative difference between the Feather of Oath and Death's Banner. Although the Feather of Oath remained in a damaged state, it wasn't considered one of the Goddess of Space's most prized possessions without a reason. In its complete state, the Feather of Oath could enable the Goddess of Space to trade blows with the primordial god of the same level. Although Death's Banner was indeed heaven-defying, it was nowhere near strong enough to let its wielder fight a primordial god. "You have truly surprised me," Daystar admitted, a hint of surprise coloring her face. However, she quickly regained her calm and said, "But you are destined to fall. My spirits can be resummoned without end, whereas your war goddesses will stay dead should they die." "You are right." Shi Feng nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement when he heard Daystar point out the Feather of Oath's weakness. Then he added, "But that will only matter if you can last until they die." The Feather of Oath shared a common flaw with all summoning tools, the inability to resummon summoned creatures within a short time after death. However, Death's Banner wasn't without its flaws either. Although the weapon could summon an endless stream of spirits, doing so greatly burdened the wielder's concentration. The more spirits the wielder summoned, the greater the burden on their concentration. After the major system update, this flaw would become especially apparent. "Let's see which of us can last longer, then." Daystar raised her banner spear and charged at Shi Feng without hesitation. Simultaneously, the undead behind her also charged with her. Every spirit possessed the combat standard and instincts of the player they replicated. As they advanced, they executed their trademark moves on Shi Feng, completely ignoring the war goddesses and their own lives. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ranged attacks exhibiting power bombarded Shi Feng, each as strong as an all-out attack from Holy Blood. Attack. When Shi Feng saw the oncoming spirits, he promptly commanded the war goddesses to retaliate, not daring to treat the situation lightly. At Shi Feng's command, the 6 war goddesses positioned themselves in front of Shi Feng, and one of them summoned numerous divine pattern barriers with her shield, creating a wall of light between herself and the undead legion. Then, a longbow-wielding war goddess knocked her weapon and fired at the incoming attacks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A wall of densely packed arrows flew forward, striking down most of the incoming attacks and eliminating over half of the advancing undead legion in the blink of an eye. As for the dozen or so attacks that managed to make it past the wall of arrows, they were deflected by the wall of light before they could even get near Shi Feng. Before anyone could voice their surprise at the divine pattern barrier's defensive prowess, the remaining 4 war goddesses, armed with a greatsword, a spear, a battle-axe, and a 2-handed saber, respectively, charged past the barriers. Then, like precision machines, they began slaughtering the spirits with perfect movements. None of them made any excess movements, killing at least one spirit with every move. Even level 190-plus, Tier 6 fifth-floor experts were nothing more than children in front of the war goddesses, and over 100 spirits were erased from existence in the blink of an eye. However, Daystar was no ordinary expert. Even after seeing most of her spirits getting killed in the first exchange, she showed no fear and simply resummoned all of them. The spirits also started acting as her shield, enabling her to bypass the 6 war goddesses and easily reach Shi Feng. Then the surrounding space began to tremble as Daystar swung her banner spear down at Shi Feng, making it feel like the world was collapsing around him. Holy Ancestor ranked Holy Art Spatial Demolition in response. Shi Feng swung the Shadow Incinerator to meet Daystar's attack. Gold Combat Technique Swords Orbit, ETL Notes. End taken from Chapter 508. The summoned war goddesses only had a duration of 3 hours, while the Feather of Oath's war goddess summoning skill didn't have a cooldown. Each war goddess had a hidden summoning cooldown of 1 natural day. So, even if he had 7 Luminaries crystals to spare, he couldn't summon them limitlessly. Chapter 3723, Chapter 797, Top 16 Party, Chapter 797, Top 16 Party, Boom. A powerful shockwave spread across the plaza as Shi Feng and Daystar traded blows. Following the exchange, Shi Feng felt his entire arm growing numb, as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall with the Shadow Incinerator. He also stumbled 5 steps backward before he managed to stabilize his body, each step he took leaving huge cracks in the ground. What incredible strength, Daystar thought, shock and confusion flashing in her eyes. She had similarly suffered from the impact of her clash with Shi Feng, the force transmitted through her banner spear enough to send her flying over a dozen yards away. It should be known that she currently had 2 divine artifacts equipped. Combined with spatial demolition, a Holy Ancestor ranked Holy Art, she could exhibit power matching a Tier 6 super spell or Tier 6 curse used by a level 200 ancient god, even while suppressed by Shi Feng's law projection. Yet she still failed to overpower Shi Feng. This was simply unbelievable, incredible. As expected of the Arbiter of Death, Shi Feng was equally surprised by the outcome of his exchange with Daystar. Although he did not have any divine artifacts equipped, his basic attributes should closely rival those of level 200 ancient gods. Yet even after he had used the upgraded sword's orbit, he still failed to gain a significant advantage over Daystar. The other party was terrifying beyond words. Again, even after experiencing failure, Daystar did not intend to change her approach. Without hesitation, she executed spatial demolition against Shi Feng once more. Come. Shi Feng also chose not to avoid confronting Daystar, executing Sword's Orbit once more. The Arbiter of Death was universally famous among the human race in Shi Feng's previous life. Unfortunately, as Shi Feng had been busy dealing with Demon's Gate's constant pursuit back then, he never had time to participate in the war between the 2 races. This led him to miss out on many opportunities to trade blows with the Holy Race's experts. Now that he could fight the Arbiter of Death, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Subsequently, Longsword and Banner Spear clashed repeatedly, sending shockwaves across the plaza. Although both Shi Feng and Daystar adamantly refused to block each other's attacks, they attacked at lightning speeds and constantly altered the trajectories of their attacks. Sometimes they would even execute over a dozen alterations in one exchange. Meanwhile, outside the ring, many spectators were dazzled by the rapid exchange between Shi Feng and Daystar. Even experts like Verdant Rainbow felt their scalps going numb. Everything was happening too quickly. When it came to the speed of executing mid-battle transitions, Daystar, an unthinking realm expert, was undoubtedly superior to Shi Feng. However, what Shi Feng lacked in response time, he more than made up for with his absurd attack speed, and he could always block Daystar's banner spear in the nick of time. After over a dozen exchanges, cracks started to appear in the surrounding space. Even so, Shi Feng and Daystar showed no signs of reducing their battle's intensity and kept trying to find gaps in each other's defenses. These 2 must be insane. Are they not worried about affecting their performance in subsequent matches by fighting like this? Their strength is unbelievable. Not even level 200 ancient gods should be able to crack the battlefield's space. How much strength do they have? When the spectators saw that the clash between Shi Feng and Daystar had already demolished multiple streets, they couldn't help but feel like they were watching a fight between gigantic beasts rather than players. It should be known that the battlefields used to host the Continental Championship's main event were exceptionally stable. Not only did this impose a powerful suppression on players, but it also created a space with rigidity unrivaled in God's domain. If a player's attack could crack the space of one of these battlefields, the same attack could destroy the average large map in the outside world. Daystar has improved significantly since we last met, Garuda commented, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit as he watched the ongoing fight inside the ring. This human named Black Flame is not bad either. With how he is keeping up with Daystar right now, he can probably rank among the top 5 even in this season. Indeed. Rin, who sat beside Garuda, nodded in agreement. Although Black Flame has yet to reach the unthinking realm, his astonishing attack speed paired with that sword technique can more than make up for his weaknesses. If we compare solely in maximum speed, I must admit I am inferior to him. By the looks of things, it seems they intend to determine the winner through speed alone. Let's see who can last longer, then, Garuda said with a smile. Then he turned to Rin and continued, "Whoever emerges victorious here will have to face you and me afterward. I wonder which among us will face them first. A competition of speed would take a significant toll even on fifth-floor experts. Hence, the fight between Shi Feng and Daystar was destined to be short. Once either side could no longer keep up, they would instantly be killed by the other side. However, regardless of who emerged victorious in this battle, they would have to face either Garuda or Rin afterward." Meanwhile, after trading several dozen blows with each other, Shi Feng and Daystar felt incredibly exhausted. Their consciousness even started to waver. "You are strong. Unfortunately, it seems your concentration is still a little lacking to support your law projection," Daystar said, her lips curving into a faint smile as she looked at Shi Feng's pale complexion. "We will decide the winner in 3 moves." After saying so, Daystar executed spatial demolition once more. "This won't do. I will lose if I keep this up." When Shi Feng saw Daystar attacking him with the same move, he knew that his defeat would be inevitable if he responded similarly. Gritting his teeth, he promptly stopped maintaining his pseudo-goddess law projection, switching to his dual advanced law projection instead. He weakened his law projection. Daystar immediately noticed the change in Shi Feng's law projection, and she couldn't help but find Shi Feng's decision puzzling. However, she did not slow down her actions in the slightest. When Daystar's banner spear was only half a yard away, Shi Feng suddenly tightened his grip around the shadow incinerator and swung it upward. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Suddenly Daystar noticed her banner spear starting to bend. She also saw the world before her splitting in half. However, before she could say anything, her vision turned gray and her HP fell to 0. Subsequently, silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients momentarily, as everyone tried to process what had just happened. Daystar died. The arbiter of death lost. The spectators were stunned when they saw Daystar getting killed. They couldn't believe Shi Feng could exhibit even greater strength at the very last moment. Meanwhile, amidst the spectators' confusion, Shi Feng stood quietly inside the ring. Defeating her truly was a challenge. Shi Feng exhaled deeply as he looked at Daystar's dissipating corpse on the ground. If he hadn't grasped the goddess-ranked mana technique Dark Moon, he really would not have been a match for Daystar in this battle. Additionally, the current Daystar he faced had yet to grow to her full potential. After all, not even the Eternal Realm's 3 absolutes would necessarily be a match for the Arbiter of Death when she was at her peak. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng successfully eliminated Daystar, an ancient voice echoed across the ring. "Congratulations to the Verdant Rainbow Party for entering the top 16. Party members may use the following time to rest. Now, let us welcome the next 2 parties into the ring." Shi Feng was immediately teleported out of the ring when the announcement by the ancient voice concluded. Then, before anyone outside the ring could discuss the first match's outcome, the second match's pairing was revealed. Second match, Earthen Princess Party versus 8 Paths Party. When the second matchup was revealed, everyone waiting outside the ring and watching from the spectator stands gasped. Chapter 3724, Chapter 798, 6th Goddess Tablet. Chapter 798, Sixth Goddess Tablet. What's going on with this championship? Is something wrong with the system? First, it was a match between a former top 8 party and one of the current seeded parties. Now, it is a match between the former second-place party and a former top 8 party. Are we going to see half of the top-ranking parties get eliminated in the first round? This shouldn't be happening. None of the previous continental championships have ever matched the seeded parties against each other so early into the main event. At this time, whether it was the parties waiting for their turn outside the ring, or the players spectating from the spectator stands, they all couldn't help but suspect something had gone wrong with the main god system. Otherwise, such matchups shouldn't have occurred so early into the main event. In past continental championships, parties who placed in the top 10 of the preliminaries would never encounter each other in the round of 32. It was also why the top 10 parties in the preliminaries were regarded as seeded parties, yet, even though they were only into the second match of the round of 32, 4 of the 10 seeded parties had already been matched against each other. Is this ancient being trying to mess with us? Verdant Rainbow was at a loss for words as she looked up at the mighty silhouette in the sky. Originally, Verdant Rainbow thought that after having defeated the Holy Guard party, one of the former top 8 parties, her party should have a solid chance at entering the top 8. She wouldn't even discount the possibility of entering the top 4 anymore. However, after seeing the Earthen Princess party being selected for the second match, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but feel like her party was getting targeted by the Continental Championship's organizer. After all, the winners of the first and second matches in the round of 32 would be scheduled to fight each other in the round of 16. If anyone were to tell her that her party wasn't being singled out, she would be the first to cast doubt at them. Of course, the 8 Paths party had even worse luck than her party. As a former top 8 party and one of the current seeded parties, the 8 Paths party should have no trouble entering the top 16 under normal circumstances. However, now that it was matched against the Earthen Princess party, its journey in the Continental Championship was destined to stop at the top 32. Even if the 8 Paths party cried foul right now, nobody would blame it. Meanwhile, every member of the 8 Paths party wore gloomy expressions as they stepped into the ring. Evidently, they did not expect the system to be so ruthless as to pair them against an unbeatable opponent in the first round. 8 Paths, admit defeat, Rin, who stood 6 meters tall, said as she looked at the leader of the 8 Paths party, "You stand no chance in this match. Rin, I admit that you are strong, but this is a group battle. We won't know the outcome until we fight." 8 Paths of Sovereign Mark said, choosing to stand his ground despite knowing the overwhelming odds. "Do you remember the Star Maiden party? Even though Elise was stronger than me, didn't she still lose to my party?" Venomtail and the other members of the 8 Paths party nodded in agreement. Admittedly, Rin the Earthen Princess was a mighty expert. However, in the previous Continental Championship, the Earthen Princess party and the Star Maiden party shared a similarity in that they both relied heavily on their key members. Like how the Star Maiden party relied on Elise, the Earthen Princess party also relied heavily on Rin for its accomplishments. As for the other members of the two parties, they were much less fearsome in comparison. Thus, victory was still possible so long as the 8 Paths party could quickly regroup and eliminate Rin's party members first. "Suit yourself," Rin said, shaking her head. "You are merely putting up a futile struggle." Subsequently, the second match of the main event began. To no one's surprise, the Earthen Princess party emerged victorious. However, what did surprise the spectators was the fact that the Earthen Princess never made a move throughout the match. Only 2 of her party members fought the entire time. In terms of overall strength, the 2 members of the Earthen Princess party were much stronger than the 8 Paths party's 6 members, and the battle between the two sides ended shortly after it started. Meanwhile, after witnessing the second match's outcome, everyone understood that the Earthen Princess party had already rectified the one weakness it had in the last Continental Championship. After the second match concluded, Shi Feng made his way to a private lounge in the Crucible of the Ancients. "Miss Elise, may I know what you have called me for this time?" Shi Feng asked as he looked at Elise, who had been resting in the lounge for some time now. I've previously said that your party has a chance of entering the top 4, but that might not be possible if you come across the Divine Fist Party or the Earthen Princess Party." While glancing through a report from her subordinate, Elise indifferently asked, "Now that you've seen the Earthen Princess Party's strength, do you still wish to persist?" "Naturally," Shi Feng answered without hesitation. "The current Earthen Princess Party might be much stronger than before, but I believe in my party's capabilities. Of course, if you're willing to let me borrow your goddess tablet for some time, I wouldn't mind giving up the opportunity to fight the Earthen Princess Party, Miss Elise." What a bold claim. "Are you that confident of defeating Rin?" Elise snorted disdainfully. "It didn't seem like you had an easy time winning against the Holy Guard Party previously. Anyone who had watched the first match would know that the Verdant Rainbow Party had barely won against the Holy Guard Party. Hence, there was virtually no hope for the Verdant Rainbow Party to win against the Earthen Princess Party, which was significantly stronger than the Holy Guard Party. Why don't you take a look at this, then?" Shi Feng did not bother to refute Elise's statement. Instead, he took out a small stack of scrolls from his bag. Meanwhile, as soon as Elise saw the scrolls, her expression instantly changed. Intermediate divine engraving scrolls? Elise was greatly shocked as she looked at the scrolls covered in divine patterns in Shi Feng's hands. Compared to divine artifacts, the rarity of intermediate divine engraving scrolls was even greater in the greater god's domain. Even the various apex powers only had a few in their possession. Even now, there was only one known place where players could reliably acquire intermediate divine engraving scrolls: Luminous Sky City's Abyss Chamber of Commerce. The Abyss Chamber of Commerce's background was shrouded in mystery. It would release about a dozen intermediate divine engraving scrolls every once in a while, however. Such a small number was nowhere near enough for the various powers to share. Thus, the scrolls would always be sold out as soon as they became available, yet now Shi Feng had taken out over a dozen of these scrolls. This was simply unbelievable. Indeed. "These are all intermediate divine engraving scrolls," Shi Feng said, chuckling. "I still have some more inside my bag, enough to use on the fragmented legendary equipment sets of Zero Wing's 4 members. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how much improvement we can receive from these scrolls, right, Miss Elise?" Shi Feng had prepared amply for the Continental Championship. Aside from equipping Gentle Snow and the others with the new God Chaser set, he had also prepared enough intermediate divine engraving scrolls for 4 players initially. He had held back from using the intermediate divine engraving scrolls, thinking that the new God Chaser set should be enough to let them win the championship. However, the circumstances surrounding the latest Continental Championship had exceeded his expectations, so he had no choice but to use the scrolls now. "So this is the reason for your confidence." Elise took a long look at Shi Feng. Then, after pondering for a while, she said, "Fine, I will loan the tablet to you. However, you will have only 1 day to study it. After 1 day, you must return it to me, regardless of whether you manage to learn anything." "No problem." Shi Feng nodded and smiled. Then he took out a set of God's domain contracts and said, "Let's officialize the terms right away." The goddess tablet was extraordinary. Although Elise had only agreed to loan it to him for a short time, it was better than nothing. After all, even ordinary experts could benefit significantly from a surface analysis, let alone someone like him, who had in-depth experience studying a goddess tablet. After establishing the contract, Elise handed Shi Feng a palm-sized tablet and left the lounge to participate in her party's first match in the main event. Meanwhile, left alone in the lounge, Shi Feng did not waste time and immediately began studying the tablet. The 6th Goddess Tablet. Shi Feng was greatly shocked by the information displayed on the tablet. Compared to Aqua Rose's Goddess Tablet, Elise's Goddess Tablet was in a completely different league. Chapter 3725, Chapter 799, Promotion to Peak. When Elise returned to the waiting area outside the ring, a tall, muscular woman hurriedly approached her. "The second match has concluded, Your Highness," Phoenix Flame said worriedly. "The 8 Paths party lost." "That's to be expected," Elise said, unfazed by Phoenix Flame's report. "It seems Rin has put in considerable effort to deal with Garuda." Rin didn't even make a move throughout the entire match. Her 5 party members thoroughly suppressed the 8 Paths party, Phoenix Flame said as she shared a battle video with Elise. Out of Rin's 5 party members, the strongest one would have to be the Archon named First Light. He single-handedly killed 8 Paths and another one of the 8 Paths party's key members, and Arclight, the divine weapon he wields, is comparable to the Sun Dynasty's Moonlight Blade. In the video, Phoenix Flame shared, a 6-meter-tall young Crystallian man stood on a flying shuttle formed from countless sharp blades while manipulating a 100-meter-long greatsword to attack his opponents. His attacks were comparable to those of level 200 ancient gods, and he shaved off multiple buildings with every swing of his greatsword. Additionally, his attacks were unbelievably fast, making it look like he was brandishing a feather rather than a colossal weapon. In front of First Light's weapon, 8 Paths was no different from an ant. He could not evade any of First Light's attacks, and could only defend against them, losing a considerable chunk of his HP each time he did so. Ultimately, even with the support of his party members, 8 Paths still died to the Crystallian named First Light. Meanwhile, after Elise finished watching the video, she turned to Phoenix Flame and asked, "He's quite strong. Do you think you can keep him busy?" The Crystallian race did not manipulate holy power like the holy race or mana like the human race. Instead, they were proficient in manipulating implements and could manipulate them like they were manipulating their limbs. Meanwhile, the Archon class was one of the best classes available to the Crystallians, with owners of the class being able to turn their implements into a copy of themselves. Out of all the Crystallian classes, the Archon class was the trickiest to deal with. "If he doesn't have any more divine artifacts hidden, I should be able to keep him occupied," Phoenix Flame answered after considering Elise's question. "Good. I'll leave him to you then," Elise said without hesitation. She did not cast any doubt over Phoenix Flame's claim. "What?" Phoenix Flame was briefly startled by Elise's words. Then realization quickly dawned on her as she asked, "Has Black Flame agreed?" "Mm-hmm. We've reached an agreement, and I have loaned the 6th Goddess tablet to him for a day," Elise admitted. "Your Highness, that's the 6th Goddess tablet we are talking about. Its value far surpasses the value of Aqua Rose's tablet." "This is such an unfair deal for us," Phoenix Flame said. "Primordial god tablets were few and far between in the greater god's domain, and those linked to the Goddess of Space were even rarer. 18 Goddess tablets existed in total, and each held some of the Goddess of Space's legacies. Among them, 7 tablets held the Goddess's most important legacies, and they were labeled as the 1st to 7th Goddess tablets. These ranked Goddess tablets were vastly more valuable than the unranked Goddess tablets. If a player could successfully learn the contents of a ranked tablet, the benefits they could gain would be worth as much as a divine artifact. Don't worry. Learning even one of the lesser legacies within a day is easier said than done, let alone the primary legacy," Elise said indifferently. "If Black Flame is so confident in his abilities, I don't mind giving him a day." Phoenix Flame agreed with Elise when she heard the latter's words. Each Goddess tablet contained a multitude of legacies. It was especially so for the ranked Goddess tablets. Although even the lesser legacies inside these Goddess tablets were extraordinary, learning them was a significant challenge. Previously, Phoenix Flame had taken a month just to learn a legacy from the 6th Goddess tablet, and that was only one of the tablet's lesser legacies, rather, not the primary legacy. Not to mention, before players could even access the legacies inside a Goddess tablet, they would first have to decipher the Goddess tablet. With only a day granted to him, the most Shi Feng could accomplish was deciphering the 6th Goddess tablet, and learning how many legacies it held. Ultimately, he would be no better than someone who had never held the 6th Goddess tablet. While Elise and Phoenix Flame prepared themselves for the round of 16, unbeknownst to them, Shi Feng had already deciphered the 6th Goddess tablet with the help of a resplendent crystal he had retrieved from his bag. The crystal was none other than an eternal god crystal. By relying on the eternal energy contained within the eternal god crystal, Shi Feng could boost his brain activity and greatly enhance his learning capabilities. After spending about 10 minutes deciphering the 6th Goddess tablet, Shi Feng came to learn of its significance. Not only did the 6th Goddess Tablet indicate the existence of 18 Goddess Tablets, but it also contained 24 Goddess Legacies. Of these 24 Goddess Legacies, 23 consisted of combat technique legacies and mana technique legacies. More specifically, there were 12 gold combat techniques, 5 advanced gold combat techniques, 5 primordial god-ranked mana techniques, and 1 goddess-ranked mana technique. As for the final legacy, it was the Goddess of Space's 6th legacy. The 6th Goddess Tablet held many more legacies than the Goddess Tablet in Aqua Rose's possession. Additionally, each of these legacies was not much weaker than the Dark Moon Mana technique contained in Aqua Rose's Goddess Tablet, and they could cause a stir in the Greater God's domain. It was especially so for the 6th Goddess Legacy Concentration Enhancement. Unlike most other legacies, players only needed to decipher the 6th Goddess Legacy to benefit from it. As soon as they succeeded in doing so, they would receive a permanent upgrade to their concentration. Although each player could benefit from the 6th Goddess Legacy only once in their lifetime, it was unbelievable nonetheless. The hidden attribute known as concentration might have little significance to ordinary players, but it was of extraordinary significance to expert players. This was because the stronger a player's concentration, the more combat and mana techniques they could use. The cost of using combat and mana techniques would also be reduced. For expert players who had mastered many kinds of techniques, developing their concentration was of utmost importance. Unfortunately, few methods were available to improve a player's concentration in the Greater God's domain. Most players could only improve their concentration by continuously straining their bodies. Although some items could be used to improve concentration, they would be fiercely contested by the various powers whenever they appeared. Fortunately, Shi Feng was already familiar with the Goddess Tablet's mana interpretation method. Although the 6th Goddess Legacy was several times more complex than the Dark Moon Mana technique, with the Eternal God Crystal's assistance, he could decipher the 6th Goddess Legacy as easily as he deciphered Dark Moon. 6 hours later, the mana inside the lounge suddenly grew agitated and flooded Shi Feng's mind. This, in turn, caused his mind to enter an unprecedented state of clarity. At the same time, system notifications rang in his ears, one after another. System, congratulations. You have successfully deciphered the Goddess's 6th legacy. Your concentration has received a permanent improvement. System, congratulations. Your concentration has reached the Tier 6 peak standard. Chapter 376, Chapter 800, Third Step, Flowing Light. Chapter 800, Third Step, Flowing Light, Tier 6 peak. Finally, my concentration has fully recovered. Shi Feng was both surprised and excited when he heard the system notifications. For most players, even developing their concentration to the Tier 6 standard was already a monumental challenge. The reason most expert players could never advance to Tier 6 was their lacking concentration. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the Tier 6 standard, it would become even more difficult to develop it further. If players did not encounter any fortuitous opportunities or priceless treasures that could permanently improve their concentration, the only way they could improve it was by engaging in high-intensity combat for considerable amounts of time. This was also why very few Tier 6 players could develop their concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, with most hovering at the Tier 6 intermediate and Tier 6 advanced standards. However, so long as a player successfully developed their concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. In God's domain, particularly after the major system update, players would expend a considerable amount of concentration when using skills, spells, combat techniques, mana techniques, and law projections. Because of this, if there wasn't a huge gap in basic attributes and combat standards, battles between players would often turn into a competition of concentration, and whoever possessed the stronger concentration would emerge victorious. Meanwhile, after a player's concentration reached the Tier 6 peak standard, not only would they have twice as much concentration to expend as players with only Tier 6 advanced concentration, but they would also expend 30% less concentration when using skills, spells, etc. Furthermore, their perception and control over their body would also improve significantly. All in all, these improvements made it so that huge gaps in strength existed even among Tier 6 players. In his previous life, Shi Feng was fortunate enough to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard shortly after he reached Tier 6. Hence, even when he encountered experts with superior combat standards, he could defeat them with ease. He had even eliminated experts wielding divine weapons who did not have Tier 6 peak concentration. Originally, Shi Feng thought he would need considerable time to develop his concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard in this life. He never expected to accomplish it so quickly. Now that my concentration is at the Tier 6 peak standard, paired with the mental condensation technique, my concentration can probably already rival those old monsters whose concentration is at the Tier 6 limit standard, Shi Feng thought as he executed the mental condensation technique. Then, he eagerly cast his pseudo-goddess law projection to test his upgraded concentration's effects. Sure enough, my concentration consumption has halved compared to before. Now I should have no trouble using Dark Moon with the pseudo-goddess law projection previously. When his base concentration was still at the Tier 6 advanced standard, he could only artificially elevate it to the Tier 6 peak standard with the mental condensation technique, and maintaining the pseudo-goddess law projection put a huge burden on him. Because of this, he couldn't afford to use Dark Moon, a powerful mana technique that required him to actively manipulate the magic elements around him. However, now that his base concentration had reached the Tier 6 peak standard, he should have no trouble using the pseudo-goddess law projection and Dark Moon simultaneously. Of course, he couldn't possibly test this theory in the lounge, so, instead of doing so, he decided to try out a different hypothesis. Immediately, Shi Feng began to pace around inside the lounge, executing flowing space under the effects of his pseudo-goddess law projection. It felt like he was stepping into the gaps in space with each of his steps, and he created over 50 after images in the blink of an eye. That was triple the number he could previously create while executing flowing space. As Shi Feng continued executing flowing space, he became more familiar with and proficient at manipulating his surrounding environment. This, in turn, led to the creation of even more phantom bodies. 60, 70, 80. When the number of phantom bodies Shi Feng could maintain simultaneously reached 100, all after-images within the lounge vanished, and only a streak of flowing light could be seen. The speed he was currently exhibiting far surpassed the limits of his basic attributes. He was moving so fast that he could sense the flow of time around him slowing down. Even the dust in the room was visibly taking several times longer to fall to the ground. What incredible speed! Is this the power of the third step? When Shi Feng abruptly stopped moving in the middle of the lounge and saw that the streak of light circling the room was still persisting, he couldn't help but be shocked. In God's domain, players would be automatically ranked among the apex once they master a gold combat technique. This was because gold combat techniques granted players the strength to transcend tiers. However, not all gold combat techniques were equal. They could still be separated into different grades, and the Goddess of Space's flowing space could undoubtedly rank among the best of gold combat techniques. Previously, even when Shi Feng had only learned flowing space up to the second step, phantom body, he could already exhibit speed that could overwhelm the senses of fifth-floor experts. Even players who had mastered gold combat techniques failed to keep up with him. Meanwhile, flowing space became even more powerful after reaching the third step. With the speed he was exhibiting, even unthinking realm experts who possessed similar basic attributes would have great difficulty keeping up with him. At this time, Shi Feng even felt he could defeat Daystar while relying solely on flowing space. He wouldn't have had to put his life at risk like he did when he dealt the final blow to the Arbiter of Death. After all, Daystar wouldn't be able to pinpoint his location. If he paired this speed with his gold-ranked sword's orbit, Daystar wouldn't even know what hit her. However, when Shi Feng dismissed his pseudo-goddess law projection, he promptly discovered that he could only execute flowing space up to the second step. He could not achieve the third step without having a better grasp of his surrounding environment. Sure enough, my control over the surrounding space is a lot worse without the pseudo-goddess law projection's assistance. Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the 50 or so fading phantom bodies in the lounge. It seems I will have to pair flowing space with the pseudo-goddess law projection if I want to maximize its effect. After Shi Feng was done with his tests, he pulled up his friends list, contacted Gentle Snow, and had her come to the lounge to study the 6th Goddess Tablet. Unlike the preliminaries, the Continental Championship's main event would have a 6-hour break after every 2 matches. This gave participants time to recover some of their concentration and stamina. With the main event's first round having 16 matches, the party that won in the first round's first match would get 48 hours of rest in God's domain, which happened to be the same amount of time Elise had agreed to loan the 6th Goddess Tablet to Shi Feng, although Shi Feng felt he could still benefit more from the 6th Goddess Tablet if he researched it further. He didn't think the other legacies in the tablet could help him that much. After all, he had already grasped the goddess-ranked Mana Technique, Dark Moon, and Peak Gold Combat Technique flowing space. So rather than use this precious opportunity to improve his strength by a little, it would be better to let Gentle Snow study it. As for why Shi Feng chose Gentle Snow, it was because she had previously received the goddess's guidance. With the knowledge she inherited, she was the best candidate to maximize the goddess tablet's use. It would also maximize the improvement of the party's overall strength. TL notes, Goddess's guidance. I will be changing Fate's guidance to Goddess's guidance since the author has decided to adopt a new term. Chapter 3727, Chapter 801. Second Seal Undone. Chapter 801, Second Seal Undone. Crucible of the Ancients, Private Lounge. Guild Leader. Why did you call me here so urgently? Did something happen? Gentle Snow asked when she entered the lounge and saw Shi Feng holding a stone tablet. Currently, the parties remaining in the championship were taking advantage of the break time after the second match to either rest or study their opponents. This break period was especially important for their party, as their opponent in the second round would be the Earthen Princess party. Not much needed to be said about the strength of the previous championship's runner-up. The Earthen Princess party was undoubtedly one of the favorites to win the championship this time. In fact, after the Earthen Princess party's performance in the first round, many had already deemed it as strong as the previous season's champion. After all, Rin was the only noteworthy member of the Earthen Princess party in the last championship. Meanwhile, First Light, one of the Earthen Princess party's latest additions, had shown himself to be nearly as strong as Rin. If Rin and First Light worked together, defeating Garuda, who was regarded as the strongest expert in the previous championship, wouldn't be out of the question. Hence, the Earthen Princess party was, without a doubt, the Verdant Rainbow party's biggest hurdle in getting into the top 8. Yet, instead of researching the Earthen Princess party, Shi Feng disappeared after the first match, leaving the 5 of them wondering how they were supposed to deal with the Earthen Princess party. I made a deal with Demon's Gate's Elise. Her party will swap opponents with us in the next round, Shi Feng said before handing the 6th Goddess Tablet to Gentle Snow. She also agreed to lend us this Goddess Tablet for a day. I have already learned the legacy I wanted from the tablet, so I'll leave it with you for the remaining time. If you can learn the legacies inside before our next match, it will increase our party's strength considerably. The goddess's legacies, Gentle Snow revealed a shocked expression as she looked at the goddess tablet in her hands. She's even willing to share such a thing. For any player who had studied the greater god's domain's history, they would understand the significance of the goddess of space's legacies. Gentle Snow, who had received the goddess's guidance, understood their significance even better. If any apex power were to discover the existence of any of the goddess's legacies, they would do anything to make it theirs. This was also why Shi Feng required those he chose to sign a highly restrictive confidentiality contract before he allowed them to undergo the goddess armaments trials. Hence, Gentle Snow couldn't help but find it unbelievable that Elise would share the goddess's legacies with Zero Wing just to fight the Earthen Princess party. It should be known that the goddess's guidance she received did not provide her with any specific legacy. She was merely put through various combat situations to gain experience. If she wanted to inherit the goddess's legacies, she would need to learn how to put these experiences into practice. In contrast, legacy tablets had clearly defined legacies that players could learn simply through imitation. The difference in difficulty between the two learning processes was like night and day. Why wouldn't she? Shi Feng answered nonchalantly. Elise is very ambitious this time around. She might even be aiming to become the champion. Seeing as she has come prepared to fight the Divine Fist Party and the Earthen Princess Party, with the participants this season being much stronger, it would be in her best interest to encounter her strongest opponents as soon as possible. That way, she can face them before she exposes her trump cards. Even if she ultimately fails to become the champion, so long as her party enters the top 4, the rewards she can receive will be no less than the legacies contained in this goddess tablet. The goddess tablets were indeed precious. However, compared to going beyond Tier 6, even the 6th goddess tablet could be regarded as insignificant. Going by Elise's behavior, it was likely she had learned something about the rewards. Hence, she was willing to enter the top 4 at all costs. Shi Feng wouldn't even discount the possibility that the woman was aiming to win the championship. After all, even among the top 4, there were significant differences between the rewards granted to each rank. I understand, Gentle Snow said as she looked at the goddess tablet with a serious gaze. She was determined to learn at least one goddess legacy before their party's next match. I'll leave these 3 eternal god crystals with you. Try to learn at least one of the legacies in this thing. If you succeed, our party will have an easier time in the next match, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he took out 3 eternal god crystals and gave them to Gentle Snow. Normally, even talented players would need weeks to learn a goddess legacy. However, Gentle Snow had experience dealing with goddess legacies. If she also had the help of eternal god crystals, it should be possible for her to learn a goddess legacy in a day. Not to mention, Gentle Snow's talent for combat was superior to even Shi Feng's, having achieved the pseudo 6th floor standard in Shi Feng's previous life. Although Gentle Snow had her growth delayed for several years in the current timeline, the fact that she could pass some of the goddess armaments trials proved that her talent remained unchanged. If Gentle Snow could fully master a goddess legacy, paired with the gravity manipulation technique she had grasped, her combat power would skyrocket. At that time, it wouldn't even be surprising if she could fight unthinking realm experts. Subsequently, Shi Feng left Gentle Snow to her own devices while he made his way to a different lounge with protection that could withstand attacks from even level 200 ancient gods. VIP Advanced Lounge, Shi Feng held the Shadow Incinerator with both hands. As he sat in the middle of the room at the same time, he repeatedly conjured mental blades in his mind, preparing to strike at the mental nodes of the Shadow Incinerator's 2nd seal. I failed the last time I tried with my concentration at the Tier 6 peak standard. Now that I can elevate it to rival the Tier 6 limit standard, I should have no trouble breaking the 2nd seal. After inspecting the Shadow Incinerator's 2nd seal, Shi Feng immediately bombarded it with the mental blades he conjured. Boom! 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 Previously, Shi Feng could not damage the 2nd seal in the slightest. This time, though, a tiny crack appeared after he had attacked the seal multiple times. Although the crack was so small that one would miss it without careful observation, it was a crack nonetheless. It's working. Shi Feng was ecstatic when he saw the tiny crack. The Shadow Incinerator was a godly relic superior to even divine artifacts. This could be seen simply from the power the Shadow Incinerator could exhibit after having only its 1st seal removed. Although the current Shadow Incinerator was weaker than actual divine artifact-ranked weapons, it was already comparable to fragmented divine artifact-ranked weapons. If all its seals were removed, it would definitely surpass divine weapons. In Shi Feng's previous life, Crimson Wing If-A, the strongest demigod in the Greater God's domain, had slain 8 ancient gods consecutively using the Shadow Incinerator under normal circumstances. Even the strongest divine weapon in the human race's Greater God's domain shouldn't be able to let a demigod slay even 1 ancient god, let alone 8 ancient gods immediately. Shi Feng held back his excitement and resumed his bombardment of the 2nd seal. Although the Shadow Incinerator's 2nd seal was unimaginably tough, more and more cracks appeared under Shi Feng's bombardment. Moreover, the rate at which the cracks appeared increased over time. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng persisted for over 40 hours and started to grow dizzy, a crisp, shattering sound echoed in the lounge. Success! Chapter 3728, Chapter 802, Star Maiden vs. Earthen Princess, VIP Advanced Lounge. Following the crisp, shattering sound, the shadow incinerator ignited into flames, the dark red flames impacting the room's defensive barrier and causing it to tremble violently. What a powerful mental deterrence! Shi Feng felt he was looking at a primordial god awakening as he looked at the shadow incinerator. If he hadn't artificially elevated his concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, he might have even had difficulty moving in the shadow incinerator's presence. Moreover, the shadow incinerator's mental deterrence wasn't the only thing that had undergone a significant transformation. The weapon's body turned completely pitch black, with faint black smoke rising from it. The weapon also radiated an intense heat that scorched the space within the lounge. Shadow incinerator, dark soul, one-handed sword, sealed godly relic equipment requirement, soul-bound, attack power 1,400% of strength. Attack speed 5% of strength and agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks ignore 100% of all defensive effects. Attacks have a 50% chance of triggering the Soul Devour effect. Attacks have a 100% chance of being elevated by 1 rank and dealing 1,000% damage. Attacks cause an additional 200% damage to all creatures below Tier 6. Ignore levels plus 80. All attributes increased by 300%. Physique increased by 200%. Reaction speed increased by 120%. Effects of all attacks increased by 2 ranks up to Tier 6 limit. The strength of mana increased by 1 rank up to Tier 6 limit. Concentration increased by 1 rank up to Tier 6 limit. Additional passive skill. Incinerator's body weakens all damage received by 80% and increases world perception by 1 rank. Additional profound skill 1, Incinerator's phantasm. Sacrifice 20 levels to summon the phantasm of a player. The phantasm can only be 2 tiers higher than the shadow incinerator's wielder up to Tier 6. Duration 10 minutes cooldown, 3 natural days. Additional profound skill 2, the end, sacrifice the wielder's soul, reducing the wielder's level by 1 as a result to incite all of the shadow incinerator's power to deal a devastating blow to a 50,000-yard radius. The stronger the soul sacrificed, the stronger the attack will be up to Tier 6 limit. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional profound skill 3, scorching flame, sacrifice a portion of the wielder's soul to attach the flames of shadow to the shadow incinerator. The flames of shadow can destroy all weapons and equipment below the legendary rank and damage those below the divine artifact rank. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 natural day. Additional profound skill 4, World's Descent, with the wielder as the center, call down a complete world to strengthen the wielder's law projection. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. The myriad ancient gods have placed 4 seals on the shadow incinerator. 2 of the seals have been lifted thus far. Wielding the shadow incinerator will cause continuous mental scorching. Deaths while wielding the shadow incinerator will result in a loss of 50 points in all attributes. What heaven-defying attributes! Shi Feng's jaw dropped when he finished reading through the shadow incinerator's updated attributes. Even when comparing basic attributes only, the shadow incinerator was superior to most fragmented divine artifacts. As for its attack power, it was simply absurd. For comparison, Gentle Snow's Chaos Windblade, despite being a 2-handed weapon, only took 1,600% of its wielder's strength attribute as its attack power. Meanwhile, the shadow incinerator, despite being a 1-handed weapon, took 1,400% of its wielder's strength attribute as its attack power. However, compared to the shadow incinerator's basic attributes, the absurdity of its offensive effects and the limits of these effects was on a whole other level. As a fragmented divine artifact, the Chaos Windblade had already reached the rank's limits. Even so, the limits of the weapon's effects could only reach the Tier 6 peak standard. This was also the limit of virtually all other fragmented divine artifacts. Yet the shadow incinerator had broken this norm, its effects having the potential to achieve the Tier 6 limit standard. What did it mean to reach the Tier 6 limit standard? Most players in God's domain would only assume it to be the limits of Tier 6 players, which, in the best-case scenario, would translate to the Tier 6 God standard. Hence, it couldn't be considered anything significant. However, players with experience fighting ancient gods would know that wasn't actually the case. Instead, the Tier 6 limit mentioned in weapon and equipment introductions referred to the limits any creature could achieve before they went beyond Tier 6. Currently, only primordial god-ranked existences were known to have gone beyond Tier 6. Besides them, the strongest creatures in God's domain had yet to go beyond Tier 6. In other words, the Shadow Incinerator's effects could achieve near primordial god standards and rival the effects of many divine artifact-ranked weapons. My current basic attributes can rival holy children armed with 3 divine artifacts. When Shi Feng sensed the improvement in his basic attributes, he discovered that the overall improvement he received from the Shadow Incinerator was comparable to that of a divine artifact ranked one-handed weapon. Once he paired the Shadow Incinerator with the new God Chaser set, not even players equipped with 3 divine artifacts should consider surpassing him. Now, he truly was strong enough to win the entire championship. Before Shi Feng could familiarize himself with the Shadow Incinerator, he suddenly received a call from Verdant Rainbow. "How is your rest coming along, Guild Leader? Black Flame?" Verdant Rainbow asked anxiously. "The second round's first match is about to begin. So much time has passed already." Shi Feng was a little surprised. He didn't think he had spent over 40 hours undoing the second seal. "We need you to come over quickly. Although the Star Maiden party has agreed to switch opponents with us, we can't do the switch unless all party members are present," Verdant Rainbow said, feeling exasperated when she saw Shi Feng's look of realization. Shi Feng was the one who negotiated the deal with Elise to switch opponents. Yet, even though the match was about to start, he was nowhere to be seen. "Okay, I'll go over immediately," Shi Feng said, smiling awkwardly. Then he disconnected the call and hurried to the main event venue. Crucible of the Ancients. At this time, the first round of the main event had concluded, and the members of the top 32 parties were quietly waiting outside the ring for the second round to start. What's gotten into the Star Maiden? Why did she agree to switch opponents with the Verdant Rainbow party? Does she not care about ranking this time? It is indeed strange. Not to mention, aren't Demon's Gate and Zero Wing hostile to one another? What's with the sudden change? Aren't you guys jumping to conclusions? Don't forget that Elise was regarded by many as a strong contender for the top 5 experts in the last championship, and the primary reason her party got stopped in the top 16 was her weak party members. Now that the Star Maiden party has recruited stronger members, the Earthen Princess party should be in for a tough fight. A heated debate erupted among the spectators when they saw the Star Maiden party walking into the ring with the Earthen Princess party. On one side, some cast doubt over Elise's decision to fight the former runner-up so soon into the championship. On the other side, some looked forward to the clash between Star Maiden Elise and Earthen Princess Rin. In the previous championship, Elise was the strongest female expert among the human race's representatives, while Rin was the strongest female expert among the Crystallian race's representatives. Although Rin's party had won second place in the last championship, as the two women had never clashed, nobody knew who was stronger. Now, though, everyone would finally get to see who was stronger. Amidst the spectators' cheers and debates, the ancient being hovering above the ring announced the start of the second round's first match. Chapter 3729, Chapter 803, Terrifying, Chapter 803, Terrifying Outside the Ring. The members of the 14 other remaining parties watched intently as the match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party began. It's finally beginning. While watching Rin and Elise facing each other in the ring, Garuda glanced at his party members and said, "Rin is one of the few among the Crystallians' younger generation who is about to cross that step. Her offensive measures are ever-changing and unpredictable, and she is one of the few experts who can put me under pressure. Elise is also incredibly talented, and I found myself shuddering when I saw the power she wielded previously. A clash between them can be regarded as an apex battle between the younger generation of our 3 races. If you all intend to achieve further breakthroughs, I suggest you observe the upcoming fight seriously." Lord Garuda, is that human woman really strong enough to fight Rin? Extreme Feather curiously asked as she looked at Elise, who was holding a black book. Rin is an expert nearing the 6th floor standard, while Elise, no matter how I look at it, she should have only entered the unthinking realm recently. In a situation where both of them are equipped with 2 divine artifacts. I can't see how Elise is supposed to be a threat to Rin. Most Holy Race players operating on the Western continent had never heard of Elise the Star Maiden. However, many knew of Rin the Earthen Princess. This was because Rin was one of the few experts who had reached the pseudo-6th floor standard, and she could be considered an apex existence, even if put among the Holy Race. If not for the Holy Race having Garuda, a peerless paragon that would only appear once every few centuries, Rin definitely would have been the champion of the last Continental Championship. In contrast, not only was Elise from the human race, the weakest out of the 3 races operating in the Eternal Realm, but her combat standard was also inferior to Rin's. In a situation where both sides had roughly equal basic attributes, Extreme Feather found it hard to imagine how Elise could defeat Rin. It should be known that there were significant differences between a novice Unthinking Realm expert and a pseudo-6th floor expert. Although both could move their bodies entirely based on instinct, the pseudo-6th floor expert would have already developed their concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard. The pseudo-6th floor expert would have also relied on their concentration to develop a complete set of gold combat techniques, no longer having flaws in their offense, defense, and movement. Meanwhile, players would have a much better foundation when using their self-developed combat techniques than combat techniques learned from others. Players could also execute their self-developed combat techniques perfectly and achieve stronger effects than combat techniques learned from others. You'll know once you see Elise in battle, the combat techniques she has learned are far from ordinary, Garuda said, chuckling. However, he did not bother offering any additional explanations. Hearing this, Extreme Feather focused her gaze on Rin and Elise. Meanwhile, aside from Garuda's party members, Shi Feng and the others were similarly wondering how the fight between Rin and Elise would play out. The match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party took place in the middle of a tropical rainforest with a canopy over 100 meters high. Raindrops the size of ping-pong balls also constantly fell from the sky, reducing the visibility in the forest and preventing even Tier 6 players from seeing more than 10 meters ahead. When the match began, the members of the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party were scattered across the map. Initially, everyone spectating the match thought it would take a while before any fight started between the 2 parties. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, shortly after the match began, 2 players already met and stood facing each other. One was Rin, a 6-meter-tall Crystallian who wielded a staff, while the other was Elise, a petite human who wielded a black book. Star Maiden, I found it a pity that I didn't get to fight you last time. Now I can finally get my wish, Rin said. Then she glanced curiously at the book in Elise's hands and asked, Aren't you going to open it? The black book Elise wielded was famous in the last championship. Nobody knew exactly what the black book's quality was, but as long as it was open, it could help Elise chant her spells and even increase the completion rate of her spells. Hence, when Elise took a fight seriously, she would always open her black book first and foremost. Yet the Star Maiden had surprisingly chosen not to open her black book. I will open it when necessary, Elise calmly said as she faced her giant opponent. Make your move. Boom, 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 taking Elise on her offer. Rin initiated the fight without hesitation. Immediately, the staff she wielded separated from her hand and began to rotate in the air. Simultaneously, the land within a 10,000-yard radius began to rise like the folds of a dumpling, while the hills and mountains transformed into earthen arms that grabbed at Elise. From afar, it looked like Elise had become enemies with the land, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. At this time, the spectators fully understood why Rin was known as the Earthen Princess. Is this the Earthen Princess's strength? Verdant Rainbow's complexion turned ugly as she watched Rin's display. Everything within sight had virtually become Elise's enemy. Additionally, the several dozen hands formed from hills and mountains possessed strength rivaling level 200 ancient gods, and each executed techniques that resembled gold combat techniques. It was like several dozen ancient gods were executing gold combat techniques against Elise simultaneously. Strength, technique. The Earthen Princess had achieved the extremes in both aspects, and Verdant Rainbow couldn't even imagine defeating her. However, unlike Verdant Rainbow, Elise remained calm, even after seeing the Earthen Princess revealing her trademark move. She also didn't bother to open her black book as she faced the dozens of earthen hands threatening to crush her. Instead, she simply pointed a finger at Rin. Suddenly, the sky above Rin shattered and a meteorite spanning 10,000 meters emerged from the void. The meteorite's descent was as fast as lightning, and it was obvious it would hit Rin before the earthen hands could crush Elise. This scene startled Rin in a panic. She manipulated the land surrounding her, calling forth waves of earth to stop the descending meteorite. Boom! A loud explosion echoed across the battlefield, and a mushroom cloud rose tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Then, a devastating shockwave quickly followed, sweeping across the map and turning everything in its path into ruins. A massive crater spanning over half the battlefield and measuring 10,000 meters deep could also be seen forming. Silence. At this moment, silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients as everyone tried to come to terms with what they had just witnessed. The Earthen Princess was gone. Rin, regarded as the strongest Crystallian representative in the Continental Championship, failed to survive even one move against Elise. Meanwhile, Elise did not reveal any particular emotions, even after successfully eliminating Rin. She simply flew off to eliminate the other members of the Earthen Princess party, behaving like she had just completed a trivial task. TL notes, one peerless paragon. So, it seems that peerless paragon is another way of referring to chosen ones. I guess peerless paragon can be used to cover independent players as well, since unless they are part of an adventurer team, there isn't anybody to choose them. Chapter 3730, Chapter 804, Tier 6, Limit Concentration. Chapter 804, Tier 6, Limit Concentration. A suffocating silence enveloped the crucible of the ancients as everyone stared at the screen above the ring in disbelief. Rin, the Earthen Princess, was regarded as the number 2 expert in the last Continental Championship. She was strong in both offense and defense. Her ability to control the battlefield was also unrivaled, and facing her was akin to facing the land itself. Even Divine Fist Garuda, the number 1 expert in the last championship, had taken considerable time to wear her out and kill her. Yet now the Earthen Princess had failed to survive even one move against Elise. Is she really that? Star Maiden, at this time Verdant Rainbow, was similarly in disbelief as she looked at Elise. Although Demon's Gate's Star Maiden was known as a peerless paragon, her combat standard was not much stronger than the peerless paragons nurtured by other apex powers. This was information that the 7 Luminaries Alliance had obtained, so it couldn't be wrong. Additionally, in the last Continental Championship, although Elise was regarded as the strongest player among the human race's representatives, she was only considered one of the top 5 experts in the whole championship. She was deemed to be considerably weaker than Garuda and Rin, yet now Elise had defeated Rin with ease. It was like she had transformed into a completely different person. How did Elise get so strong? Deathwind muttered. Compared to Verdant Rainbow, he was even more shocked by Elise's performance. As a spy planted in the 7 Luminaries Alliance by Demon's Gate, Deathwind understood Demon's Gate's 3 Great Chosen Ones better than anyone in the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Although Elise's combat standard was the strongest of the 3 Great Chosen Ones, if pitted against the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Verdant Rainbow, she should only win 6 out of 10 fights. But now Elise had already ascended to a height that Deathwind couldn't even comprehend. Is this the true strength of the various Apex Powers' Chosen Ones? Gentle Snow was also greatly shocked as she watched Elise proceed to eliminate the rest of the Earthen Princess party. Originally, when Gentle Snow successfully learned a goddess legacy from the 6th goddess tablet, she thought her strength had risen to a point where she could match the various Apex Powers' Chosen Ones already. In fact, she felt that she could even beat these Chosen Ones with the help of the God Chaser set. However, after seeing Elise's performance, Gentle Snow couldn't help but rethink her evaluation. After all, even if she put the goddess legacy she had just learned into practice, she doubted she could achieve strength anywhere near what Elise had just displayed. No, not at all. This strength is not something the various Apex Powers chosen ones can achieve right now. Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Elise can only achieve such strength because her concentration has already reached the Tier 6 limit standard, which in turn lets her utilize 100% of her divine artifact's potential. Meanwhile, Rin, caught unprepared, got one-shotted by Elise. Does Tier 6 limit concentration grant such incredible strength? Gentle Snow looked at Shi Feng in surprise. The number of divine artifacts the Earthen Princess had equipped definitely wasn't lower than Elise's. Even if there was a difference in quality between divine artifacts, the gap shouldn't be big enough for Elise to kill Rin in one move. Her concentration has reached the Tier 6 limit standard already? Verdant Rainbow snapped around to look at Shi Feng when she overheard his explanation. How can this be? As one of the Seven Luminaries Alliance's chosen ones, Verdant Rainbow's knowledge of divine artifacts went beyond Gentle Snow's. Hence, she knew how big of a difference in strength could result from whether a player could fully utilize a divine artifact. It was generally known that when players equipped a divine artifact, they would gain the strength to transcend tiers. When Tier 6 players equipped a divine artifact, they would gain the strength of taboos, which was also known as the entry level of the Ancient God Standard. However, unbeknownst to many, divine artifact-ranked weapons and equipment had an additional feature compared to weapons and equipment of lower rank. The power of their skills and effects were determined by their user's concentration standard. The stronger a player's concentration, the greater the power their divine artifacts could exhibit. If a Tier 6 player could exert 100% of a divine artifact's potential, they could exhibit power reaching the limits of the Ancient God Standard. The only problem was that players would typically need to have Tier 6 limit concentration to fully utilize a divine artifact's potential. This was an impossible requirement for most players. Only a few individuals in the Greater God's domain had ever developed their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard. Moreover, most, if not all, of these individuals were old monsters who had lived for many years. However, Elise was at most 25 years old. At such an age, she would already be considered a paragon among paragons if she could develop her concentration to the Tier 6 peak standard. It simply shouldn't be possible for her to have Tier 6 limit concentration. While unbelievable, it is a fact, Shi Feng said earnestly as he looked at Verdant Rainbow. Also, I believe Elise's concentration has already reached the Tier 6 limit standard for quite some time. Otherwise, her Star Destroyer's completion rate wouldn't be so high. The Black Book Elise wielded was a top-tier divine weapon, and Star Destroyer, the profound skill that came with the book, was incredibly famous in Shi Feng's previous life. It was so famous that it was even regarded as the strongest destruction spell beneath primordial gods. Meanwhile, as Elise was the first person to have acquired the 6th Goddess Tablet, Shi Feng didn't find it strange that her concentration had already reached the Tier 6 limit standard. After all, Elise had similarly displayed exceptional talent and concentration development in Shi Feng's previous life. She was far ahead of other chosen ones her age when it came to this regard, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the best among her peers. When Verdant Rainbow heard Shi Feng's answer, realization suddenly dawned on her. She finally understood why Elise had agreed to swap opponents with their party, choosing to face the Earthen Princess party in the round of 16. Although the Earthen Princess was strong, she definitely wasn't strong enough to face the full might of a divine weapon head-on. If she were to be caught unprepared, death would be the only outcome. At this time, Shi Feng wasn't the only one who discerned how Elise managed to one-shot Rin. Many of the key members of the remaining parties similarly noticed the reason behind the fearsome might of Elise's Star Destroyer. Naturally, Divine Fist Garuda was no exception. Tier 6 limit concentration, is it? How interesting. No wonder she dared to face Rin head-on. Garuda smirked as Elise finished the Earthen Princess party's last member. I initially thought it would be another easy victory. I didn't think that after that little Crystallian girl, I would meet another challenging opponent. Following the conclusion of the match between the Star Maiden party and the Earthen Princess party, Excitement and joy filled the spectating human players. In the last championship, neither the Holy Race players nor the Crystallian players regarded the various human parties with any significance. After all, even the strongest human party failed to advance beyond the top 16 back then. But now the Star Maiden party had shown itself qualified to contend for the championship, leading to the two races no longer daring to underestimate human players. Meanwhile, as the championship progressed, the intensity of the battles between parties also increased. Even though it was only the round of 16, the various parties displayed strength exceeding that of the former top 8 parties. The participants this time were so strong that even Garuda had to personally take action to ensure the Divine Fist party's victory. Next up will be the second round's 8th match. May the Verdant Rainbow Party and the Dead Soul Party enter the ring. Following the mighty being's announcement, the Crystallian players in the venue shouted their support for the Dead Soul Party. "Go, Dead Soul Party! Our race's reputation is in your hands now. Dead Soul, beat those humans up and avenge Rin." Many Crystallians felt ashamed when the Earthen Princess Party lost to a human party of all parties. So they all hoped that the Dead Soul Party, which ranked 4th in the previous championship, could salvage some of the Crystallian race's tarnished reputation. Otherwise, the Holy Race would definitely make fun of them. Black Flame is in trouble. Even the Divine Fist had a headache dealing with the Dragon Hammer last time, Phoenix Flame said, smirking as she watched Shi Feng and his party enter the ring. "I bet they won't make it past the top 16. Although the Verdant Rainbow Party had defeated the new and improved Holy Guard Party, it was still much weaker than the Dead Soul Party. After all, the Dead Soul Party was a strong contender for second place in the previous Continental Championship. The party was merely unlucky, encountering the Divine Fist Party in the previous semifinals and having its progress stopped prematurely. Chapter 3731, Chapter 805, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. Chapter 805, Advanced Gold Combat Technique. The match between the Verdant Rainbow Party and the Dead Soul Party took place in an ancient town covered in fog. The fog was dense, and even Tier 6 players couldn't see beyond 50 yards. Meanwhile, as always, the members of the two parties were randomly scattered across the map when the match began. This fog suppresses perception quite heavily. I can't sense anything outside of 100 yards. When Deathwind appeared on the battlefield and saw the fog around him, he quickly jumped onto the roof of a house and observed his surroundings. "Fortunately, I'm not far from the town center. I can prepare an ambush in this area." Crystallian players had weaker senses than human players. With visibility being reduced to just 50 yards, if he concealed his presence, he could virtually guarantee the enemy could only detect him once they were within 50 yards of him. For Tier 6 players, this was a distance that could be covered in an instant. If he could detect the enemy's movements before he was at risk of being discovered, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand in battle. Immediately, Deathwind hid on the roof and concentrated on his senses, quietly waiting for his prey to show up so that he could vent his frustrations on them. Originally, Deathwind thought he could make a name for himself through the Continental Championship. However, not only did he lose his bet with Shi Feng and have to surrender his divine weapon to the other party after the championship, but he had also failed to make any noteworthy accomplishments until now. If he still failed to display his worth, both the Seven Luminaries Alliance and Demon's Gate would stop taking him seriously. Hence, it was imperative he killed a member of the Dead Soul Party in this match. Only by doing so could he redeem himself in front of the two Apex powers. After all, the Dead Soul Party came in 4th in the last Continental Championship. Every member of the party was superior to the average chosen one, nurtured by the various Apex powers and destined to become an Apex expert in the future. If he could kill one of these experts by himself, whether it was the Seven Luminaries Alliance or Demon's Gate, they would invest heavily into his development, so long as they weren't fools. While Deathwind was patiently waiting on the rooftop, he sensed a presence entering his perception. Dead Soul? Deathwind panicked a little. The person who entered Deathwind's perception was a robust, 7-meter-tall Crystallian man. The man wore simple clothing and carried a warhammer as large as his body. The warhammer was the iconic weapon of Dead Soul, so the man's identity quickly became apparent to Deathwind. Currently, Dead Soul was leisurely walking along the streets of the town. He behaved like he was only out for a stroll rather than participating in the Continental Championship. Damn it. When Deathwind sensed Dead Soul moving closer to his location, he promptly turned around and fled. He originally thought he would catch a rabbit. He didn't expect to encounter a dragon. Not bad. That'll be one already. A moment after Deathwind began his escape, Dead Soul turned to look at the rooftop Deathwind previously hid on and swung his warhammer in its direction. Suddenly, Deathwind, who had already fled over several hundred yards away, found himself immobilized. Then his body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, sinking hundreds of meters deep. Before Deathwind could even wrap his mind around what happened, he was already standing outside the ring with the other participants. Meanwhile, this development stunned the spectators. Currently, in the screen that was supposed to show Deathwind's perspective, a crater measuring several hundred yards in radius could be seen, and it looked like a giant beast had walked through the area. A monster. He's an absolute monster. So this is the Dragon Hammer, huh? For players watching Dead Soul in action for the first time, they couldn't believe what they just saw. Even Deathwind, the person killed by Dead Soul, couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Not only did Dead Soul's attack cover a massive radius, but it was also executed with incredible speed. In fact, everything happened so quickly that Deathwind could still see his body dissipating when he respawned outside the ring. "What incredible attack speed!" Extreme Feather exclaimed as she watched Dead Soul making his way to the town center after eliminating Deathwind. How is he considered only the second strongest expert among the Crystallion's representatives? It's because his party only came in fourth in the last championship. But if we are comparing only in attack speed, Dead Soul is the best, Garuda explained. Honestly, if I hadn't relied on my special bloodline, I doubt I could have defeated him in the last championship. Unless he engages Rin in a fight, nobody can tell who is stronger. Garuda did not lower his voice when speaking. Hence, everyone in the venue could hear what he said, and those watching Dead Soul fight for the first time were greatly shocked. They never thought Dead Soul would be as strong, or possibly even stronger than the Earthen Princess. Rin, who was now seated on the spectator stands, naturally overheard Garuda's comment as well. However, she simply snorted and didn't refute it. While the spectators were discussing Dead Soul's strength, the Dragon Hammer encountered another member of the Verdant Rainbow Party. His opponent this time was a woman clad in a suit of white holy armor and armed with a greatsword. Currently, the woman quietly stood in the middle of the street as she watched him walk up to her. "What an interesting human you are. You've clearly noticed me long ago, yet you chose not to run away," Dead Soul said in a surprised tone as he entered within 50 yards of Gentle Snow. "Our two parties will have to battle sooner or later. Since I can have a one-on-one fight right now, why should I run away?" Gentle Snow said calmly as she unsheathed the Chaos Windblade. "Those are some bold words. I hope you have the strength to back up those words." Dead Soul did not get angry at Gentle Snow's words. Instead, he casually swung his warhammer at Gentle Snow like he was shooing a fly. At the same time, Gentle Snow also made her move, her speed far exceeding what she previously exhibited. Immediately, the Chaos Windblade transformed into a dark thunderbolt, fleeting thunderclap. This was the advanced gold combat technique Gentle Snow had learned from the 6th Goddess tablet. The combat technique involved the user executing 3 consecutive strikes, each strike being stronger than the other. All 3 strikes were also executed beyond the user's maximum attack speed, and they would eventually merge into one attack that could exhibit power rivaling primordial god-ranked mana techniques. Subsequently, the dark thunderbolt could be seen splitting the sky and causing Dead Soul to stumble backward by half a step. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow stumbled 3 steps backward and lost 5% of her HP. How did her strength improve so much? When Daystar saw Gentle Snow taking barely any damage from her exchange with Dead Soul, she couldn't help but grow confused. Daystar vividly remembered that Gentle Snow's strength was inferior to hers when they had previously fought. Naturally, Gentle Snow should not be a match for Dead Soul either. After all, Dead Soul similarly had 2 divine artifacts equipped, and if he executed the gold-ranked implement manipulation technique he developed, he should thoroughly outclass Gentle Snow. However, unbeknownst to Daystar, Gentle Snow had upgraded her equipment using intermediate divine engraving scrolls. Now her equipment provided her with 30% more basic attributes than before. Combined with fleeting thunderclap, the power she could exhibit was not much weaker than what Dead Soul could exhibit with his gold-ranked implement manipulation technique. Before Daystar could recover from her surprise, Gentle Snow executed fleeting thunderclap a second time against Dead Soul.